Jacob intentionally brought up the forest, eager to see the blush creep across Matilda's cheeks. Despite her typically calm and composed demeanor, the memories of their youthful indiscretions and the sweet, ambiguous moments they had shared would inevitably cause her embarrassment. Jacob thought it wise to prompt Matilda to reflect more on their past. He believed that by continuously stirring those memories that made her heart flutter, he could rekindle the passion that had lain dormant in her heart for over 20 years. Matilda quickly grasped Jacob's intentions and, feeling flustered, swiftly redirected the conversation. "By the way, how is our former head teacher doing?" she asked. "He's doing quite well," Jacob replied. "However, he's having some difficulty getting around these days. During our last class reunion, we made a special effort to invite him back to our alma mater to give us a lecture in the classroom." "Oh, really?" Matilda sighed with regret. "It's such a shame I couldn't attend the last reunion." Jacob smiled and said, "It was just a small gathering. We only met with a few old classmates who are still in Orris Hill or nearby. Plus, it was just the guys who got together that day." Matilda nodded slightly and added, "It seems like many of our old classmates will be joining today's reunion. I've reached out to several girls I was close with back then, and they're all excited to come." "That's fantastic." Jacob beamed. "It'll be great for all of us to reunite and catch up." Matilda then brought up, "I heard that Aaron is currently in custody and awaiting prosecution for corruption." "Yes," Jacob said, feeling a surge of anger at the memory of how Aaron had flaunted his success at the last reunion, even bringing his son-in-law along to overshadow him. That old scoundrel had even slandered him in front of their classmates. Now that Aaron was behind bars, Jacob couldn't help feeling a sense of joy. "Aaron absolutely deserves this," Jacob chuckled. "We should be striving to lead honorable lives, not scheming to exploit our positions for corruption and deceit. Our teacher taught us to pursue righteousness over wealth." Matilda nodded in agreement, noting that most of their generation's intellectuals were indeed principled and committed to serving their country and society. Despite having lived in the United States for over 20 years, Matilda remained deeply connected to China. She consistently donated money and supplies during major natural disasters, earning commendations from her homeland, though she kept her charitable actions hidden, leaving Jacob and their classmates unaware of her contributions. Just then, Jacob's cell phone rang. When he checked, he saw a notification from his university student union group chat, which had been quiet for several days. Suddenly, a message appeared, "Classmates. Matilda has organized a class reunion at noon today. Who's going to attend? I'm in Orris Hill and getting ready for the reunion. I'm on my way to Orris Hill, about 100 kilometers left. I should arrive in an hour and a half. I just landed. I flew in from East Cliff today." Then someone tagged Jacob specifically, saying, "Jacob, come out now. Your first love is back. Bet you didn't even know, huh?" This message came from Zane Colton, a close friend of Jacob's who had stood by him during his troubles with Aaron. Rolling his eyes at Zane's message, Jacob replied, "Why would you think I didn't know? Would you believe me if I told you I'm with Matilda right now?" Zane responded with a voice message, laughing, "I believe you. Of course. What's the deal with you two? Back in the day, everyone thought you were the perfect couple." Jacob felt a wave of happiness wash over him and responded with a voice note, "Ha ha ha. That's true." At that moment, Leah, a female classmate who had been close to Matilda, sent an angry emoji to the group chat. "Jacob Wilson. How dare you laugh when you're such a scumbag? I'm furious with you. You're the reason I haven't seen Sister Matilda in years." Jacob felt a flush of embarrassment. He recalled the incident when he had inadvertently cheated on Matilda with Elaine while drunk, an event that had quickly circulated throughout the university. The memory remained one of his greatest shames and left him at a loss for words in response to Leah's message. As he struggled to reply, someone in the group chat who had been silent until now sent a red envelope to everyone. Jacob had developed a habit of instinctively clicking on red envelopes, so when one popped up, he tapped it without a second thought, and was astonished to see he had received $200. He noticed that his classmates were also celebrating, each having received the same amount. It appeared someone was generously gifting everyone $200. Initially, Jacob felt a rush of excitement at the unexpected windfall. However, his enthusiasm quickly faded when he saw the sender's nickname, "I miss the beautiful Matilda." His expression changed instantly. Meanwhile, the group chat was buzzing with excitement. "Wow! Thank you, boss." "Yes. Huge thanks, Mr. Tate. It's so generous of you to give everyone a $200 red envelope like this. You're truly one of a kind. I've heard Mr. Tate has made quite a fortune over the years. He truly deserves all the praise." "Absolutely. Isn't Mr. Tate one of the most renowned businessmen in Hong Kong right now? For him, this is just a drop in the bucket." The man replied with a smiling emoji before sending a voice message to the group. His strong Hong Kong accent came through clearly as he said, "I'm so thrilled because Matilda is back from the United States. That's why I decided to share these red envelopes today." After that, he sent yet another red envelope into the group chat. As Jacob read the sender's name, he couldn't shake the feeling that this man was a bit too infatuated with Matilda, which irritated him. Despite his annoyance, Jacob found it hard to resist the allure of another red envelope. With a reluctant sigh, he clicked on it, muttering curses about the sender under his breath. To his surprise, it contained another $200. In total, the generous individual had already distributed over $10,000 through just 2 red envelopes. In the chat, many classmates were showering him with praise. The sender simply smiled and announced, "Hey everyone. Get ready for the 3rd round of red envelopes." He sent another, and everyone rushed to claim it. Jacob clicked his as well. The 3rd red envelope brought him another $200. Feeling puzzled, Jacob wondered who this person was. None of their classmates had ever been from Hong Kong, they were all from mainland China. Who could this individual with a strong Hong Kong accent be? At that moment, the sender released a 4th red envelope. Once again, another $200 for each person. Then came a 5th one, also $200. In just a couple of minutes, everyone in the group had received a total of $1,000. However, Matilda had not claimed any of the red envelopes. Then, "I miss the beautiful Matilda," sent another message. "I landed in Oris Hill from Hong Kong this morning and am currently staying at the Shangri-La Hotel. I heard that Matilda is also at this hotel. Matilda, what room are you in? If you're comfortable, please send me your room number privately so we can catch up." After typing this, he tagged at Matilda. Seeing the message, Matilda frowned and remarked, "This Grayson Tate hasn't changed a bit in 20 years. He still loves to show off." Grayson Tate? The mention of that name instantly turned Jacob into a green-eyed monster. Grayson Tate came from a wealthy family and had served as the head of the Student Council's Public Relations Department during their college years. At the time, both he and Aaron Phillips were competing for Matilda's affection. However, Matilda showed no interest in either of them, which only made Jacob more frustrated in his pursuit of her. During Jacob and Matilda's relationship, Grayson repeatedly tried to get under Jacob's skin in hopes of impressing Matilda. After Matilda and Jacob broke up, Grayson seized the opportunity and aggressively pursued her, but she rejected him and moved to the United States instead. Grayson's family was incredibly affluent and influential. Even before he entered college, his father had already expanded their family business into Hong Kong, making them one of the earliest major tycoon families to rise after China's economic reform. Armed with his powerful family background, Grayson even chased after Matilda in the United States, but in the end, he failed to win her over. He finally conceded defeat when Matilda fell in love with an American. Heartbroken, he returned to Hong Kong and took over his father's business. Fast forward more than 20 years, and Grayson had become an established and prominent businessman in Hong Kong. Jacob felt discouraged and anxious. He was painfully aware of how he and Grayson were total opposites. Jacob had no wealth, while Grayson seemed to flourish endlessly. No one could have predicted that Grayson would send out so much money to their group chat, amounting to nearly tens of thousands of dollars. In the messaging group, those who received the generous gifts began showering Grayson with praise. "Wow, Grayson, you're still so enthusiastic. You rushed back so fast after hearing about Matilda. Grayson, aren't you worried that Matilda's husband will get jealous?
Yeah.
You're flying back to the States in such a hurry, but you might just break your own heart watching Matilda and her husband together. What are you going to tell your wife when you get home? At that moment, Leah, a close friend of Matilda's, sent a silent emoji and replied, "Hey, let's cut the jokes. Matilda's husband passed away some time ago." As soon as Leah's message appeared, the group flooded with blessing emojis. Many tagged Matilda, saying, "Matilda, we're so sorry for your loss. Please accept our condolences." But this sympathy was mostly superficial. Most of the men in the group didn't truly feel sad about the news, especially not Grayson, who practically lit up with excitement at hearing that Matilda's husband was gone. For years, he had longed for the chance to be with Matilda, the one woman he had never been able to win. Now, with no obstacles standing in his way after her husband's death, he felt renewed hope. Grayson quickly chimed in the group chat, saying, "Oh, my wife passed away a long time ago. I suppose Matilda and I share the same fate." One overly nosy friend responded, "Hey, you and Matilda are a match made in heaven, just like before." Several classmates who had accepted Grayson's red envelope money also joined in. One even remarked, "Grayson, now that you and Matilda are both widowed, you should really consider being together. I remember how deep your feelings for her were. Go for it. You have our blessings." Grayson laughed heartily and replied, "I truly appreciate all your support and blessings. But of course, the decision is up to Matilda, I can't force her." He added, "Besides, I've already decided to return to Oris Hill and start my business venture there, no matter what." "What? Why?" someone exclaimed. "Grayson, hasn't your family been settled in Hong Kong for years? Why would you suddenly want to move back to Oris Hill? Just look at Matilda. She came back after living in the US for so long. That shows how wonderful Oris Hill is. It's where we spent our youth, full of sweat and tears. I'm going back to Oris Hill to enjoy my retirement." Jacob could no longer hold his tongue. He sent a message to the group, saying, "Grayson, I strongly advise you to reconsider. Matilda didn't like you back then, and she doesn't like you now. Don't make a fool of yourself." Deep down, however, Jacob felt nervous and insecure. Grayson was a highly successful businessman in Hong Kong, worth hundreds of millions, far ahead of Jacob in every way. Meanwhile, Jacob's life had been difficult for many years, a miserable contrast to the vibrant college life he once had. To make things worse, he was still technically married, he and Elaine hadn't divorced yet, while Grayson was now a widower. Since Matilda was also widowed, she and Grayson were both single in every practical sense. This left Jacob feeling inferior in every aspect. He hadn't seen Matilda in years, and he had no idea what she truly thought now. What if she ended up developing feelings for Grayson when they reunited? Grayson smirked at Jacob's comment and replied, "Wow, I thought our esteemed student council president was too busy grabbing cash to speak up. Glad to see you finally joining the conversation." Jacob's face flushed with embarrassment. Gifts can cloud judgment. He had just claimed multiple $200 red envelope rewards, and now he was being mocked publicly. He felt even more ashamed because he genuinely didn't have much money. Jacob had lived in poverty most of his life since Elaine controlled all their finances. His underprivileged lifestyle made him develop a habit of snatching any free rewards on WeChat. Even a tiny $5 or $8 red envelope could make him happy for days. When Grayson started distributing money in the group, Jacob grabbed the envelopes eagerly without even noticing whose name was on them. When he realized they were $200 each, he was thrilled, but learning the money came from his romantic rival only deepened his embarrassment. He had paid dearly for his impulsiveness. Since Jacob didn't respond to Grayson's taunt, Grayson continued, "Hey, Mr. President, enough with the power trips. We've been out of school for decades. Do you really think you can still boss me around?" Jacob swallowed his pride and replied, "No, I'm not trying to boss you around. I'm just trying to persuade you for your own good." "Huh? For my own good? You're seriously telling me not to return to Oris Hill and spend time with everyone for my own sake? I think the real issue is that you never let go of Matilda. You're worried that when I return to Orphanage Hill, I'll be your rival in love. Grayson Tate. The mention of that name instantly turned Jacob into a green-eyed monster. Grayson Tate came from a wealthy family and had served as the head of the student council's public relations department during their college years. At the time, both he and Aaron Phillips were competing for Matilda's affection. However, Matilda showed no interest in either of them, which only made Jacob more frustrated in his pursuit of her. During Jacob and Matilda's relationship, Grayson repeatedly tried to get under Jacob's skin in hopes of impressing Matilda. After Matilda and Jacob broke up, Grayson seized the opportunity and aggressively pursued her, but she rejected him and moved to the United States instead. Grayson's family was incredibly affluent and influential. Even before he entered college, his father had already expanded their family business into Hong Kong, making them one of the earliest major tycoon families to rise after China's economic reform. Armed with his powerful family background, Grayson even chased after Matilda in the United States, but in the end, he failed to win her over. He finally conceded defeat when Matilda fell in love with an American. Heartbroken, he returned to Hong Kong and took over his father's business. Fast forward more than 20 years, and Grayson had become an established and prominent businessman in Hong Kong. Jacob felt discouraged and anxious. He was painfully aware of how he and Grayson were total opposites. Jacob had no wealth, while Grayson seemed to flourish endlessly. No one could have predicted that Grayson would send out so much money to their group chat, amounting to nearly tens of thousands of dollars. In the messaging group, those who received the generous gifts began showering Grayson with praise. "Wow, Grayson, you're still so enthusiastic. You rushed back so fast after hearing about Matilda. Grayson, aren't you worried that Matilda's husband will get jealous? Yeah. You're flying back to the States in such a hurry, but you might just break your own heart watching Matilda and her husband together. What are you going to tell your wife when you get home?" At that moment, Leah, a close friend of Matilda's, sent a silent emoji and replied, "Hey, let's cut the jokes. Matilda's husband passed away some time ago." As soon as Leah's message appeared, the group flooded with blessing emojis. Many tagged Matilda, saying, "Matilda, we're so sorry for your loss. Please accept our condolences." But this sympathy was mostly superficial. Most of the men in the group didn't truly feel sad about the news, especially not Grayson, who practically lit up with excitement at hearing that Matilda's husband was gone. For years, he had longed for the chance to be with Matilda, the one woman he had never been able to win. Now, with no obstacles standing in his way after her husband's death, he felt renewed hope. Grayson quickly chimed in the group chat, saying, "Oh, my wife passed away a long time ago. I suppose Matilda and I share the same fate." One overly nosy friend responded, "Hey, you and Matilda are a match made in heaven, just like before." Several classmates who had accepted Grayson's red envelope money also joined in. One even remarked, "Grayson, now that you and Matilda are both widowed, you should really consider being together. I remember how deep your feelings for her were. Go for it. You have our blessings." Grayson laughed heartily and replied, "I truly appreciate all your support and blessings. But of course, the decision is up to Matilda, I can't force her." He added, "Besides, I've already decided to return to Orphanage Hill and start my business venture there, no matter what." "What? Why?" someone exclaimed. "Grayson, hasn't your family been settled in Hong Kong for years? Why would you suddenly want to move back to Orphanage Hill? Just look at Matilda. She came back after living in the US for so long. That shows how wonderful Orphanage Hill is. It's where we spent our youth, full of sweat and tears. I'm going back to Orphanage Hill to enjoy my retirement." Jacob could no longer hold his tongue. He sent a message to the group, saying, "Grayson, I strongly advise you to reconsider. Matilda didn't like you back then, and she doesn't like you now. Don't make a fool of yourself." Deep down, however, Jacob felt nervous and insecure. Grayson was a highly successful businessman in Hong Kong, worth hundreds of millions, far ahead of Jacob in every way. Meanwhile, Jacob's life had been difficult for many years, a miserable contrast to the vibrant college life he once had. To make things worse, he was still technically married. He and Elaine hadn't divorced yet, while Grayson was now a widower. Since Matilda was also widowed, she and Grayson were both single in every practical sense. This left Jacob feeling inferior in every aspect. He hadn't seen Matilda in years, and he had no idea what she truly thought now. What if she ended up developing feelings for Grayson when they reunited? Grayson smirked at Jacob's comment and replied, "Wow, I thought our esteemed student council president was too busy grabbing cash to speak up. Glad to see you finally joining the conversation." Jacob's face flushed with embarrassment. Gifts can cloud judgment. He had just claimed multiple $200 red envelope rewards, and now he was being mocked publicly. He felt even more ashamed because he genuinely didn't have much money. Jacob had lived in poverty most of his life since Elaine controlled all their finances. His underprivileged lifestyle made him develop a habit of snatching any free rewards on WeChat. Even a tiny $5 or $8 red envelope could make him happy for days. When Grayson started distributing money in the group, Jacob grabbed the envelopes eagerly without even noticing whose name was on them. When he realized they were $200 each, he was thrilled, but learning the money came from his romantic rival only deepened his embarrassment. He had paid dearly for his impulsiveness. Since Jacob didn't respond to Grayson's taunt, Grayson continued, "Hey, Mr. President, enough with the power trips. We've been out of school for decades. Do you really think you can still boss me around?" Jacob swallowed his pride and replied, "No, I'm not trying to boss you around. I'm just trying to persuade you for your own good." "Huh? For my own good? You're seriously telling me not to return to Oris Hill and spend time with everyone for my own sake? I think the real issue is that you never let go of Matilda. You're worried that when I return to Oris Hill, I'll be your rival in love." Noticing his mother's discomfort about revealing his middle name, Paul offered a polite smile and said, "Everyone, please enjoy the gathering." "Excuse me." Jacob quickly interjected, "Hey, Paul, where are you rushing off to? How about joining us for lunch?" His intention was clear. By engaging Paul in conversation, he was hinting to the others that they shared a bond, implying that he had met Matilda prior to the reunion. This was also a subtle way to indicate to the crowd that they had a special connection, potentially warding off Matilda's admirers. As the others listened to their exchange, they found it curious and somewhat strange. They began to wonder how Jacob and Paul had formed such a close friendship. Paul replied with a smile, "Thanks, but I have to pass. I have a meeting this afternoon." He then added in a measured tone, "I'm meeting with Charlie. He's coming to my new office to assess the Feng shui, so I need to be there to entertain him." Jacob nodded, grinning. "My son-in-law is no expert, but he sure has a good eye for Feng shui. Let him take a look. I doubt he'll charge you after last night's dinner and the wine." Then he continued, "Wait a second, let me call him and see if he can waive your fee." Grayson listened to their banter with a frown of confusion and disappointment. What was happening? Had Paul, Jacob, and his son-in-law already shared a drink together? When did that occur? Was it yesterday? Hadn't Matilda just arrived in Oris Hill yesterday? Did that mean she had already met Jacob upon her arrival? This was quite unusual. Grayson felt increasingly upset and troubled. He couldn't shake the thought that Matilda might still have feelings for Jacob. Paul interrupted Jacob with a smile, saying, "Uncle Wilson, please don't do that. It wouldn't be very nice or professional to ask Charlie to waive the bill. There's no need for that." Matilda chimed in with a smile, "Yes, Paul's right. Jacob, let the kids manage their own matters." Jacob glanced at Grayson during the conversation, grinning at the hint of disappointment on his face. Knowing he had succeeded in his goal, he nodded at Paul and said, "All right then. You go ahead, I'll make sure to take care of your mom. Don't worry about it." This remark only fueled Grayson's irritation. "What do you mean by that? Why does it feel like you're Paul's stepfather?" he thought angrily. "Oh, Jacob Wilson, you took Matilda from me 20 years ago. If you dare to ruin my happiness again, I swear I'll make you pay." Grayson threatened silently, wishing he could eliminate Jacob with his thoughts. In an effort to provoke, he said loudly, "By the way, Jacob, where's your wife? You know, the notorious shrew from our college days. What was her name again?" Her last name is Parker, right? What's her first name? An old friend chimed in, Elaine. Oh yes. Elaine Parker. Grayson laughed mockingly. Jacob, I've heard you and Elaine have quite the affectionate relationship. Where is she? Why didn't you bring her along today? Jacob's expression twisted into a grimace at the mention of Elaine. He replied, visibly irritated, Grayson, cut it out. Elaine isn't from our class, she has no business being here. Grayson sneered with disdain. Listen up, you're a married man. I strongly suggest you steer clear of any flirtations or secret affections for other women. If that sharp-tongued wife of yours finds out, you won't stand a chance. Jacob, infuriated by Grayson's mockery, shot back, what are you talking about, Grayson Tate? I don't cheat, and I certainly don't harbor any secret feelings for anyone. Don't you dare throw around vague accusations just because you think your dirty money gives you power. And don't even try to bring that old soldier into this, I'm not falling for it. Feeling uncomfortable with their ridiculous banter, Matilda interjected, can you both just be quiet? What did I say earlier? We're here for the reunion, not to witness you two bicker like wild animals. If this continues, I'm walking out. Jacob protested innocently, Matilda, you heard him. It's this old coot who's stirring things up. Grayson, a well-known businessman in Hong Kong accustomed to flattery, was irked by Jacob's jab. He slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and shouted, Hey, Jacob, who are you calling an old coot? Jacob shot him a disapproving glare and retorted, You. So what? Grayson smirked. Do you really believe I won't take action against you just because we went to college together? If you push me, you'll wish you hadn't. Do you honestly think I'll let a lowly local like you bully me after I've come back from Hong Kong? What do you really have to stand against me? Jacob instantly felt small. Truth be told, he had nothing with which to confront Grayson, not even 10 grand in his bank account. The villa he lived in was a mere token from Charlie's scam, which paled in comparison to the wealth of a businessman like Grayson. If he truly provoked him, he knew he didn't stand a chance. Just as the tension hung awkwardly in the air, Paul quickly interjected, Uncles, my mother organized today's reunion, so could you please stop arguing for her sake? Jacob quickly replied, All right, Paul, I won't stoop to his level for you. Grayson growled, clearly irritated, Oh, so after calling me names, this is how you want to back down? Do you think I won't slap you right here? A frosty expression crossed Matilda's face as she admonished, Grayson, what do you want? If you insist on causing trouble, I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave. Grayson was frustrated. He felt insulted, but why wasn't Matilda on his side? Meanwhile, Jacob felt embarrassed as well. How was he supposed to respond to Grayson's threat? Should he confront him? But what if Grayson actually followed through? At that moment, an elderly man in his 60s entered the suite. He looked at Paul and said, Mr. Paul, the food is ready. Would you like it served now? Paul was taken aback. Oh, Uncle Oscar, why are you here in person? The mention of Uncle Oscar sent shockwaves throughout the suite. Uncle Oscar? The chief butler of the Moore family, Uncle Oscar. Everyone in the room recognized him as a significant figure with an impressive reputation in Orris Hill. Grayson's haughty demeanor vanished the moment he learned that the man before him was Uncle Oscar. During his time studying in Orris Hill, he had come to understand the immense influence of the Moore family, who stood at the pinnacle of the city's social hierarchy. Despite being a well-known businessman in Hong Kong with a net worth in the hundreds of millions, he was no match for the Moore family's vast wealth, which reached into the hundreds of billions, making even their butler far more powerful than him. Paul was both flattered and surprised by Uncle Oscar's presence in the suite. With a warm smile, Oscar addressed him, saying, Mr. Paul, your connection with the Moore family is noteworthy. When the family was establishing their export operations in the U.S., I had the privilege of accompanying Lord Moore on site visits. Whenever we faced legal challenges, it was your father who came to our rescue. In fact, they shared a personal friendship, although you might not be aware of this since you were still in school at the time. Oscar continued, thus, to the Moore family, you are the son of their savior. We cannot overlook your needs and services, as it reflects on our hospitality and our manners." Paul nodded in appreciation. "Uncle Oscar, please extend my thanks to Lord Moore and let him know I intend to visit him personally once I've settled my affairs and my company begins to thrive in Orris Hill." Uncle Oscar replied with a warm smile, "Absolutely. Just reach out to me, and I'll arrange the time and place. I don't want to impose, so I'll have the kitchen serve your meal now." Paul responded, "All right, I need to leave as well. Let's head out together." "Sounds good," Oscar nodded. As they were about to exit the suite, Grayson quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Oscar. I'm Grayson Tate from Hong Kong Huisite Trading Company. It's a pleasure to meet you." Oscar looked at him with a hint of skepticism and replied, "I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with your company. Do you have any business collaboration with the Moore family?" Grayson bowed slightly and replied graciously, "Oh, I must admit, I've always aspired to work with the Moore family but have yet to find an opportunity. I would be grateful if you could assist me in being introduced to them." Oscar smiled politely. "I appreciate your kind words, but the Moore family has very high standards for their partners. With all due respect, if I have not heard of your company, I doubt they would consider a collaboration." As a seasoned butler who had served a powerful family for many years, Oscar was well versed in the family's business affairs and had a solid understanding of prominent companies nationwide. If he had never encountered the company's name, it likely meant it was a smaller, second-tier firm that wouldn't be considered by a prestigious family like the Moores. Grayson stood frozen in awkwardness. He hadn't anticipated such a straightforward rejection from Oscar, despite the butler's diplomatic tone. Although frustrated, he dared not show his dissatisfaction and instead responded respectfully, "I apologize, Mr. Oscar. That was indeed an unreasonable request on my part." He then sat down, his face burning with embarrassment. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have avoided such humiliation. Not only had he failed to gain anything, but he had also tarnished his reputation in front of his peers. Oscar gave a slight nod in response, exuding an air of majesty and confidence. This was expected, as he had long been regarded as a respected figure in the upper echelons of Orris Hill. Paul turned to the gathering and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your reunion. I'll take my leave now, please excuse me." With deliberate intent, he looked at Jacob and added, "Goodbye, Uncle Wilson." Jacob regarded Paul with a look reminiscent of fatherly affection, saying warmly, "All right, carry on with whatever you have to do." Oscar, visibly surprised, addressed Jacob, "Oh, you are Mr. Wilson, Master Wade's father-in-law, correct?" Jacob felt a wave of astonishment wash over him at the recognition from Oscar, the esteemed butler of the Moore family. How do you know me?" he asked, his expression a mix of shock and curiosity. "With all due respect, Mr. Wilson, Master Wade is the savior of the Moore family, and we are all immensely grateful for his assistance. As his father-in-law, it's only natural that I know you," Oscar replied. Jacob's eyes widened as the realization dawned on him. So, Oscar recognized him solely because of Charlie, his son-in-law. It struck him that Charlie was becoming increasingly ambitious in his schemes. Jacob had believed Charlie was skilled enough to deceive Don Albert and Zeke White, but he had not anticipated that Charlie had also managed to dupe the Moore family, the most influential family in Orris Hill. Paul, who had been listening to the conversation, was equally taken aback. He understood that the Master Wade Oscar referred to was Charlie, but he hadn't realized the extent of Charlie's prowess. Even the distinguished butler of the Moore family held Charlie in such high regard. Moreover, when Oscar said that Charlie was the family's savior, was he referring to the feng shui work Charlie had performed for them? Paul sensed that the air of mystery surrounding Charlie was growing denser. He figured that when Charlie visited his company for the feng shui consultation, he could delve deeper into Charlie's capabilities and gather more insights about him. Oscar then stated graciously, "Mr. Wilson, I had no idea you would be here today. Allow me to personally assist you. Please don't hesitate to let me know if you require anything." The others at the table were left speechless. Many were locals who understood the formidable power of the Moore family, so they were taken aback by Oscar's warm treatment of Jacob. Grayson was also perplexed. He couldn't fathom why Oscar, who had shown him disdain, was so respectful toward Jacob. He had recently looked into Jacob's background, finding him to be nothing more than a fallen figure. The Wilson family was on the brink of financial ruin, Jacob had no money, and he was simply seen as a washed-up old man. So why was Oscar treating him with such deference? Was it solely due to his son-in-law, whom he referred to as Master Wade? Grayson's curiosity about Jacob's son-in-law grew, and he leaned toward his friend, asking quietly, "Hey, do you know anything about Jacob's son-in-law? Who is he?" Grayson, who had always looked down on Jacob, suddenly found himself feeling a sense of dread. Oscar displayed profound respect and reverence toward his son-in-law, which clearly indicated that in Oscar's eyes, Jacob held a higher status than he did. Curious about Jacob's son-in-law, Grayson asked his friends for information, recalling that he had attended the last reunion. With a smile, one of them responded, "Oh, him. I think he's an unemployed house husband, but we're not entirely sure what he actually does for a living." As a businessman, Grayson had experienced enough of life to recognize the disparities among individuals. Oscar's demeanor alone suggested that Jacob's son-in-law was not someone to be underestimated. He must have accomplished significant things to have earned such esteemed recognition from Oscar. This realization filled Grayson with anxiety and fear over the repercussions of his earlier mockery of Jacob. He understood that Oscar's respectful attitude toward Jacob implied that crossing Jacob would not end well for him. With a horrified yet cautious glance at Jacob, Grayson hesitated before saying, "Hey, Jacob, I apologize for what I said earlier. I was just being overly dramatic. We're all friends here, so I hope you won't take it to heart. Let's discuss it, shall we?" Jacob recognized that Grayson's sudden shift in behavior stemmed from his understanding of Oscar's respect toward him, leading him to conclude that Jacob was not someone to mess with. Jacob didn't want to let Grayson off the hook easily, but Matilda interjected, "Jacob, we're all friends. Let's put the past behind us." Reluctantly, Jacob nodded and replied to Grayson, "All right, I'll let it slide for Matilda's sake. I won't retaliate unless provoked, so if you stop irritating me, I'll stop targeting you." Normally, Grayson would have exploded in anger if someone had spoken to him like that, but right now, he dared not respond. He was on the Moore family's turf, and Jacob had clearly earned Oscar's respect. Making a scene here would only lead to his own downfall, so he muttered sheepishly, "Jacob, you're the bigger man here. I'll propose a toast to you later." Witnessing Grayson's sudden change of attitude, the other attendees recognized that Jacob had instilled fear in him. Some were even surprised to see the Moore family treating Jacob's son-in-law with such courtesy and speculated what he had done to earn such an honor. Jacob felt a surge of confidence and pride. He was genuinely astonished that his son-in-law's reputation could still shine brightly, even in his absence. He was certain that his friends would think twice before underestimating him after this encounter. Meanwhile, Paul was on his way to his office at Smith Group Corporate Law. There are distinct differences in behavioral styles between Americans and Chinese individuals. The Chinese often refrain from using their own names for companies, reflecting a cultural inclination toward modesty and humility, traits they value highly. In contrast, Americans tend to be more straightforward and transparent. Many notable American companies are named directly after their founders. Many founders choose to name their companies after themselves, a tradition that highlights their personal connection to the business. A prime example of this is the renowned Boeing Company, an aerospace giant known for manufacturing passenger and military aircraft, as well as space shuttles. This company was named after its founder, William Edward Boeing. Another notable instance is Conrad Hilton, who established the globally recognized Hilton Group, an American multinational hospitality enterprise that oversees and franchises a vast array of hotels and resorts. The Hilton family has long been considered one of America's prominent families. Paul's full name is Paul Smith, with Paul being his first name and Smith his last. His father decided to name their law firm Smith Group Corporate Law, using their family name, which helped the firm achieve a remarkable international reputation over many years of dedicated effort. When Paul made the decision to relocate his firm to Orris Hill, he carefully selected the city's prime central business district and the most prestigious office building in the area, known as Gemdale Plaza. The impressive 58-story Gemdale Plaza stands out as the top 5-star skyscraper in Orris Hill, housing many leading enterprises and companies from the city, the nation, and even around the globe. Smith Group was particularly mindful of their appearance, given their status and the high-profile clients they served, including Fortune 500 companies. This attention to detail justified their investment in a premium location for their firm. It's noteworthy that the Grand Group, acquired by the Wade family for Charlie, is the largest conglomerate in Orris Hill, with a primary focus on real estate. Grand Group manages several upscale office buildings in Orris Hill, including Gemdale Plaza. Charlie felt a bit surprised when he learned that Paul had opted for Gemdale Plaza as the new office for his law firm. He hadn't anticipated Paul selecting a property so closely tied to him. Upon reflection, he recognized it as a smart move since Gemdale Plaza is indeed the finest office building in Orris Hill, providing an impressive facade for a prestigious law firm like Paul's. After having lunch at home, Charlie took a taxi to Gemdale Plaza. Paul's law firm occupied the 27th floor. When Charlie arrived, Paul was already waiting for him at the elevator. "Hi Charlie, thank you for coming to see me." "I really appreciate it," Paul greeted him warmly as soon as he stepped out of the elevator. Charlie smiled in response. "You're welcome. It's truly my pleasure." Paul led Charlie into his office and explained, "I rented this space and immediately began renovations after signing the lease. The renovations are nearing completion. Could you take a look at the overall feng shui of the office? I'd love to know if anything feels off and how I might adjust it." Taking a quick glance around, Charlie noticed that Paul had paid considerable attention to the feng shui design of his office. He remarked with admiration, "Paul, I assume you had a feng shui master assist you? The layout is clearly designed to attract wealth and prosperity right at the entrance. Additionally, there's a configuration aimed at preventing disputes and disasters, which is crucial for a legal firm like yours. Overall, it's a very good arrangement." Paul stared at him in awe. "Wow, Charlie, you really have a keen and professional eye. You can spot the feng shui details immediately." Charlie replied modestly, "Please, save your praise. Your mother and my father-in-law have been friends for many years, it's my honor to help. However, I'm curious about something. Why did you invite me here when you've already consulted a master for the feng shui?" Paul responded honestly, "To be frank, I wanted to see if you truly possess talent in this area. If it seems like I've overstepped, I sincerely apologize." Paul felt a strong sense of curiosity about Charlie. At first, he believed Charlie might be part of the Wade family from Eastcliff. Although this assumption was later challenged, a new question arose in Paul's mind when he heard the title Master Wade mentioned. Paul had invited Charlie over to assess the feng shui layout of his office. He had previously engaged a master to arrange the feng shui designs, and if Charlie couldn't recognize these layouts during his visit, it would indicate that he was not truly deserving of the title Master Wade. However, if Charlie could discern these arrangements clearly, it would demonstrate that he possessed extraordinary abilities. To Paul's surprise, Charlie was able to identify all the feng shui layouts in an instant. These arrangements had been carefully examined and planned by the previous master over a significant period, yet Charlie grasped them all with just a single glance. Rather than feeling irritated by Paul's doubts, Charlie appreciated Paul's straightforwardness and honesty, a quality that is quite rare in today's world. "It's perfectly natural for you to be curious about my skills and seek validation," Charlie remarked to Paul. "However, since I'm here now, it's customary for me to charge a fee for my feng shui services." Although Charlie hadn't intended to request payment during his visit, he felt that, given Paul's candor, he should reciprocate with the same level of transparency. Quickly reaching into his pocket, Paul replied, "Of course. I wouldn't expect your services for free." He pulled out a checkbook, wrote a sum, tore off the check, and handed it to Charlie. "Here you go, Charlie. This is a $1 million check, just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Charlie smiled as he accepted the check. "Thank you for your generosity." After taking a moment to look around, Charlie continued, "While you did consult a master for your office, it seems he overlooked a few things. For instance, the feng shui layout for wealth and fortune at the entrance is excellent, but he failed to arrange the complementary layout behind it, which is a significant oversight." Paul, intrigued, asked, "What do you mean by that?" "In feng shui, there's a saying, the propitious omen and fortune come from the east. Your entrance faces east, making it ideal to set up the Feng Shui layout for fortune there, allowing money to flow into your space. However, you must also ensure that the money stays inside. Pointing toward the back of the office, Charlie added, "Take a look at that side of your office, filled with transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows. In Feng Shui, this is detrimental. It essentially means that money flows in through the entrance and exits straight out the back. Do you know what this phenomenon is called?" Feeling anxious, Paul responded, "Please enlighten me." With a smile, Charlie explained, "This is referred to as a wild goose chase, akin to trying to carry water with a fucking bamboo basket. Although you can fill the basket, the gaps prevent it from holding any water. If you can't retain the money, you may face significant expenses that will drain your finances, leaving you with nothing." Shocked, Paul asked, "What should I do then?" Paul expressed his gratitude with a nod and exclaimed, "Charlie, thank you so much. I'll get someone on it right away." Charlie grinned widely. "Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet." With respect, Paul replied, "Oh, please continue." When applying the films to the windows, it's essential to place a golden pishio on each side of the wall. It must be a pure gold pishio to best attract fortune. The pishio is known for consuming gold, silver, and jewels, but it cannot expel them, making it an ideal symbol for acquiring and preserving wealth. This setup creates a perfect layout for retaining wealth as it flows in, ensuring your business flourishes. Gratefully, Paul clasped his fist and looked at Charlie with admiration, saying, "Wow, you are exceptionally talented. From now on, I'll refer to you as Master Wade like everyone else." Charlie chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, please don't. That would be awkward if my father-in-law or your mother heard you." Paul replied, "In that case, I'll stick with Charlie around them, but I'll switch to Master Wade when they're not around." Without hesitation, Paul pulled out his checkbook again, scribbled something, tore off the page, and handed it to Charlie. "Here, this is an additional fee for your service, please accept it." Charlie glanced at the check before accepting it. Upon seeing the figure of 4 million, he said, "Oh, you're too generous. 1 million is already plenty. I'll keep that amount, but please take this back." Paul insisted, "No, I can't do that. Without you, I would have been chasing shadows in Oris Hill." Charlie waved his hand again. "These are just theories in Feng Shui. Even without my input, your law firm would still thrive, given its long-standing reputation and years of successful service." Paul's tone shifted to seriousness. "To be honest, when my father first started the law firm, he faced several cases and lost them all. The reasons were bizarre. My mom used to say he had such bad luck that he could drown in an inch of water. Later, my mom brought in a Feng Shui master from Chinatown to assess the law firm's layout. Initially, my father dismissed it as mere superstition, but after the master quickly identified my father's misfortunes with just one look at his office, he recognized that Feng Shui is truly remarkable. The master then reorganized the layout of the law firm, and from that point on, business began to thrive, leading us to where we are today." With a sigh, Paul continued, "If it weren't for that Feng Shui master, my father's business might have collapsed early on, and we wouldn't have the Smith Group corporate law as it stands today. That's why I wholeheartedly believe in Feng Shui." Charlie felt surprised to learn this story. He hadn't realized that Paul's family business was sustained by the principles of Feng Shui. This illustrates the magic and power of Feng Shui. You might prepare thoroughly, but without the right opportunities, success can remain elusive. In a unique and subtle way, Feng Shui opens the door for those opportunities to enter your life. Paul held a deep admiration for Charlie. Though American, Charlie had an affinity for Chinese culture that bordered on reverence. His passion for traditional Chinese customs and Feng Shui metaphysics was profound, almost to the level of worship. Charlie's insightful comments and observations left Paul in awe, showcasing an expertise in Feng Shui that seemed boundless. It was easy to understand why someone would invest in a luxurious villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars for Charlie's guidance. Paul recognized the significant role of a Feng Shui master. A skilled practitioner could not only enhance a person's fortune and wealth but could also alter their fate and future. As a result, every Feng Shui master came with a price tag. The more skilled they were, the higher their fees. There were rumors that Ka Xingli, Hong Kong's richest individual, would pay hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars just for a visit from his chosen Feng Shui master. This context made Paul feel that a $4 million check was insufficient. He decided to write a new check for $10 million instead. With that, he tore up the $4 million check and replaced it with a $9 million check, presenting it to Charlie with sincerity. "Charlie, please accept this." Charlie responded earnestly, "Paul, $1 million is more than adequate, please keep the rest." Paul replied with equal sincerity, "Master Wade, in Feng Shui, piety is crucial. In many ways, money represents that piety, so I hope you'll accept it. If not, it may come across as insincere on my part." To Charlie, the number of zeros on Paul's check was irrelevant. He had more than enough, nearly $22 billion, far beyond his needs. Money was the least of his concerns. The appearance fee was merely a formality for Charlie, who didn't mind the amount, although excessive sums felt inappropriate. Seeing Paul's insistence, Charlie relented, saying, "If you're so eager to give me the check, fine, I'll accept it. But if I require your legal services in the future, you must charge me fairly. Deal?" Paul laughed. "How could I do that? You're Master Wade, it's an honor for me to be your legal advisor." Charlie replied, "Then I wouldn't dare come to you for legal matters in the future." Paul quickly countered, "No, please feel free to come to me whenever you need assistance, and I'll make sure you're charged appropriately." "Okay." Charlie nodded, amused. "Deal." He then glanced at his watch and said, "Paul, if that's everything, I need to be on my way." "Excuse me." Paul immediately suggested, "Master Wade, may I invite you to dinner tonight? Would that be all right?" Charlie smiled and shook his head. "Thank you, but I have some business to attend to, so I must go." Paul nodded. "I won't keep you then. Let me see you out. This way, please." Charlie felt a sense of admiration for Paul's straightforwardness. Typically, many Chinese are known for their excessive politeness and enthusiasm. When someone declines a dinner invitation, they often continue insisting until a clear refusal is given. Frequently, these invitations lack genuine intent, yet the formality persists. One striking example of excessive politeness is when a group of people all rush to pay the dinner bill. While many hurry to settle the payment, not everyone is genuinely sincere in their intentions. Their eagerness often feels more like a performance of politeness, as if failing to do so would make them appear immature. As a result, it's common to see several people crowding around the cashier, each arguing and insisting on covering the cost. Amid this chaotic display, Charlie found himself admiring Paul's cleverness and decisiveness. Paul effectively put an end to the fuss when Charlie mentioned he was busy and simply proceeded to see him off. It demonstrated the wise communication style often found among astute individuals. Paul escorted Charlie to the elevator lobby. Taking the initiative, he pressed the elevator button. They both looked at the digital display, which showed an elevator rising from the first floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Paul eagerly gestured for Charlie to enter, but before he could speak, a tall, slender woman in a fitted suit and form-fitting skirt stepped out. She was stunningly beautiful and exuded an air of glamour and allure, embodying the essence of every man's dream. Paul blinked in surprise and said, "What brings you here, Miss Moore?" Just as the woman was about to respond, her gaze fell on Charlie standing beside Paul. Instantly, her composed demeanor brightened into a cheerful smile, reminiscent of a spring morning. "What a surprise, Master Wade. Why are you here?" she said, her voice filled with delight. Jasmine hadn't anticipated running into Charlie, the man she secretly admired, and the unexpected sight made her giggle with joy. Charlie looked up to find Jasmine stepping out of the elevator, accompanied by several bodyguards, each carrying a lovely flower basket. He was equally surprised and smiled. "I'm here to help a friend assess the Feng Shui in his office." Realizing that Paul recognized Jasmine, Charlie concluded they must already know each other. Jasmine beamed and added, "Oh, Master Wade, you know Paul too." I'm here because my grandfather asked me to deliver some flower baskets to congratulate Paul on the opening of his firm. Then, remembering she hadn't formally greeted Paul, she said with slight embarrassment, "Hello, Paul. It's been a while." Paul was astute. Being a lawyer, he had spent years interacting with all kinds of clients, including some less than reputable characters. This honed his ability to read people and interpret their underlying emotions. In fact, the FBI once offered a course designed to train participants to analyze facial expressions, allowing them to detect lies by observing subtle emotional shifts. This advanced psychological training was mandatory for all judicial officers. Paul had developed a particularly keen sense for this skill through his legal studies in the United States, his career as a lawyer, and being raised by two lawyer parents. Thus, with just one glance at Jasmine's expression as she looked at Charlie, Paul immediately knew she had feelings for him. While he felt a twinge of envy at Charlie's charm, capable of capturing the attention of someone as breathtaking as Jasmine, he couldn't help but reflect on the implications of the young mistress of the prestigious Moore family having a crush on a married man. Such a situation could easily turn into a scandal. At that moment, the elegant Jasmine stepped out of the elevator. She was there to deliver flower baskets to Paul, but her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Charlie. Each time she saw Charlie, it felt as though she had been transported back to her 18-year-old self, that blissful age when she first tasted love and passion. Coming from a wealthy and influential family, Jasmine had learned to mature quickly, facing the harsh realities of life sooner than most. She had to master the art of wearing a mask long before her peers. However, ever since she encountered Charlie and fell for him, her ability to maintain that disguise faltered whenever he was near. With a shy demeanor and eyes brimming with admiration, she asked Charlie, "Master Wade, how do you know Mr. Paul? He just arrived in China not too long ago, right?" Charlie responded with a warm smile, "My father-in-law and Paul's mother were college friends, which is how we're connected." Jasmine's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh! What a coincidence!" Paul chuckled. "Yes, it really is. I had no idea you knew Master Wade too, Miss Moore." Jasmine gazed at Charlie affectionately and said, "Master Wade is like a lifesaver to me. Do you remember that time when our goods were rejected as soon as they arrived in the US? The other party claimed the items were defective and threatened to sue us for compensation." Paul nodded promptly. "Of course, I remember. You asked me to travel from the East Coast to the West Coast to help resolve the issue, but by the time I got there, it had already been sorted out." With her heart racing at the memory, Jasmine replied, "Yes, I accidentally disrupted the feng shui at home, which not only harmed our business but also brought me a string of misfortunes, including several accidents on the road." She then revealed the bracelet left to her by her mother and said, "I lost this bracelet, but I got it back all thanks to Master Wade." Paul exclaimed, "Oh! So the renowned feng shui master you mentioned is Master Wade?" Jasmine nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, that's him." Turning to Charlie, Paul's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Master Wade, I had no idea you were the brilliant feng shui master Miss Moore has been praising endlessly." Charlie smiled modestly. "It's just a small trick, really nothing to boast about." Paul quickly interjected, "You're too modest, Master Wade. Without your help, the feng shui setup in my office would have been riddled with flaws." "I'm truly grateful." Paul's respect for Charlie grew immensely, despite Charlie's humility. Moreover, the young mistress of the Moore family genuinely admired Charlie, confirming to Paul that he must be truly exceptional. At that moment, Charlie said, "I have some business to attend to, so please excuse me." Jasmine quickly asked, "Master Wade, where are you headed? Did you drive here? If not, I can give you a ride." Charlie smiled. "Don't you want to spend some time with Paul?" Jasmine shook her head. "Oh no, Paul and I go way back. Now that he's in Oris Hill, we can hang out anytime. Please, let me give you a lift." Seeing this interaction, Paul realized that Jasmine not only had feelings for Charlie but also held him in high esteem. With a knowing smile, he said, "Miss Moore, thank you for the flowers. Please extend my thanks to Lord Moore as well. I'll visit him when I have the chance. If you have something to attend to, please go ahead, I also have some work to take care of. Jasmine glanced at Paul with gratitude. Alright then, I don't want to impose. Let's plan to meet up sometime. See you. Paul, possessing a remarkable IQ and EQ, could easily see that Jasmine was infatuated with Charlie, which explained her eagerness. Recognizing this, he decided to be a gentleman and assist her. Turning to Charlie, Jasmine said, "Shall we go now, Master Wade?" Charlie responded with a polite smile. "Thank you for the ride." With a shy blush, Jasmine smiled back. "You're welcome, Master Wade." Jasmine signaled her bodyguards to bring the flower baskets into Paul's office. After pressing the elevator button, she reached out to prevent the doors from closing and said, "Master Wade, after you." Charlie gave a slight nod and stepped into the elevator, followed closely by Jasmine. As the elevator doors shut, the delicate and luxurious scent of Jasmine's perfume wafted through the air, captivating Charlie's senses. He couldn't help but admire Jasmine's exquisite taste. The light top notes of her fragrance lingered pleasantly, giving off a refreshing vibe that felt both comforting and addictive, without any harshness. Standing beside her, Charlie felt a mix of restlessness and intrigue. Jasmine was undeniably beautiful, exuding a noble aura. What struck him most was her gentle demeanor. She spoke softly and carried none of the typical arrogance associated with wealthy individuals. Once they exited Gemdale Plaza, they walked to Jasmine's car. She opened the door of her Rolls-Royce and gestured for Charlie to take a seat. Once inside the vehicle, Jasmine asked politely, "Master Wade, where would you like to go?" Charlie smiled. "Please take me back to Thompson first." Jasmine furrowed her brow in confusion. "Oh? Didn't you mention having some business to take care of? Why are you heading home all of a sudden?" Maintaining his smile, Charlie explained, "It's still early. I'll just go home and wait." Though still puzzled, Jasmine nodded. "Alright, I'll take you back then." Gathering her courage, she tentatively asked, "Master Wade, may I know when you'll be available? I'd love to invite you to dinner." Charlie paused for a moment before responding, "How about we take a rain check? I've been quite busy lately, especially today." He had already shared his plans with Isaac. Once Elaine was set to be released, the detention center would specifically instruct her to call him, and he would be there to pick her up. His intention for picking her up was clear. He wanted to witness firsthand how much she had suffered. This woman, who dared to steal $21.9 billion, wouldn't learn her lesson unless she faced the consequences. $21.9 billion. If he chose not to show her mercy and wasn't concerned about revealing his identity, he wouldn't hesitate to report the theft to the police. With such an astronomical amount involved, Elaine could be facing a suspended death penalty. She should count herself lucky to be released after merely a few days of hardship. Upon Elaine's return to the detention center after her police questioning, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and restlessness as she awaited the outcome. Uncertain whether the police would let her go, she poured her heart into prayer. In the 2 days since her confinement, she had endured a level of torment unlike anything she had ever faced before. At this moment, she felt on the brink of collapse, haunted by the fear that she might not survive this ordeal unless she was released. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson was a bundle of nerves when she learned that Elaine had been summoned to the police station for questioning that morning. She was concerned that Elaine might divulge the bullying she had endured at the hands of Lady Wilson and Gina during their time together in the cell. Additionally, Lady Wilson feared that Elaine might request a transfer to another cell. If that happened, it would mean the loss of her greatest and only source of amusement in the detention center. For a long time, Lady Wilson had been feeling low, burdened by the misfortunes that had befallen the Wilson family. However, her spirits had lifted since Elaine was locked up in the same cell with her, restoring some joy and vibrancy to her life. She found herself grinning at the thought of her own impending release in 10 days, while pondering that Elaine could face imprisonment for 10 or even 20 years. As soon as she returned, Elaine curled up in the corner of the cell. Lady Wilson approached her with a smirk and asked, "Hey, I heard you were called to the station for questioning?" Elaine glanced up, her voice trembling as she replied, "Yes, Mom, they wanted to ask me something." Lady Wilson's tone turned icy as she pressed, "Did you spill any secrets? Did you complain to them?" Elaine shook her head in fear, insisting, "No, Mom. Please don't worry, I didn't tell them anything about what happened in the cell. They just asked me questions about the case." Relieved, Lady Wilson let out a breath and scoffed, "Have you talked to a lawyer yet? How long do you think your sentence will be? 10 years? 15? With a helpless shake of her head, Elaine murmured, "I haven't hired a lawyer, so I really don't know how long I could be sentenced." Elaine would never dare share her hope that she might soon be released, fearing that if they learned of her potential freedom, they would unleash their wrath upon her. So, she resolved to keep that thought to herself until the moment the police came to set her free. Lady Wilson, with a sinister smirk, proclaimed, "I heard you could be looking at a minimum of 15 years because of the severity of your situation." She sighed dramatically but continued, her voice laced with excitement, "15 years, Elaine. Just think about that, 15 years. I can hardly endure 15 days. How will you manage?" "Oh, I'm so worried for you." Elaine mumbled timidly, "I don't know, Mother. I'm terrified right now. I can't even fathom what it would be like to be locked up for 15 years. At that moment, Gina approached, slapping Elaine twice across the face and growling, "A shameless wretch like you, who stole another woman's husband, deserves to rot in jail forever. Consider Matilda Mark, who was forced to flee to the United States. Even though I don't know her personally, I feel a surge of anger every time I think about what you did to her. I want to avenge her." Gina then viciously grabbed Elaine by the hair and continued to slap her face relentlessly. Blood soon trickled from the corner of Elaine's mouth. Just as Gina decided to pause, Lady Wilson, observing the scene with a cold demeanor, prepared to deliver her own punishment. She forcefully grabbed Elaine's ear, causing her to cry out in pain. "Mom, why are you pulling my ear? What did I do wrong this time?" Elaine cried out. Lady Wilson let out a cold snort. "What do you mean, what did you do wrong? As long as you're alive and breathing, you're in the wrong. Your only option is to die and stop wasting precious oxygen in this world." A sharp pain shot through Elaine's ear, making her tremble with fear. It felt as if her ear might be torn right off, yet she dared not show any sign of disobedience. Instead, she swallowed her bitterness and braced herself against the pain and suffering. Just a little longer, and I'll escape this hellhole. Once I'm out, that useless old woman will be free in just a few days too. Until then, she'll find herself with no place to go, no food to eat, and she'll probably end up dying in the streets. That's when I'll get my revenge. Did the old woman really think she would be stuck here for 10 long years? She even dared to dream that she would be welcomed at the Thompson First Villa with that ridiculous letter. What a joke! The old woman had never guessed that not only would Elaine not be imprisoned for a decade, but she would be released soon. Elaine eagerly anticipated the day the prison guards would finally let her go. The old lady would be left stunned and despondent, likely filled with frustration. She might just perish right here. Indeed, Lady Wilson had not expected Elaine's release. She was convinced that Elaine would remain in jail for the rest of her life. This was why she treasured Elaine's letter, believing it would secure her place in the Thompson First Villa when her time came to be freed in about 10 days. Oh, how she longed for the Thompson First Villa, her dream home. After finally moving into that villa, she had no intention of leaving. She intended to stay there until her last breath. Her beliefs leaned toward the superstitious and conservative. She was convinced that dying in a luxurious mansion would ensure her reincarnation into a wealthier family in her next life, allowing her to enjoy endless prosperity. At that moment, the prison guards approached their cell. Lady Wilson reluctantly released her grip on Elaine's ear. After pinching it with all her might, Elaine's ear was left red, swollen, and slightly torn, with a bit of bleeding at the lobe. Tears streamed down Elaine's cheeks from the agony, but she was on the verge of bursting with excitement at the sight of the prison guards. They were finally here. They were here to set her free. She was about to regain her freedom. She could finally return to the grand mansion, fill her stomach with delectable food, and sleep peacefully. For the past 2 days, she had barely eaten, managing only a couple of mouthfuls of porridge off the floor. Sleep had eluded her, and she had been running a fever. It was all too tragic. She could hardly wait to leave this place. The guard marched up to the cell, swung the door open, and called out, "Yard time. Everyone, line up. Yard time." Elaine felt her heart plummet as if it had dropped below zero. Were the guards really here just for yard time? Were they not coming to release her? Had they not received the news about her release? Elaine felt a wave of distress wash over her, but she understood that the prison guards held complete authority over them. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly followed the others out of the cell. Once they reached the yard, the guards commanded, "First, run 3 laps around the yard, then you can roam freely for half an hour. After that, line up at the entrance of the yard to return to your cell." The inmates quickly formed a line. Gina, the leader of the cell, organized the queue. She shot a disapproving look at Elaine and snapped, "You, get to the front. Everyone will be watching you. If you don't run properly, I'll make you regret it." Turning to the rest of the inmates, she added, "You too, support the old lady and make sure she doesn't tire out." Lady Wilson chuckled softly. "Oh, Gina, you're too considerate. I may be older, but I'm still quite fit. I can manage just fine and will walk slowly behind you." Gina nodded and yelled, "Get ready, run." Despite the pain from the recent beatings and her weakened state from not eating for 2 days, Elaine stood at the front of the line. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself to run as the command rang out, followed closely by the rest. Her movements were sluggish and unsteady, as if she might collapse at any moment. Her legs felt like jelly the moment she began to run, nearly causing her to fall. A woman behind her kicked her in the waist and spat, "Hey, you husband-stealing SL*T, you can't even run. What good are you, you worthless piece of trash?" Another woman cackled menacingly, "That SL*T knows how to steal a husband. She might not know how to run, but she certainly knows how to get into a man's bed." Laughter erupted from the line, echoing loudly. Elaine clenched her lips, stifling the humiliation rising within her, and pushed forward. As she ran, she noticed 3 intimidating women standing at the edge of the yard, their eyes fixed on her as if they could see right through her. As she passed them, one of the women reached out and grabbed her shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. The entire group halted as Elaine was caught. Gina stepped forward, demanding, "Hey, what's going on here?" The 3 women glared at them with piercing eyes. The one who had grabbed Elaine bore a terrifying scar that ran from the corner of her left eye down to her right chin, splitting her face in a haunting way. Though Gina was the leader in her cell, she was just an ordinary peasant woman. She might have been able to intimidate Elaine, but facing someone with a knife was a different matter. Upon seeing the scarred woman, Gina realized that they were not to be trifled with and wisely decided to keep her distance. The scar-faced woman asked, "I'm looking for someone named Elaine Parker. Is she in your cell? Which one is she?" Elaine's heart raced at the mention of her name. She shook her head vigorously and stammered, "I don't know. I've never heard of anyone named Elaine." Lady Wilson pointed at Elaine and shouted, "Don't believe the shameless liar. She is Elaine." Wendy chimed in, "Yes, that's her. She's Elaine Parker. She's a scammer too." The scar-faced woman turned to Elaine and struck her face with a fierce slap. The force behind it was immense, her muscular build giving her a strength that far surpassed Gina's. Elaine was sent crashing to the ground, hitting the uneven yard hard. She even lost a tooth, blood spilling from her mouth, creating a chaotic scene around her. As the scar-faced woman loomed menacingly, everyone began to back away, their fear palpable. In stark contrast, Lady Wilson wore a bright, joyful smile, clearly reveling in Elaine's misfortune. The sight of Elaine being punished brought her immense satisfaction. Wendy shared in this wicked glee. The harsh slaps Elaine had endured over the past 2 days seemed trivial compared to the force of the one she received today. The scar-faced woman's strength was undeniable, as she effortlessly sent Elaine crashing to the ground with just a single strike. Meanwhile, Elaine quaked in sheer terror. Having experienced beatings for 2 continuous days, the pain itself was no longer the issue for her. What she couldn't comprehend was the reason behind the scar-faced woman's attack. Was she part of the international scam group that had come to settle old scores? As Elaine trembled, Gina offered a sheepish grin to the scar-faced woman, saying, "Sister, we don't know this woman at all. If you want to take your anger out on her, feel free. You can even take it as far as you want, but we really should get back to our laps. Can we please get on with it?" The scar-faced woman snarled, "This is none of your concern. Get out of my way, or you'll be next." Gina quickly waved to the other inmates and called out, "Let's move, ladies. Follow my lead. Left, right, left, left, right, left." The inmates promptly fell in line, chanting left, right, left as they marched away. Soon, only the three women and Elaine remained in the area. In a quivering voice, Elaine pleaded, "Boss, what have I done to deserve this? Please, just tell me." The scar-faced woman responded with a swift kick to Elaine's stomach, sending her rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. Then, she produced a black card and asked with a menacing tone, "Hey, Elaine, look up. Do you recognize this card?" Elaine's heart raced as she looked up and spotted the card. It was unmistakable. It was the same card she had stolen from Charlie. Were these women truly connected to the scam syndicate? This morning, the police had informed her that they hadn't captured anyone yet. Why were these accomplices now locked up? They knew her. It was very possible they were here to settle a score, perhaps even because of her actions that led to their arrest. What if they actually killed her? She was so close to being released. It would be disastrous to lose her life now. Her face was a mess of tears and snot as she sobbed, "No, I don't know anything about the card. You've made a mistake." "Mistake? Are you King serious?" The scar-faced woman yanked on Elaine's hair, slapped her hard across the face, and growled, "Do you have any idea why we're here? It's all because of you, you worthless piece of garbage. You tipped off the police and got us arrested. We could be facing life in prison because of you." Elaine howled, "I'm so sorry. I truly am. I'm a victim too. I thought it was just a regular bank card, I had no clue about the syndicate." With a tight grip on Elaine's hair, the scar-faced woman shouted angrily to her companions, "Damn it. Beat her up, girls. We'll take our time breaking her down. She's going to be stuck in here for 10 or 20 years anyway. From now on, we'll make sure to punish her twice a day until she's done for." Upon hearing the commotion, the other two women sprang into action, joining forces with a furious onslaught of punches and kicks directed at Elaine. With each strike, Elaine cried out in agony, unable to suppress her pain. These three aggressors had been sent by Isaac with the intention of intimidating Elaine and delivering a harsh lesson. His goal was to instill fear in her, making her think she was in serious trouble. This tactic was designed to ensure that she wouldn't dare cause any issues for Charlie once she was released from the detention center. At that moment, Elaine lay on the ground, writhing in pain after enduring a prolonged beating, her cries for mercy echoing around her. The other inmates, who had been running, halted in their tracks, stunned by the intensity of Elaine's screams and the sight before them. While Gina had played a role in the assault, her level of cruelty paled in comparison to that of the other three inmates, who seemed intent on inflicting severe harm on Elaine. Clearly, these three were not ordinary inmates. "Oh, how unfortunate she is. She's truly in a terrible situation," Gina remarked with a sigh. "Elaine is taking such a beating. I'm actually starting to feel a bit sorry for her." Lady Wilson, witnessing Elaine's brutal treatment, laughed with delight, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Beat that cunning woman to a pulp. Make her so battered that she can no longer spout her vicious words." Wendy joined in, clapping excitedly and urging, "Hit her. Hit her harder. Punch that broken face." As Elaine lay there, the scar-faced woman noticed she was nearly beaten to death and quickly interjected, "All right, let's keep her alive. If we kill her now, we won't have the chance to beat her for the next 20 years. How else will we vent our frustrations?" With that, the other two inmates ceased their assault on Elaine. Elaine's face was a mess of bruises, and she lay on the ground, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her cheeks. The scar-faced woman stepped closer, coldly declaring, "Let me make this clear, your days of comfort are long gone. This is the consequence of your own actions. Just wait and see. You will wish for death before this is over." Overwhelmed with fear, Elaine could only cry uncontrollably. The suffering brought on by Charlie's black card had been more harrowing than the trials of any Buddhist monk in scripture. Since she had taken the black card, Elaine had faced not only beatings but also hunger and starvation. She had endured the cold without respite and even faced cold showers. After being drenched with icy water, she had been forced to sleep in the toilet. This was nothing short of a tragedy. Seeing Elaine in such a pitiful state, the scar-faced woman kicked her and sneered, "Go ahead and cry. Keep it up, and I'll break all your teeth." Immediately, Elaine fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Having already lost her 2 front teeth and 1 molar, she feared that if the woman truly broke her jaw, her life would be forever altered. Noticing Elaine's sudden quietness, the scar-faced woman smirked and said, "All right, you can leave now." Relief washed over Elaine, even as she struggled to stand after the brutal beating. She began to crawl away as quickly as she could, desperate to distance herself from the 3 women. After their attack, the trio turned and walked away. Just then, 2 prison guards appeared, instructing Gina to assist in bringing Elaine back to their cell. Although Gina despised Elaine, a flicker of compassion stirred within her after witnessing the severe beating Elaine had endured. Utilizing her strength, Gina helped Elaine to her feet and escorted her back to their cell. Meanwhile, the other inmates trailed behind, each lost in their own thoughts about the unfolding events. Within the confines of the detention center, the reactions of the inmates varied. Some felt empathy for Elaine, while others simply relished the drama unfolding before them. A few were gripped by their own fears regarding the precarious situation. Meanwhile, as Elaine was escorted back to her cell, Charlie received a phone call from Isaac. "Young master," Isaac said on the line, "I've dispatched some individuals to give Elaine a taste of her own medicine. By the time she's out of the detention center, she'll think twice before uttering your name." Charlie responded nonchalantly, "That sounds like a job well done." Isaac continued, "But if I may speak freely, your mother-in-law has crossed a line. She attempted to steal a significant amount from you. Wouldn't it be wiser to hand her over to the police? She deserves at least a suspended death sentence. Why let her go?" Charlie offered a wry smile before explaining, "You don't quite get it. My mother-in-law is my ticket." Isaac was taken aback. "Ticket? Young master, what do you mean?" Charlie couldn't disclose that Elaine was a means to rekindle intimacy with his wife, so he replied coolly, "Let's not delve into that. Just make the necessary arrangements. It's nearly time for her release." "Understood," Isaac affirmed before promptly stating, "I'll make the arrangements right away." At that moment, Elaine lay weeping on her wooden bed. This was the first time she had been able to rest on it since her incarceration. Gina, feeling a flicker of pity for Elaine after witnessing her brutal encounter with 3 other inmates, had offered her bed for some much-needed comfort. As Lady Wilson re-entered the cell, she cast a derisive glance at Elaine. "Oh, Elaine, what have you done to upset so many people? Why else would they want to hurt you? I can't help but wonder how you plan to survive in this detention center." Elaine felt her world crumbling around her. She began to doubt her fate and wondered if the police had decided to keep her locked up indefinitely. If that were true, a bleak future awaited her. She faced the grim reality of being beaten within the cell and facing more violence upon her release. Wendy chimed in, "Grandma, I doubt this B*TCH will last another 10 to 20 years. At this rate, she'll probably be dead in 2 to 3 months." Lady Wilson laughed heartily. "Oh, she deserves every bit of it." Then, taking a seat in front of Elaine, Lady Wilson gazed at her battered face and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Elaine, did you ever imagine you'd find yourself in such a predicament? This is fantastic. You can continue to suffer here while Wendy and I enjoy life in the villa at Thompson First in just a few days." With a sense of injustice, Elaine retorted, "Even if you wish to live in that villa, there's no need for you to curse me and wish me dead. No matter what, I'm still part of the Wilson family, your son's wife and the mother of your granddaughter. How can you be so heartless?" Lady Wilson sneered back. Of course, I'm cruel to you. I've never considered you a true daughter-in-law of the Wilson family. A worthless person like you could never belong. Once I'm out of here, I'll have my son find me a proper daughter-in-law. Then we will enjoy genuine family happiness while you rot in this miserable prison." Elaine felt her anger boiling over at Lady Wilson's words. What? The old woman wanted Jacob to find a new wife? Did she really think she could enjoy family bliss with a new spouse? This wicked old lady was lost in her fantasies. Just wait. Elaine was determined to escape this place. When she did, she would relish the look on Lady Wilson's face when she realized that the tables had turned. As Elaine was consumed by her thoughts, the prison guard suddenly swung open the cell door. "Elaine! You're being released. Follow me to gather your belongings and complete the necessary formalities. Your family can come to pick you up afterward." The prison guard's announcement left everyone in the cell in shock. Lady Wilson and Wendy couldn't believe what they were hearing. What was happening? Hadn't they been told that Elaine was guilty of fraud? Weren't they informed that she would be confined to this detention center for a minimum of 10 years, or possibly even longer? So why was she being released now? If Elaine was free to go, how would they manage to live in the villa at Thompson First upon their release in just 10 days? Lady Wilson was overcome with panic. At that very moment, Elaine, who had been feeling utterly defeated, suddenly leaped from her bed, brimming with excitement upon hearing the guard's words. The pain from earlier beatings faded away as she felt rejuvenated by this unexpected news. Thank goodness! She was finally able to leave this detention center. Elaine jumped and cheered, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! This is incredible! I'm getting out of here! Ha ha ha! I can't believe it! I'm going to live in my villa at Thompson First." After her ecstatic outburst, Elaine turned to Lady Wilson and began taunting her, "Ha ha ha! You wicked old woman! I bet you never thought I would be the first to leave this place! Ha ha ha! And you too, Wendy! You both can enjoy your remaining time in here. Make the most of it. When you finally get out, you won't have a roof over your heads. You'll be out on the streets. I can't believe you two actually thought you could live in my villa at Thompson First. Dream on. When you're released, you might as well visit your ancestors' graves and see if any of them are worthy enough to stay in my villa. Not that either of you paupers stand a chance." Lady Wilson trembled with rage. At that moment, she wished for nothing more than for Elaine to just disappear. She deeply regretted not encouraging Gina to do something about Elaine before this moment. Now, this cunning woman was about to walk free right in front of her. There was no sense of poetic justice. Wendy shouted in anger, "You be *tch. Don't celebrate too soon. The court could still hand down a life sentence, and you might never step outside again." Elaine shot back with fury, "Screw you. My grievances are cleared. I'm about to regain my freedom. You miserable vagrants should start praying for your own luck." After her outburst, Elaine glared at Gina, gritting her teeth as she cursed, "Gina, you ugly fat pig from the countryside. Who gave you the nerve to hit me and force me to kneel and lick porridge off the ground? Just wait. When you get out of here, I'll make sure someone beats you to a pulp. You think you're so devoted to your mother? Just wait. I'll find your mother's grave and scatter her ashes." Gina was seething with rage, wishing she could take Elaine down right then and there. As she prepared to confront Elaine, the prison guard interjected, "Elaine, do you want to leave or not?" Elaine quickly responded, "Yes. I'm leaving. I don't want to stay here for another second." The guard instructed, "Then hurry up and follow me to gather your things." With the guard present, the other inmates were unable to lash out at Elaine, though they glared at her, filled with suppressed anger. Gina's fury toward Elaine intensified. She despised anyone who dared to insult her mother. How could Elaine even think of desecrating her mother's ashes? That was unforgivable. At this moment, Elaine brimmed with confidence. As she gathered her things, she addressed those around her, saying, "Just a heads up to all of you who've ever raised your hands against me, you won't get a chance to escape." Let me make this clear, I'm quite powerful out there. Starting today, I'll be waiting for each of you to be released from this detention center. I'll make sure to give you a proper beating when you leave. Let's see if you dare to bully me ever again." Elaine unleashed a torrent of curses upon the other inmates, leaving their faces twisted with anger and disgust. Once she finished her tirade, Elaine felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her. Having completed her packing, she was ready to leave with the prison guard when an unexpected urge hit her. She needed to pee. "Damn it, why now?" she grumbled to herself. Then she continued, "No way. The air in this cell is terrible. If I take my urine out of here, I'll surely bring bad luck. I must relieve myself completely before I go." With that thought, Elaine shot a sneer at Lady Wilson and Gina, saying disdainfully, "I just happen to have a load of pee right now. I'm leaving it here for you all." After her taunt, she began humming to herself and turned to walk into the toilet. Outside, the group fell silent, their anger simmering as they dealt with Elaine's provocation. Lady Wilson clutched her chest, seething, "I can't believe this. I'm so furious. My ungrateful son must have come to bail her out." Gina questioned, "Your son bails her out but not you? Isn't that just awful?" With a pained expression, Lady Wilson lamented, "My son's useless. He's always under her thumb, controlled by that scheming woman. They want me out of the picture, they want me gone." Then, Lady Wilson slyly turned to Gina, sowing discord, "Gina, this woman is truly vicious. If she threatens to disturb your mother's grave, you can bet she'll follow through. You need to stay strong." Gina felt blood rush to her head at Lady Wilson's words, anger coursing through her veins as she trembled. Clenching her teeth, she shot up and rushed straight to the toilet. This was her last chance to show Elaine a lesson. If she didn't act now, that witch would slip away. Seeing Gina storm into the bathroom, Lady Wilson quickly followed her inside. Meanwhile, Wendy and a few other inmates who had endured Elaine's taunts also rushed into the restroom. Elaine was caught off guard mid-pee when suddenly someone slammed the toilet door open. Gina burst in, raised her leg, and kicked Elaine right into the toilet bowl. With Elaine stuck and her legs sticking out, pain shot through her as she realized she couldn't pull herself up. Gina, consumed by thoughts of Elaine's threats to disturb her mother's grave, felt a surge of rage. "Let's beat her up. Today we'll teach this wretch a lesson. Let's see how she can keep acting tough," she shouted to the others. The group began to pummel Elaine, who was completely unprepared. She screamed as she tried to block the onslaught of fists and feet, but her efforts were futile. Wendy, with a fierce glint in her eyes, had long wanted to get back at Elaine but never had the chance. Seeing the others targeting Elaine's upper body, Wendy stepped forward, grabbing one of Elaine's legs. She called out to Lady Wilson, "Grandma, why don't we break this B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''' '� "Absolutely," Lady Wilson replied, gritting her teeth in agreement. When Lady Wilson came to terms with the reality that her dream of moving into the villa at Thompson First was completely dashed, her feelings toward Elaine turned bitter. She hated Elaine intensely. Adding to her frustration was Elaine's audacity. The way Elaine arrogantly insulted and reprimanded her only fueled Lady Wilson's resentment. For Lady Wilson, the last thing she wanted was to witness Elaine escape from her suffering, yet it seemed like Elaine was on the verge of being released. If Elaine was about to be freed, this was Lady Wilson's final chance to confront her and teach her a lesson. Missing this opportunity could mean she would never get another chance. With that thought in mind, Lady Wilson disregarded her age and frailty. She lifted her leg as high as she could and forcefully brought her foot down onto Elaine's knee. The sound of a crack echoed, prompting a tragic scream from Elaine. She felt a sharp, excruciating pain in her leg. It had to be broken. Lady Wilson felt a rush of excitement after successfully breaking Elaine's leg with a single blow. However, due to her abrupt movement, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The impact caused her to hit her coccyx, eliciting a yelp of pain as she cried out, "Ouch! Ouch!" In contrast, Elaine was in a far worse condition. As she noticed her right knee bending unnaturally, she screamed, "Ah! My leg! My leg is broken. The prison guard, hearing the commotion, shouted, "What's going on in there?" Upon hearing this, everyone quickly stopped what they were doing and stepped aside. Gina glanced at Elaine's leg and couldn't help but smirk, saying, "Ha ha ha." This B***TCH was bragging about her impending release and trying to humiliate the old lady. Now look at her, she broke her own leg. She totally deserves it. After her remark, Gina hurried to assist Lady Wilson, helping her up and out of the restroom. Elaine cried out, "Prison guard! Please help me. My leg is broken." As the prison guard entered the restroom, she immediately saw Elaine's dire situation. Frowning, she asked, "What's going on here?" Gina stood up and explained, "I don't know." The old lady came to use the restroom, but Elaine tried to attack her and ended up slipping and falling. That's how this happened. Lady Wilson, wincing in pain, added, "Yes. This beast tried to hit me. My coccyx feels broken. I'm in agony." Elaine countered, "You're lying. You all are the ones who hurt me and broke my leg." With a sneer, Gina retorted, "What proof do you have? Over 20 people here witnessed you trying to attack the old lady. Do you really want to argue with us about this?" Elaine pointed at the crowd and shouted, "You all were involved in beating me and breaking my leg." The prison guard frowned, realizing that it was unlikely for someone to break their leg without cause, especially in a restroom. Clearly, Elaine's injury was a result of the inmate's actions. However, handling such a situation would be manageable if only one person were involved. With so many individuals implicated, it would be nearly impossible to determine who was responsible. First, dealing with all the inmates was impractical. Secondly, getting them to confess who had assaulted Elaine would be a significant challenge, requiring her to isolate each one for questioning. As she contemplated this, she finally said, "All right, Elaine. If this continues, you won't be leaving the detention center today. If you truly want us to investigate this matter, be prepared to wait a long time for your release." Elaine sobbed as she exclaimed, "I can't just let them break my leg without consequences, can I?" The prison guard responded with indifference, "If you wish to file a report against them, you may do so. However, if you follow the usual procedures, the police will likely require you to come to the station for questioning to document your statement. Allow me to be frank, there are over 20 individuals here, and they could easily contradict your account. This could backfire on you. If they all claim you were the one who tried to harm the old lady, you might end up making things worse for yourself." Elaine felt a wave of desperation wash over her at the guard's words. She recognized that this group of inmates was not just untrustworthy, they were tightly knit under Gina's command. Moreover, Elaine had stirred up public ire. If she decided to take this issue to the authorities, it was highly likely they would band together to turn the blame on her. In that scenario, she would only complicate her own situation further. It was apparent that escaping this place as soon as possible would be her best option. With this in mind, Elaine nodded grimly and declared, "I want to leave now. I want out immediately." The prison guard gave a slight nod and assisted Elaine as they exited the restroom. She guided her slowly out of the cell. Once outside, Elaine turned back and warned Lady Wilson, "Old lady, you're finished. Just wait for me, I'll break both your legs sooner or later." Lady Wilson shot back coldly, "You be***TCH. Your retribution will come sooner or later." Ignoring her, Elaine glared at Gina and hissed, "Gina, you dog. Just wait. When I get out of here, I'll definitely turn your mother's grave upside down and scatter her ashes." Gina screamed back, "I'll kill you if you even think of doing that." With the guard's support, Elaine limped away but turned to shout, "Just watch and see if I dare. Make sure to visit your mother's grave when you're released, because you'll see how I've turned it over and scattered her ashes." With that, Elaine followed the prison guard out of the detention center without looking back. The guard escorted Elaine to the office area of the detention center, leading her into an office where 2 police officers handling her case awaited her arrival. As the officers noticed Elaine limping in with the guard's assistance, they were taken aback. The prison guard explained, she had an altercation with another inmate in the restroom, resulting in a minor leg injury. Elaine retorted angrily, "Minor injury? Can't you see my leg is broken? The prison guard replied coolly, it seems my words are falling on deaf ears. Do you want me to bring all your cellmates in for questioning with the Public Security Bureau? If you truly want to pursue this, be prepared to stay locked up for an additional 3 to 5 days. One of the police officers chimed in, Elaine, don't you think it's a blessing that you can leave the detention center now? As for your leg, you can seek treatment at the hospital as soon as you're released, and you should heal completely in 3 to 5 months. Elaine nodded forlornly and asked, Officer, when can I expect to be released? The officer inquired, do you recall everything we discussed prior? Elaine quickly affirmed, don't worry. I remember it all. I won't say a word about anything once I'm out of here, even if someone threatens me. Earlier that afternoon, Elaine had faced severe violence and intimidation from 3 particularly ruthless women. The shock of it all had made her acutely aware of the significant danger she faced as a result of this incident. Thus, she simply wanted to disappear now. Why would she dare to bring this up with anyone? The police officer appeared pleased with her response and returned Elaine's cell phone, stating, all right then. You can call your son-in-law now to pick you up and take you home. As soon as Elaine received her cell phone back from the police officer, she immediately switched it on. During her time in the detention center, she hadn't been able to use her phone at all, leaving her unable to reach out to her husband or daughter. Now, with her phone in hand, a wave of strong grievance washed over her. Her husband and daughter were completely unaware of the inhumane treatment and suffering she had endured over the past 2 days. Unfortunately, she knew she couldn't share her experiences with them. Elaine was acutely aware that discussing her ordeal could put her life in danger, either from the criminals or the police, which might lead to her being locked up again. Once her phone powered up, Elaine noticed a flood of text messages waiting for her. Almost every message was from her daughter, Claire. Seeing her daughter's worried messages brought Elaine comfort, but it also sparked a troubling thought. Why hadn't her husband sent her any messages? She had been missing for 2 days, wasn't he the least bit concerned? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Elaine felt a growing dissatisfaction. I never expected Jacob to be so indifferent. I've been gone for so long, and he hasn't even bothered to text me. I'm definitely going to confront him about this later. Just then, the police officer interrupted her thoughts, saying, stop scrolling through your messages. Call your son-in-law to come pick you up. Elaine quickly responded, Officer, do I really have to ask him? Just thinking about that man frustrates me. I can't stand him. Can't I ask my daughter instead? Upon hearing her words, the officer slammed his hands on the table and replied sternly, the reason we want you to contact your son-in-law is to check if the criminal organization is monitoring him. If we act recklessly, they could target you, and you might be in danger tonight. Don't say I didn't warn you. Elaine trembled at the officer's warning. Okay, I'll call my son-in-law right now. Officer, please keep an eye on things and see if the criminals are watching him. The officer nodded and replied coldly, don't worry. If you follow our instructions, we'll investigate this matter. Relieved, Elaine said, I'm going to call him now. The officer then asked, do you know what to say? Yes, I do. Elaine grimaced as she replied, I'll tell him I was deceived by an MLM organization and arrested by the police. Now that my name is cleared, I can finally go home. The officer nodded and waved his hand, signaling her to make the call. Meanwhile, Charlie was anxiously waiting for Elaine's call at home. When his cell phone rang, he quickly picked it up, realizing it was his mother-in-law calling. He answered hurriedly. Mom? Where are you? We've been searching everywhere for you these past 2 days. We're going crazy with worry. Charlie's concern was palpable as he spoke. Though Elaine disliked Charlie intensely, she kept those feelings to herself. Charlie, I'm at the city detention center. Can you come pick me up? Charlie responded, Mom, we don't have any cars at home right now. Can I take a cab to pick you up instead? Elaine retorted, have both cars been taken out? Charlie explained, Claire went to her workplace, and Dad went to a class reunion. Gathering? Elaine exclaimed. That idiot Jacob still wants to go out for a gathering? Who is he meeting up with? Charlie responded, he's meeting some of his old classmates. I'm not sure about the details. Should I call him? Elaine snapped back, I need you to pick me up first. I'm injured and need to get to the hospital right now. Charlie asked, Mom, what happened? Are you okay? Elaine retorted angrily, my leg is broken. Stop asking questions and get here now. Charlie said, all right, I'll head over right away. After ending the call, Charlie quickly left the house and grabbed a cab, heading straight to Oris Hill Detention Center. While en route, he called Claire, saying, honey, Mom just called. I'm on my way to pick her up. Claire's voice lit up with excitement, really? Did Mom actually call you? Where is she? Is she alright? Charlie explained, she's at the Oris Hill Detention Center. Apparently, she got involved with some MLM scam and was arrested 2 days ago. She's finally being released today. Claire suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She had suspected that their mother had been deceived by a pyramid scheme, but she hadn't anticipated that the police would arrest her. It was clear that she needed to speak with her mother and warn her not to trust anyone who promised quick riches. Determined, Claire said, I'm coming over too. I'll meet you at the detention center. Charlie quickly replied, no need to come all the way here. Mom mentioned she's injured, so I'll take her straight to the hospital. You can meet us there. Claire asked nervously, what happened? How serious is her injury? Charlie answered, she told me her leg is broken. I'm not sure how serious it is. We'll find out when we see the doctor. At that moment, Claire's worry turned to tears as she said, okay, take her to the emergency room at Sacred Heart Hospital. I'll head there now. When Charlie arrived at the detention center, he was shocked to see how much Elaine had suffered. Her face was bruised and battered, her body covered in wounds, and both her front teeth were missing. It was clear that her hair had been pulled, leaving patches of her scalp exposed. Moreover, Elaine hadn't eaten or drunk anything in the 2 days she had been locked up, making her appear haggard and significantly thinner. What struck Charlie the most was her right leg, which was broken at the knee and hanging at an unnatural angle. It was evident that she had endured severe pain. Feigning surprise, Charlie asked, Mom, what happened to you? How did you get so hurt? That's none of your business. Elaine snapped, gritting her teeth. Just take me to the hospital already. Charlie shrugged and replied, all right, Mom. The cab is waiting for us outside. Let's get you to the hospital. At that moment, a police officer shot Elaine a cold look and said, Elaine. What did I just tell you? If you keep up this attitude, you might as well stay in the detention center. Frightened by the officer's words, Elaine quickly backtracked, exclaiming, oh, my dear son-in-law. It's my fault. I shouldn't have yelled. The officer warned her sternly, remember what I said. We're letting you out temporarily, but we'll be keeping a close watch on you. Do you understand? Elaine's heart brimmed with hatred the moment she laid eyes on Charlie. She wholeheartedly accepted the police's narrative, convinced that Charlie hadn't intentionally used a fake bank card. In her eyes, he was merely a victim ensnared by a criminal organization. Yet, all of Elaine's struggles and misfortunes traced back to that very bank card. Had it not been for Charlie's involvement, she wouldn't have faced such immense suffering. Consequently, she viewed Charlie as the primary antagonist in her story. At that moment, any positive feelings toward Charlie were completely out of the question. Elaine was taken aback when a police officer suddenly shouted at her. The thought of being watched by police officers in the future filled her with discomfort. There was nothing she could do, after all, she was the one who had landed herself in this predicament. Thus, Elaine had no choice but to suppress the hatred and resentment she felt toward Charlie as she sought to compose herself. Seeing Elaine's honest demeanor, the police officer turned to Charlie and asked, "Are you her son-in-law?" Charlie gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes, I am." The officer responded, "All right then. Please come over here to sign some documents to confirm that you've taken her with you." Charlie followed the officer to complete the paperwork before asking, "Officer, can we leave now?" The officer nodded and said, "Yes, you're free to go." Afterward, Charlie turned to his mother-in-law and said, "Mom, we can head out now. I'll take you to the hospital." Though Elaine felt a surge of anger, she refrained from scolding Charlie or voicing her frustrations in front of the officer. Instead, she feigned politeness, saying, "Oh, dear son-in-law, could you lend me a hand? I'm struggling to walk on one leg." As Charlie approached her, he fought against the unpleasant odor emanating from her as he assisted her in standing. Elaine's right leg throbbed with pain at even the slightest movement. Yet, she was no longer the same person she had been 2 days prior. Back then, she had not faced any losses, injuries, or torment. However, after enduring brutal beatings and suffering for 2 days, Elaine had developed a strong tolerance for pain. For her, the agony of a broken leg paled in comparison to the suffering she had experienced during her time at the detention center. She recalled a song lyric that echoed in her mind, "Pain is insignificant in the face of wind and rain." As long as she was on the verge of escaping the nightmare of confinement and torment, she would endure anything, even breaking both legs, to achieve her freedom. Charlie assisted Elaine in making her way out of the detention center. At that moment, an old Jetta cab awaited them at the entrance, the very same cab Charlie had arrived in. He quickly told Elaine, "Mom, let's get in the car." Seeing the dilapidated taxi only deepened Elaine's despair. After enduring so much, she felt she deserved a proper ride home. Surely, her husband should have come to pick her up in his BMW 5 Series. Instead, she was left with no sign of her husband's luxury vehicle, forced to settle for a worn-out rental car. Elaine was infuriated and frustrated. She wanted to lash out at Jacob, but her anger toward Charlie was even greater. What made matters worse was her inability to express her fury toward Charlie, even though her emotions were boiling over. She held back her frustration, aware that she couldn't blame Charlie for the bank card incident or the shabby taxi. With her anger festering inside her, Elaine felt as if she might explode. Eventually, she begrudgingly climbed into the old cab with Charlie's assistance. Once inside, Charlie addressed the cab driver, saying, "Hello, sir. Please take us to the emergency department of Sacred Heart Hospital." The cab driver sped towards Sacred Heart Hospital, urgency in every turn. Charlie, seated in the front beside the driver, turned to Elaine and said, "Mom, I've already called Claire. She's on her way to Sacred Heart Hospital right now. We'll get a doctor to look at your leg as soon as we arrive." Elaine let out a bitter snort and turned to gaze out the window, her anger palpable. She then cryptically remarked, "It's really unfortunate to have a son-in-law like you, always bringing me trouble." Feigning ignorance, Charlie asked, "Mom, what do you mean by that? When have I ever caused you any trouble?" Elaine shot him a glare through the rearview mirror, her voice icy as she retorted, "Don't ask me anything. Figure it out yourself. I won't say a word, no matter how much you plead." Having received numerous warnings from the police, Elaine was careful not to unleash her frustration directly at Charlie. Instead, she resorted to this cryptic method to express her anger. Charlie understood the absurdity of his mother-in-law's thoughts. He responded, "I'm sorry, Mom, but I truly cannot think of any trouble I could have caused you." Elaine was seething, feeling as though her chest might explode. Countless curses she wished to unleash on Charlie danced on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them down, choosing to keep her feelings bottled up. To distract herself from her anger towards Charlie, Elaine shifted the conversation to Jacob. "Who did your father-in-law go out to meet today? When did he leave?" she suddenly inquired. Charlie replied, "He left this morning, but I'm not sure who he's meeting. I didn't ask for the details." He was well aware that if Elaine discovered her husband was at a class reunion with his first love and old classmates, she would be furious, perhaps even wanting to demolish the cab in her rage. So, he decided to play dumb, leaving it to her to confront Jacob later. Frustrated, Elaine began to curse, "Didn't they just have a class reunion not long ago? Why are they gathering again so soon? It seems like he's living it up while I've been stuck in the detention center for the past 2 days." With that, she pulled out her cell phone and called Jacob. Meanwhile, Jacob was enjoying himself at the glorious club, surrounded by Matilda and his old classmates. He was in high spirits. None of his classmates, including Grayson, dared to ridicule him. This was largely due to Oscar serving Jacob and his classmates personally, as a favor to Charlie, a rare occurrence in Oris Hill. As everyone savored a hearty lunch, the excitement in the air led Matilda to book a karaoke room at the Glorious Club for even more fun. The karaoke setting at the club was known to be the best in Oris Hill. Even with around a dozen classmates in the room, it felt spacious, with luxurious decor and advanced, comfortable facilities. The only downside was the large number of attendees. Everyone chose various songs, which meant long waits before it was anyone's turn to sing. Jacob eagerly selected the song, My Intimate Love, and waited over 30 minutes for his turn. Finally, microphone in hand, he offered a second microphone to Matilda, saying, Matilda, let's sing this song together. My Intimate Love was a well-known duet, loved by the older generation, and sung by a couple in real life, infusing the song with even more sweetness. As Jacob chose this song and invited Matilda to join him, his classmates erupted in playful teasing. Oh, Jacob! You picked that song on purpose and asked the lovely Matilda to sing it with you. What are you up to? One of them joked. Another chimed in, come on. Isn't it obvious? Everyone knows. A third added, Jacob and Matilda should have been a couple ages ago. They haven't seen each other in over 20 years, so it's only fitting they sing this love song together. Jacob felt a surge of joy at their words, blissfully unaware that his nightmare was just beginning. Despite the blush on her cheeks, Matilda confidently accepted the microphone and smiled as she said, Please don't misunderstand. We're just singing a song together. If anyone else wants to join me, I'd be more than happy to accompany you. Grayson felt a twinge of irritation. As a married man, he couldn't fathom how Jacob could so boldly invite his idol to sing a love song with him. However, he quickly suppressed his feelings when he remembered that Jacob's son-in-law had managed to command Oscar's respect. He chose his words carefully, opting to hold his tongue. Jacob wore an enthusiastic grin, his heart racing as he sneakily glanced at Matilda. At that moment, their eyes met, and when Matilda noticed the unhidden admiration in Jacob's gaze, her cheeks flushed even deeper. The song's prelude began to play. With the microphone in hand, Matilda focused intently on the screen. As the music transitioned, she took the lead, singing the female part. Let my love be with you forever. Can you feel it? I am worried for you. Matilda's voice was enchanting, captivating the older men in the room. They were utterly charmed and impressed by her talent. Jacob felt goosebumps travel down his arms. Matilda's singing rivaled that of a professional artist. Thunderous applause erupted from their old classmates as she completed her verse. Next up was Jacob's turn to sing the male part. Just as he lifted the microphone, preparing to pour his heart into the song, his cell phone, resting on the coffee table, began to vibrate. He instinctively glanced at the screen and was taken aback by the name flashing on the caller ID. It read, Wife. What on earth? In an instant, Jacob's spirits plummeted. Elaine had been missing for 2 days and 2 nights, her phone turned off, and now she was calling. What could this mean? Could it be that troublesome woman was back? His heart sank as he confirmed his fears. If Elaine, whose phone had been off for days, was suddenly calling him, it could only mean one thing: she was back. Panic surged through Jacob. Elaine was back. What was he going to do? Wasn't his blissful life coming to an abrupt end? Meanwhile, Jacob's phone continued to vibrate on the coffee table, and he had missed his cue to sing. His old classmates began to tease him, saying, Jacob, are you too nervous singing with Matilda? It's your turn to sing. Matilda chimed in, Jacob, why aren't you singing your part? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Jacob glanced at his phone again. He knew Elaine well. If he didn't answer her call, she would certainly be furious. Jacob felt a wave of panic wash over him as he exclaimed, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I need to take this call first. I'll come back to sing later. After finishing his sentence, he quickly grabbed his cell phone and rushed out of the room. Grayson seized the microphone that Jacob had left behind and flashed a smile. Come on, Matilda. I'll sing with you, he said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Jacob stepped out of the room, anxiously answering the incoming call. As soon as the call connected, Elaine's unmistakable voice echoed through the receiver, "Jacob Wilson. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I've been missing for 2 days and nights. Not a single call or text from you. And here you are, enjoying a gathering?" Hearing Elaine's furious words sent a chill through Jacob. What had once been excitement turned into dread. His life was spiraling downwards. That annoying old hag had returned. Was it too much to ask for just a couple of peaceful days without Elaine? He had only just begun to enjoy singing and spending time with Matilda. They hadn't even made any significant progress in their relationship, yet that bothersome old lady was already back on the scene. Wasn't this just a cruel twist of fate? Jacob felt utterly defeated, as though he could just fade away. On the other end of the call, Elaine barked, "Jacob Wilson, are you mute? Why aren't you responding?" Desperate to calm her down, Jacob quickly replied, "Oh, my wife. Please don't be mad. Let me explain. I've been searching for you for the last 2 days. If you don't believe me, ask our daughter or Charlie. We even checked every mahjong hall in Oris Hill just to find you." Elaine interrupted, "Don't give me that useless chatter. I want to know who you're with right now. It sounds like someone is singing in the background. Are you at a karaoke bar? How can you think about singing when you don't even know if I'm dead or alive?" Jacob quickly clarified, "I'm just catching up with some old classmates. They insisted I join their gathering today." Elaine's anger flared as she snapped back, "Let me tell you something, Jacob. I broke my leg and I'm on my way to the emergency department at Sacred Heart Hospital. You'd better get over here right now. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for this." Stunned by her words, Jacob knew he couldn't say no. "Okay, wife. I'll be there right away," he replied urgently. After hanging up, Jacob rushed back into the room. There, he found Matilda singing "My Intimate Love" alongside Grayson. A pang of jealousy hit him, but he had no choice. "Matilda, I need to leave now. I have some important matters to handle," he told her. Matilda looked surprised. "Why are you leaving so soon? Did something happen?" "No, nothing's wrong," Jacob reassured her with a smile. "I just received a call from home and need to address some family matters." Matilda nodded, still a bit concerned. "Is it urgent? Do you need any help?" He quickly waved her off. No, it's fine. I can handle it myself." Though Matilda felt a sense of regret, she nodded understandingly. "Just remember to call me if you need anything." "Of course," Jacob promised, turning to address his classmates. "Everyone, something's come up at home, and I have to leave now. Enjoy yourselves and have fun." His classmates protested, "Jacob, you just started singing. Why are you leaving already? We didn't even get to hear you sing." Feeling the pressure, Jacob insisted, "I really have to go home right now. We'll catch up another time." Grayson chimed in cheerfully, "Oh, Jacob, did Elaine call you to come home? Is she upset because you didn't bring her to the reunion?" Jacob shot Grayson an annoyed glance. "Grayson, what's wrong with you? Why do you always have to butt in?" With that, Jacob glanced at Matilda one last time before reluctantly leaving the room. Once outside, Jacob stomped his foot in frustration. What was going on? Why was Elaine back so soon? Why couldn't she be more like Hannah? Look at Hannah, no word from her since she vanished. It was as if she had disappeared without a trace. Wouldn't it be better if Elaine took a cue from her? With thoughts racing, Jacob dashed out of the glorious club and jumped into his BMW, speeding off to Sacred Heart Hospital. Meanwhile, a deeply anxious Claire was making her way to Sacred Heart Hospital in a hurry. She was filled with worry after hearing that her mother had suffered a broken leg. Claire felt completely in the dark about what had transpired with her mother over the past 2 days. After Elaine hung up the phone, she clutched her right leg, which was throbbing with pain, and broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Elaine could no longer contain her frustration. She urged her driver with irritation, "Can you speed up this broken car a bit? Why are you going so slowly? Don't you realize that I'm in pain? The cab driver responded matter-of-factly, I have to obey the speed limit while driving in the city. I must adhere to these regulations. If I speed, not only will I lose points, but it also endangers pedestrians. Who are you putting in danger? Elaine shot back, her anger boiling over. Can you just drive faster? I'm in agony. Are you trying to milk more money out of me? If I end up disabled because of your slow driving, I'll make sure to settle this with you. The driver, appearing unfazed, replied, I'm already driving as fast as I can. If you think I'm too slow, feel free to get out and find another cab. Without thinking, Elaine snapped, what kind of attitude is this? Do you really think I won't file a complaint against you? You're going to lose your job today. The cab driver, now irritated, shot back, I'm following the traffic rules. What could you possibly complain about? Are you going to report me for not speeding when you demanded it? Seething with anger, Elaine cursed, I'll tell your employer that you were acting inappropriately and harassing me. The cab driver burst into laughter. He glanced at Elaine through the rearview mirror and said scornfully, did you take a good look at yourself today? You don't even have your 2 front teeth, and you're claiming I harassed you? I'd be thanking my lucky stars if you didn't harass me. Stunned into silence, Elaine hadn't anticipated such a sharp retort about her appearance. Infuriated, she shot back, what's your name? Which company do you work for? I'm going to call and complain about you right now. Hearing this, the cab driver lost his patience. He pulled over to the side of the road and said dismissively, if you want to complain, go ahead. I'm done taking you anywhere. Get out of my car. Elaine, refusing to back down, yelled, you want me to get out now? Who do you think you are? Start driving this instant. If my treatment for my broken leg is delayed because of you, I'll make sure to fight you on this. The driver switched off the engine, sneering, sorry, but my car is broken and I can't move it. If you don't want to get out, feel free to wait with me. Elaine was taken aback, she hadn't expected her threats to fall flat. As she continued to fume, the driver opened his door, stepping out for a smoke. Charlie, sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. His mother-in-law seemed utterly clueless about how to handle the situation. She was the one with the broken leg who needed immediate treatment, while the driver had no injuries and was in no rush. What was she achieving by being rude and shouting at him? Now that the driver had refused to take her to the hospital, wasn't Elaine the one prolonging her treatment? Yet, Charlie didn't mind. He asked, Mom, what's our next move? Are we really going to sit here? Elaine was about to explode but knew she had to get to the hospital quickly to treat her broken leg. The thought of potential complications terrified her. Thus, she quickly instructed Charlie, get out and hail another cab for us. Charlie nodded and exited the car, walking to the roadside to wait for a new cab. Afterward, he went back to the previous cab to assist Elaine, who was struggling with a broken leg, as she exited the vehicle. Elaine bore the pain in her leg as she finally got out of the car. Once again, she gritted her teeth against the agony as she climbed into the other cab with Charlie. Noticing that their cab had already begun to move, she rolled down the window and shouted angrily at the driver who was smoking by the roadside, bastard. You're definitely going to have an accident and die out here today. Hearing her outburst, the driver retorted, you ugly hag. You're the one who will end up dead in front of me. Fuming with rage, Elaine felt the urge to stick her head out of the window and unleash more curses at the driver. However, as the cab sped away, her anger dissipated in frustration. Charlie, who had been silent throughout the ordeal, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His mother-in-law seemed to have endured a significant amount of hardship in the detention center, otherwise, she wouldn't be so filled with fury at that moment. He also felt sympathy for his father-in-law, Jacob. If Elaine found out that Jacob had been busy dating Matilda for the last 2 days, wouldn't she be furious enough to explode? Eventually, the cab reached the emergency department of Sacred Heart Hospital in Orris Hill. Claire was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Elaine, Claire immediately noticed not only the broken leg but also her mother's disheveled appearance, which included a bruised nose, a swollen face, and missing front teeth. Claire's eyes filled with tears as she rushed forward, crying, "Mom, how did you get such serious injuries?" Seeing her daughter brought a wave of sadness over Elaine. All the grievances she had endured over the past 2 days came flooding back. She embraced Claire tightly, crying out, "My dear daughter, do you have any idea how miserable my life has been? I almost died these past 2 days. You were so close to never seeing me again." Overwhelmed by emotion, Elaine collapsed into tears. Claire, witnessing her mother's suffering, felt a deep sense of discomfort. She supported Elaine as she cried, asking, "Mom, what happened to you during these 2 days? Please tell me." Elaine wiped her tears, wanting to share everything with Claire. However, as the words hovered on her lips, she swallowed them back, realizing that speaking freely could lead to dire consequences for herself. So, she chose to fabricate a story. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. I was tricked by an MLM scheme. After they lured me in, they beat me and forced me to invest more money in their products. But I had no money to give. They continued to assault me and even refused to feed me. They were the ones who knocked out my 2 front teeth. Claire quickly responded, "Mom, did you call the police? We need to have them arrested." Elaine sobbed as she explained, "The police did discover the MLM group, but I was arrested, too. They locked me in a detention center where I had to deal with your grandmother and Wendy. Those 2 teamed up with other inmates to bully me." Claire gasped in shock, "Grandma and Wendy? How did you end up in the same cell as them?" Elaine cried until she was nearly breathless, saying, "I really don't know how I ended up so unlucky to cross paths with those 2. They deprived me of sleep, refused to let me eat, and even poured cold water on me. You have no idea what kind of hell I've been living in these past 2 days." Claire couldn't hold back her tears upon hearing this. After venting for a while, Elaine felt a slight lift in her spirits. Suddenly, she remembered Jacob and turned to Claire, asking, "Tell me the truth. Who is your father gathering with right now?" Claire was acutely aware that her mother would be furious if she discovered that her father had gone out for an event with Matilda and their former classmates. At that moment, Elaine was already in a heightened emotional state, and Claire wanted to avoid saying anything that might escalate the situation. So, Claire cautiously replied, "I believe he's attending a gathering with his old classmates. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but it might be the same group as the last time." "Something feels off," Elaine retorted, her face darkening. "His old classmates rarely get together, and it's unusual for them to meet again so soon. There must be another reason for this gathering." Reluctantly, Claire found herself lying. "I'm not really sure about that." Elaine ground her teeth in frustration and said coldly, "That old bastard. I've suffered so much in the detention center, and he's out enjoying himself with friends. He's truly heartless." Claire felt compelled to defend her father. "Mom, Dad was really worried when you were missing for those 2 days. He's only attending this reunion because he felt he couldn't say no." "I don't buy it," Elaine shot back. "That old bastard told me he wanted to separate just 2 days ago. I was locked up before he made that statement. He must be thrilled." Claire quickly interjected, "Mom, please stop making these wild and unfounded accusations about Dad." Meanwhile, Jacob was driving his BMW 530 toward the hospital. Upon seeing Elaine's terrible condition, Jacob was taken aback. Although he didn't have feelings for Elaine, he had spent so many years under her control that he felt timid in her presence. This was the main reason he rushed over as soon as he received Elaine's call. However, Elaine's anger flared when she saw Jacob. What triggered her anger was simply the fact that Jacob was dressed impeccably. He wore a nice suit, a decent tie, and his hair was styled perfectly. It was obvious he had taken considerable time to prepare. Elaine wasn't naive. She quickly realized that Jacob hadn't dressed up for her but for the gathering. This realization made her extremely alert. She began to wonder what was so special about this event that Jacob felt the need to dress so nicely today. Since their wedding day, she had never seen him look this sharp. As Jacob arrived, he asked, "Where did you go? How did you end up like this?" Elaine glared at him coldly and demanded, "You, with the last name Wilson, tell me the truth. Who were you gathering with?" Jacob's expression shifted awkwardly as he stammered, "I'm just meeting with the same group from before." "You know them?" Elaine pressed, "Didn't you just have a gathering the other day? Why are you having another one so soon?" Jacob explained, "There were only about 20 of us last time. More people are attending today." "Oh?" Elaine frowned and asked sharply, "Jacob, was Matilda at the gathering too?" Jacob felt a surge of panic. He hadn't anticipated Elaine would suddenly inquire about Matilda. Wasn't her intuition a bit too sharp? However, he didn't dare reveal anything about Matilda, so he lied, saying, "No, she's been away for over 20 years and hasn't returned." Elaine questioned icily, "Are you absolutely certain?" Jacob quickly replied, "Yes, I'm certain. Why would I lie to you? Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to discuss this right now? Shouldn't our main focus be on getting you treatment for your injuries? Is your leg broken?" So absorbed was Elaine in uncovering Jacob's secrets that she had momentarily forgotten she was there to address her own injuries. It was only when Jacob mentioned her leg that the sharp pain in her right leg reminded her of her situation. Frantically, Elaine turned to Claire and urged, "My dear daughter, take your mother to see the doctor right away. I can't bear the thought of ending up with a disability." After visiting the emergency room and consulting with the doctor, Elaine underwent an X-ray of her leg as requested. Claire, visibly anxious, asked, "Doctor, how is my mother doing?" Elaine, equally apprehensive about the outcome, interjected, "Yes, doctor." "What did you find? Am I going to be a cripple?" The doctor explained, "The X-ray shows that you have a comminuted fracture in your calf. While your condition is somewhat serious, with proper care, you won't end up as a cripple. I recommend getting a plaster cast, and you'll need to stay in the hospital for about 2 weeks for observation. This is essential for ensuring your complete recovery." Relief washed over Elaine at the thought of not becoming a cripple, but anxiety surged when she learned she would have to be hospitalized. "Wait, why do I need to stay in the hospital? Can't I just go home after getting the cast?" It felt terribly unfair to Elaine that she hadn't even had the chance to enjoy living in the villa at Thompson First yet. After enduring 2 days of unbearable pain, all Elaine could dream of was returning to the grand villa. She longed to sink into her soft, spacious bed and revel in the luxury of life at Thompson First. The doctor shook his head and said, "The first 2 weeks after you get the plaster cast are crucial for your recovery. If you choose to go home now and something goes wrong, we might not be able to address it in time, leading to incomplete healing." This news left Elaine feeling quite despondent. Meanwhile, Jacob felt a surge of happiness. He recognized that Elaine's unexpected return was a situation he could not change. However, if she stayed in the hospital, he could enjoy a few more days of respite. With this in mind, he said to Elaine, "Wife, it's best to heed the doctor's advice and remain in the hospital. This way, you can avoid any lingering issues in the future." Elaine narrowed her eyes at Jacob and questioned, "What? You don't want me to go home, do you?" Jacob quickly waved his hands, "That's not what I meant." Elaine let out a cold snort. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to Charlie, saying, "Don't you know the brilliant Dr. Anthony Simmons? Get him to come treat my leg right away." Charlie frowned at his mother-in-law's tone, realizing that a clever woman like Elaine was now seeking Anthony's help for her leg. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement and replied coolly, "Dr. Simmons is currently in Eastcliff treating a patient." Elaine responded, "Then I can just wait for him to come back, right?" Charlie replied, "He might not return for over 10 days. The doctor interjected, "Regardless of the situation, you still need to get the plaster cast today." Elaine quickly responded, "All right. I'll get the plaster cast, and then I'll go home to rest after that." Seeing Elaine's stubbornness, Jacob realized there was no chance she would agree to stay in the hospital. He contemplated the reality that while he could temporarily hide Matilda's return, he would eventually have to confront Elaine with the truth. If he asked for a divorce after she learned Matilda was back, he was certain Elaine would never consent. In light of this, He thought it would be best to return home and seize the opportunity to ask her for a divorce tonight. If she agreed quickly, that would be ideal. After Jacob received a plaster cast at Sacred Heart Hospital, he drove Elaine home to rest and recover. As they traveled, Elaine repeatedly scolded Jacob, who sat silently beside her, dressed in a surprisingly glamorous outfit for the gathering they were heading to. She couldn't help but wonder why he looked so well put together. However, Jacob was tight-lipped, his thoughts locked away like a safe. He planned to wait for the right moment to discuss their impending divorce with Elaine that evening. He knew he needed to keep Matilda's existence a secret until he had a chance to speak with her. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Charlie was driving Claire, whose eyes were red from tears, as they followed Jacob's car at a slow pace. Claire felt deep sympathy for her mother, as any daughter would, especially seeing her endure such pain and injury. The sight was emotionally unsettling, and on top of that, Claire was anxious about the state of her parents' relationship. She was aware of her father's feelings for Matilda and recognized that her mother was struggling in comparison. This realization left Claire worried that her father might eventually choose to leave his marriage in pursuit of his own happiness. Charlie noticed the sad look on Claire's face and intended to comfort her, but just then, he received a phone call from Isaac. "Young master, have you picked your mother-in-law up?" Isaac inquired over the phone. Charlie tried to respond clearly, but with his wife beside him, he could only manage a vague, "yes." "That's good," Isaac replied, then continued, "By the way, I have some news." Curious, Charlie asked, "What news?" Isaac informed him, "The Webb family from South Haven seems to be searching for your enemies everywhere. They even sent someone to Eastcliff to find Kenneth Wilson and have also reached out to Jordan and Jeffrey Weaver up at Mount Gollum. Don Albert's people noticed this early on, which prompted them to flee before being found." Charlie frowned at this information. The Webb family's sudden interest in Kenneth Wilson and the Weavers suggested a troubling motive. They were likely trying to gather more of his adversaries to conspire against him. After Donald and his son, Sean, had been humiliated and returned to South Haven, Charlie had hoped the Webb family would recognize that provoking him was a bad idea. Instead, they appeared to be plotting a comeback. "Who else have they contacted?" Charlie inquired. Isaac replied, "They've also reached out to some individuals you've dealt with in the past. However, these people are relatively insignificant and pose little threat to you, like the adulterous couple who bullied your classmate, Douglas, and their father." Then Isaac asked, "Young master, would you like me to ask the Wade family to eliminate the Webb family directly, or should we issue a warning to encourage them to behave?" "No," Charlie replied with a smile, "I prefer to handle this myself." He wasn't ready to turn to the Wade family for help just yet, and he wasn't sure if he ever would in the future. His departure from them had been years ago, and while there was no deep animosity, a lingering hurdle remained in his heart, the tragic death of his parents all those years ago. "Some tasks are more enjoyable when you tackle them yourself," Charlie told Isaac. "Relying on others can be untrustworthy, and you might miss out on the adventure." Isaac quickly countered, "But young master, the Webb family is a top-tier family in the South region, with substantial power and influence. If they decide to confront you seriously, I fear you may struggle to manage them alone." Charlie offered a slight smile before saying, "Don't worry about this. While I may not seem like a promising individual, I'm not someone who can be easily dealt with." Isaac let out a sigh, responding, "Young master, you still need to exercise caution. Don't underestimate the Webb family. They've placed a staggering cash bounty of $300 million on Cain and Marcus's heads. All around the world, countless people are actively searching for them. Once they reveal themselves, they'll be hunted down without mercy." Curiosity piqued, Charlie asked, "Does anyone know where they've gone?" Isaac replied, "I've heard they've already left the country. Unfortunately, no one knows their destination since they traveled with fake passports." Charlie nodded in understanding. Though he chose not to vocalize his thoughts, he was well aware that the Webb family's pursuit of Cain and Marcus stemmed from the stand-up comedy video that had been uploaded on TikTok. The Webb family had been desperately trying to remove that video from the platform, but they faced insurmountable challenges since TikTok is now under the ownership of Stephen Thompson. Because of that video, the Webb family had suffered significant loss of face and reputation. With the video's removal off the table, Their only option to restore their honor lay in eliminating Cain and his son. They needed to send a clear message to the world that the Webb family could not be disrespected. Young Master, Isaac cautioned, if the Webb family is willing to spend $300 million just to deal with Cain and his son, imagine how much they would be willing to spend to deal with you. You must be extremely careful. Charlie responded nonchalantly, understood. Young Master, please don't hesitate to reach out if you require assistance, Isaac offered. Charlie hummed in acknowledgement before casting a quiet glance at his wife seated beside him. I'm on my way home now. We'll discuss this later, he informed Isaac. All right. After ending the call, Claire turned to Charlie with curiosity. Who was that? Why were you discussing not needing help or being someone who could be bullied? Is someone trying to intimidate you? Not at all, Charlie smiled. I was just thinking about how Mom got scammed by an MLM organization. I was considering reaching out to a friend to see if we could assist her. Claire quickly interjected, don't. Honestly, my mother might seem unfortunate due to her suffering, but as her daughter, I know she brought this on herself. She's overly fixated on money and constantly seeks shortcuts to get rich. Even if she weren't caught in this scheme today, she would likely fall for another tomorrow. Charlie nodded, impressed by Claire's insight. Despite her filial piety towards Elaine, she understood her mother's true nature. Moreover, Charlie's intention to help Elaine was just a pretense. Upon hearing Claire's response, he decided to drop the topic. At that moment, Charlie's thoughts drifted back to the Webb family in South Haven. Since Donald and his son still remembered their past encounters, it was only a matter of time before they sought revenge. However, he found it surprising that Donald and his son, known for their arrogance, were now seeking help for their revenge. They had even reached out to Kenneth Wilson and others he had previously offended, attempting to gather more enemies to target him. This was a troubling sign for Charlie. While an arrogant enemy is often easier to defeat, it appeared that his foes had become more cunning and complex. The Webb family was already a formidable force, and their efforts to unite others against him indicated significant progress. Charlie realized he needed to take them seriously. Two BMW cars trailed behind each other as they made their way back to the villa at Thompson First. Jacob's frustration intensified as Elaine persistently scolded him during the drive home. When he first got the call from Elaine, he had been busy serenading his first love with a love song. This left him feeling guilty. Upon hearing her angry voice on the phone, he rushed to the hospital without delay. After taking a moment to calm himself, Jacob couldn't shake the feeling that Elaine was simply incorrigible. As a result, his desire to divorce her grew even stronger. Once they arrived at their destination, Jacob got out of the car and retrieved the crutches they had bought from the hospital, handing them directly to Elaine. Elaine had expected Jacob to assist her in getting inside the house, even imagining he would carry her. To her surprise, he merely passed her the crutches. Holding the crutches, Elaine shouted, "Jacob Wilson! You old bastard! My leg is broken, and all you can do is hand me these crutches." Jacob retorted, "You'll have to get used to these crutches eventually. Otherwise, how will you manage to go to the toilet on your own?" Elaine snapped back, "What do you mean? Are you saying I can't rely on you anymore?" Jacob replied curtly, "Don't forget, we're already separated." Elaine was about to launch into another tirade when Charlie pulled into the driveway. As Claire stepped out of the car, Elaine wasted no time venting her frustrations. Claire, wanting to defuse the situation, quickly supported her mother, saying, "Oh, Mom. Please don't stay mad at Dad. You need to take care of yourself, getting angry will only make you feel worse." Elaine felt her anger wane as she suddenly became dizzy, realizing she hadn't eaten for too long and was close to fainting from hunger. Weakly, she said, "I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. Where's Charlie? Hurry up and cook for me, I want braised pork and stewed beef." Charlie looked confused and replied, "I didn't have time to buy groceries today. All we have left is some vermicelli. How about I whip up a bowl of noodles?" Elaine exclaimed, "I've been starving for 2 days. What good is a bowl of noodles?" Charlie responded nonchalantly, "Okay, I'll go get some groceries now." Elaine, anxious, replied, "By the time you get back, I'll have already fainted from hunger." Charlie suggested, "Should I order a takeaway for you?" Elaine shot back, "That'll take at least 30 to 40 minutes. Just make me a bowl of noodles now, and don't forget to add 2 eggs." Charlie shrugged, saying, "We don't have any eggs left at home. I haven't had time to shop." Elaine then requested, "Can I at least have flavored noodles? Add some vegetables, I haven't eaten in 2 days, and I feel like my mouth is rotting." Charlie replied, "All I can make is a bowl of clear noodle soup with the vermicelli we have." Frustrated, Elaine stomped her feet and pointed at Charlie, asking Claire, "Why is this useless person purposely making things harder for me? Why is there no food in the house?" Claire wore an awkward expression, unsure how to respond. Charlie then explained, "We've been too busy searching for you over the past 2 days, which is why we didn't cook or shop for groceries." Feeling miserable yet too weak to express her anger, Elaine told Charlie, "Then hurry and make me a bowl of noodles." Before stepping into the kitchen, Charlie quickly replied to a message. In reality, there was still a box of eggs sitting in the refrigerator. Not wanting to give Elaine even a single egg, he cracked them all open and poured the contents down the drain. Although this felt wasteful, Charlie believed it would be even more wasteful to let those eggs end up in Elaine's stomach. Afterward, he grabbed a pot, filled it with water, and set it to boil before tossing in a handful of noodles. While he was cooking the noodles, his phone buzzed with a text message. He checked his messages and saw that someone had posted in the group chat named Orris Hill Welfare Institute Friends. This chat included 20 to 30 individuals, all orphans raised by Mrs. Lewis. They had integrated into society over the years, and most were now scattered across the country, resulting in a more distant relationship among them. As Charlie opened the group chat, he realized the message wasn't directed specifically at him, it was meant for everyone in the group. The message was from a girl named Lisa Faye, who had also grown up in the orphanage. It read, "Let me share some wonderful news with everyone. Mrs. Lewis has recovered from her illness and is back in Orris Hill." Lisa was someone Charlie remembered fondly from the orphanage. She had been abandoned at birth, and Mrs. Lewis had taken her in and raised her. Lisa was a couple of years younger than Charlie, and he had always thought of her as a little sister. Mrs. Lewis had never known Lisa's last name, so she gave her the surname Faye, after her own. As Lisa grew up, she chose to work alongside Mrs. Lewis at the orphanage, becoming the only one from their group who stayed on to help. Seeing Lisa's message about Mrs. Lewis's recovery, Charlie quickly responded in the chat. "Why didn't Mrs. Lewis let us know she was back? We could have picked her up." Lisa replied, "Brother Charlie, Mrs. Lewis didn't want to trouble anyone, so she kept this a secret. I only found out when she arrived at the orphanage this afternoon." Charlie asked again, "How is Mrs. Lewis doing now? Does she seem well? Has she already returned to work at the orphanage after being discharged?" Lisa answered, "Yes. Don't you know how determined Mrs. Lewis is? She's been away for so long, and she misses the kids terribly. She must have been worried sick." Then she added, "But she looks great. It's hard to believe she was ever seriously ill. She seems to have fully regained her health." Charlie let out a huge sigh of relief. After all, Stephen had sent Mrs. Lewis to Fairview Hospital, the best facility in Eastcliff, and he had covered her medical expenses, including an expensive postoperative recovery plan amounting to $2 million. At that moment, others in the group chat began chiming in. "Wow! Mrs. Lewis has been discharged. That's fantastic news. Huh. I always knew she would recover. She's such a good person." Suddenly, a member named Jeff Murray suggested, "Everyone. Since Mrs. Lewis is back and healthy, how about those of us in Orris Hill visit her today? We can take her out for dinner afterward. What do you think?" "Yes, Jeff. That sounds like a great idea. I'll be off work soon and can head over right after." "Absolutely. This is such a joyful occasion, we need to see her." Lisa sent a happy emoji and added, "That's why I shared the news. Since we haven't seen Mrs. Lewis or each other in so long, let's take this chance to gather and celebrate with her. I know she'll be thrilled." Someone chimed in. "Could you all wait a day or two? Those of us who are out of town need time to return. I can book a flight now and be back in Oris Hill by tomorrow." Jeff then remarked, it would be wonderful to have a welcome dinner for her to celebrate her return. In a lively group chat, Caleb Morales shared some uplifting news. Yes, Mrs. Lewis has finally recovered from her serious illness. If all the children she raised and nurtured don't come to see her right away, she might feel a bit let down. Jeff quickly jumped in, "Let's make this special. How about we treat Mrs. Lewis to a lovely welcome dinner at a 5-star hotel?" Lisa countered, "Jeff, we don't need to go overboard. Mrs. Lewis has always lived simply. A fancy dinner might make her uncomfortable. What if we just dine at that cozy little restaurant that served home-cooked meals right by the orphanage for years?" Charlie couldn't help but sigh, overwhelmed with nostalgia as he thought of that small restaurant that had been a staple for over a decade. On his 18th birthday, Mrs. Lewis had used her hard-earned savings, accumulated through a lifetime of frugality, to take him and a few friends out for a meal there. She even bought him a birthday cake that day. After that celebration, Charlie no longer met the adoption criteria of the orphanage and had to step out into the world on his own. Reflecting on it now, Charlie realized that meal at the home-cooked restaurant was the most heartfelt and memorable dining experience he had ever had. With that in mind, he quickly responded, "I can't believe that restaurant is still around. I think Lisa's suggestion is perfect. Let's make a reservation there." Jeff retorted, "Come on, Charlie. We've all been working for years and have some savings. Do you really have to be so cheap when it comes to treating Mrs. Lewis?" Charlie replied, "I'm not being cheap, I'm just respecting Mrs. Lewis's preferences. She might not enjoy a dinner at a 5-star hotel. In fact, she could find it wasteful and feel distressed about it." Jeff shot back, "Stop making excuses. You're just trying to save a few bucks, aren't you?" Then Jeff sent a voice message to the group, "Charlie, I know your situation. You might not have much money as a live-in son-in-law, but Mrs. Lewis cared for you. Can't you sacrifice a little to treat her to a nice meal?" Charlie frowned at this. Ever since their days in the orphanage, Jeff had been a thorn in his side. Back then, Jeff was bigger and often formed groups to bully the other kids. Charlie had been one of his targets. However, thanks to some fighting skills he learned while living in the Wade family mansion in East Cliff, he was able to handle the situation and defeat Jeff's gang, leaving them in tears. Since then, Jeff had harbored a grudge against Charlie, always opposing him at every turn. This troublemaker had caused countless issues for the orphanage since childhood, including several thefts that led to Mrs. Lewis having to step in, apologize, and pay off those affected. Even after all these years apart, Charlie sensed that Jeff hadn't changed much. Yet, Charlie decided not to engage further. He replied calmly, "I stand by my opinion. I believe the restaurant Lisa mentioned is the best choice." At that moment, Lisa chimed in, "I agree with Charlie. Mrs. Lewis has always been thrifty, and I think she'd feel uncomfortable at a 5-star hotel." Caleb, their childhood friend, added his support, "I'm on board with this idea too." As the agreement spread, Lisa concluded, "All right, there are 10 of us for dinner tonight, and 9 support the home-cooked restaurant. Let's go with the majority. I'll reserve a table there now. Everyone should come as soon as they can." "Sounds good. We're in," everyone responded enthusiastically. Charlie felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of seeing Mrs. Lewis again soon. It had been a while since he last encountered Mrs. Lewis, particularly after he got reprimanded for attempting to borrow money from Lady Wilson during her birthday celebration. Following that incident, Stephen had promptly sent Mrs. Lewis to Eastcliff. Charlie shared a profound bond with Mrs. Lewis, viewing her as a mother figure. When she fell ill, Charlie went to great lengths to gather funds for her treatment. He even considered selling his blood in secret to raise some money and discreetly borrowed a significant amount from Claire to ensure Mrs. Lewis's survival. Without his relentless efforts to secure funds for her care, Mrs. Lewis might not have lived long enough to wait for Stephen's return. She could have passed away much earlier. Yet, for Charlie, this was simply his duty. Even with all his efforts, he felt he was only making a tiny dent in repaying the immense kindness Mrs. Lewis had shown him. His father had repeatedly instilled in him the importance of gratitude before his passing, emphasizing that a man should always express thankfulness throughout his life. As the saying goes, a small favor should be returned with a greater act of kindness. Charlie had always adhered to this principle. Thus, he didn't hesitate to leave the kitchen, ignoring the noodles he was preparing for Elaine. He quickly removed his apron and informed Claire, who was keeping Elaine company, "My dear wife, I need to rush to the orphanage to handle something urgent." Elaine immediately questioned, "Are you finished cooking my noodles? I haven't even had a single bite of rice yet, and you're already planning to leave." Charlie shot her a frustrated glance and replied, "The noodles are already cooking. You can take them out when they're ready. Mrs. Lewis has fully recovered, and I'm heading to the orphanage to welcome her back." Elaine reacted immediately, scolding, "Charlie, how dare you speak to me like that over an old lady at the orphanage? Do you even know your place as a live-in son-in-law? Have you forgotten who provides for your needs?" She then sneered, "What difference does it make if that old lady were to die anyway?" Charlie had been putting up with Elaine's behavior for a long time. He had hoped that after being confined and facing some consequences over the past couple of days, she might show some improvement in her attitude. However, he was taken aback by her continued disrespect toward Mrs. Lewis, the very person who had helped him. With anger in his eyes, Charlie retorted, "I'm eating my own food, drinking my own drinks, and wearing clothes I bought for myself. Remember, this villa was gifted to me by someone else. Moreover, I furnished this entire house with the money I earned by assisting others with their feng shui. I have every right to express myself. If you're dissatisfied, you can always leave and return to your old house." Elaine was left speechless by Charlie's response. She wanted to reprimand him, but reflecting on his words made her realize he was right. The circumstances had changed dramatically. In the past, he had lived in their cramped house without any income, which allowed her to scold him freely. Now, however, he was doing well. Someone had provided him with a lavish villa, and he could earn substantial money just by offering feng shui advice. On the flip side, she was broke. If Charlie chose to turn his back on her and denied her a place in his villa, what would she do? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Elaine felt a pang of guilt. The furious look on Charlie's face made her nervous and afraid. In a bid to salvage the situation, she glanced at Claire with an injured expression and said, "Claire, don't you think your husband is being unreasonable? Is there any other son-in-law who would speak to their mother-in-law like this? If you don't rein him in, he'll become insufferably arrogant." To her surprise, Claire responded earnestly, "Mom, I believe Charlie is right. We are living in the villa that someone else has given him. Without him, we wouldn't even have the chance to enjoy such a nice place. It's unfair for you to continue treating him as you did in the past." Elaine felt a wave of sadness wash over her upon hearing the news. Although she had only been away for 2 days, it seemed as if the entire family had shifted their attitudes toward her. Her husband was avoiding her and had even snapped at her. Meanwhile, her son-in-law, who used to be so accommodating, had changed as well. He had the audacity to express his anger and even suggested that she should move back to her own place. Even her beloved daughter, who had always been her ally, was no longer on her side. Elaine could hardly believe that her daughter would side with Charlie in this situation. Being the drama queen she was, Elaine immediately began to play the victim. Sensing her control over the household slipping away, her eyes welled with tears, and she began her performance. With a quivering voice, she lamented, "I feel so unnecessary in this house. Your father doesn't care about me anymore. Your husband is threatening to kick me out, and you aren't even on my side." As she spoke, Elaine's lips trembled and tears streamed down her face. Claire sighed helplessly before replying, "Mom, you're not in the right here. I can't always take your side." Despite feeling sympathy for her mother's struggles, Claire believed those challenges didn't justify Elaine's outbursts toward Charlie or her insults toward Mrs. Lewis. Moreover, Claire was well aware of Charlie's difficult upbringing. He had very few relatives in this world. Aside from her, Mrs. Lewis was the only person Charlie considered family. This was precisely why Charlie had worked so hard to raise funds for Mrs. Lewis's treatment earlier. Claire knew how much Charlie cherished Mrs. Lewis, viewing her as a mother figure. She admired Charlie's loyalty and gratitude, which was why she had willingly given him her savings to help with Mrs. Lewis's care. Deep down, Claire felt that her mother was being unreasonable. Consequently, she found it impossible to defend Elaine's actions at this moment. With tears streaming down her face, Elaine sighed, "Do I even have a place in this family anymore? My life feels so pitiful." Charlie, fed up with Elaine's theatrics, decided he could no longer tolerate this behavior. He turned to Claire and said, "My dear, I'm heading to the orphanage now. I won't be home for dinner." Claire quickly stood up, saying, "I'll come with you. It's been ages since I last saw Mrs. Lewis. Our last visit to her in the hospital was months ago, and I really miss her." Claire had always been a devoted wife. She not only supported Charlie's decision to help Mrs. Lewis but also frequently accompanied him to visit her. She treated Mrs. Lewis with the same care and respect that Charlie did. Mrs. Lewis, in turn, held a special fondness for Claire, treating her like a daughter-in-law. Seeing Claire's eagerness to join him, Charlie smiled and said, "Great. We can go together. Mrs. Lewis asked about you the last time I spoke to her. I'm sure she misses you too." Claire replied, "Let's head out then." Upon hearing that Claire was leaving with Charlie, Elaine cried out, "My sweet daughter, are you upset with me? Are you really going to ignore your mother too?" Claire looked at Elaine with a sense of helplessness and replied, "Mom, I genuinely hope you can reflect on everything that's happened over the past 2 days and consider changing your attitude. If not, you'll only face more difficulties ahead." Hearing this, Elaine sank to the floor, crying out, "What's the point of my existence? My only family, my dear daughter, has turned her back on me. The police shouldn't have let me out of detention. I'd be better off dead." In the past, Claire would have softened at her mother's outbursts and given in to her demands. However, this time she understood that Elaine's current behavior would only lead to greater suffering in the future. Thus, Claire realized she could no longer indulge her mother's temper and attitude. Claire turned to Elaine and said, "Mom, you can take some time to think this over by yourself. Charlie and I will head out first. Just remember to take out the noodles Charlie cooked for you." Once she finished speaking, Claire looked at Charlie and said, "Let's go." Charlie gave a slight nod, and together they left the villa, heading toward the orphanage. On their way, Charlie stopped to buy a bouquet of flowers and a fruit basket, along with a handwritten greeting card for Mrs. Lewis. When they arrived at the Oris Hill Welfare Institute, Charlie parked his car along the roadside. He found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the slightly worn door of the orphanage, feeling as though he had stepped back in time. Standing there, he tried to conjure up memories from his past. The memories that came flooding back were filled with warmth, happiness, and cherished moments forever etched in his heart. He vividly recalled the day he first entered the orphanage. At the age of 8, after losing his parents, he found himself alone on the streets. Mrs. Lewis had appeared like an angel, rescuing him and leading him to the orphanage. She held his hand gently and pointed toward the door, saying lovingly, "Child, don't be afraid. This will be your home from now on." Even after all these years, that comforting scene remained fresh in his mind. As he reminisced, a rare smile spread across Charlie's face, brightening his expression. Noticing his happiness, Claire remarked, "You look really cheerful today." Charlie nodded and replied, "Yes, I've been so worried since Mrs. Lewis fell ill. I tried to raise funds for her treatment but couldn't even gather enough for her kidney transplant. If it weren't for fate, Mrs. Lewis would have left this world a long time ago." Claire remembered the time when Charlie had desperately pleaded with her grandmother for money to cover Mrs. Lewis's medical expenses. In that moment, she felt a deep sense of sympathy for him, a man who had faced unjust hardships since childhood. Unfortunately, she wasn't in a position to help him back then. Fortunately, fate smiled upon Mrs. Lewis. A kind-hearted individual stepped in to cover her medical costs and even arranged for her to be treated at Fairview Hospital, one of the best in the country. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Claire asked, "By the way, you mentioned that someone helped pay for Mrs. Lewis's treatment. Who was that person?" They must be incredibly generous. I can only imagine how much it costs for treatment at Fairview Hospital, probably around $2 to $3 million, right? Charlie nodded and said, yes, I heard the total was around $3 million. However, I don't know who covered her expenses. I believe that person was someone Mrs. Lewis had helped in the past. Charlie couldn't reveal to Claire that he was the one who had paid for Mrs. Lewis's treatment. At that time, he had felt utterly powerless and lacked the means to explain how he had come up with $3 million. With a sigh, he added, if I had known I could make such money offering feng shui advice, I would have started long ago when Mrs. Lewis was sick. As they continued their conversation, they suddenly heard a cheerful voice calling out to Charlie, "Brother Charlie." Turning around, Charlie saw a tall, slender figure emerging from the orphanage. It was Lisa. Though a few years had passed since they last met, Lisa had blossomed into a young adult. Now in her early 20s, she stood over 1.7 meters tall, her figure resembling that of a model. Even in her simple attire, and without a trace of makeup, she radiated a confident charm that captivated everyone around her. Charlie couldn't help but be amazed by the transformation of this young girl. She had truly grown into a remarkable woman. Was this really the same little girl who used to follow him around the orphanage? When Lisa spotted Charlie, her face lit up with a mix of joy and surprise. Without hesitation, she dashed toward him, gripping his arms tightly with both hands. "Brother Charlie, why haven't you come back to visit us at the orphanage for such a long time?" she asked eagerly. Charlie felt completely at ease despite her firm hold on his arms. He responded warmly, like an older brother would, "I haven't been doing well since leaving the orphanage. I felt a bit embarrassed to return and face all of you." Lisa's eyes glistened with tears as she absorbed his words. She choked back a sob and said, "Mrs. Lewis told us you've been working on a construction site since you left. She mentioned that you send her all your hard-earned money so she can buy us books, clothes, and food. Why didn't you come back to see me? It's been so many years, and I haven't seen you at all." As she spoke, tears streamed down Lisa's face. "When Mrs. Lewis was sick, I heard her say you would visit her in the hospital. But you always came after we had left. It felt like you were intentionally avoiding us. Do you have any idea how uncomfortable and upset all of us were because of that?" Charlie sighed deeply at her words. Life had been tough for him after leaving the orphanage. He worked tirelessly at the construction site every single day of the year, never taking a break. He kept only enough money to feed himself and sent the rest to Mrs. Lewis. He hesitated to return to the orphanage during those difficult times, not wanting his younger siblings to see him in such despair. He didn't want to set a poor example for them. Even after marrying into the Wilson family and becoming a well-known live-in son-in-law in Orris Hill, he still felt too ashamed to visit the orphanage. When he learned that Mrs. Lewis was ill, his concern for her surpassed that of anyone else. Charlie had always felt embarrassed about facing his friends from the orphanage. Later, when he became wealthy, receiving $10 billion from the Wade family and inheriting the Grand Group, Mrs. Lewis was still not at the orphanage, which was why he hadn't returned. With his newfound wealth, Charlie intended to donate money to the orphanage. He hoped to wait for Mrs. Lewis to return so he could find the right moment to make a generous contribution. Besides wanting to see Mrs. Lewis, another reason he attended the welcome dinner for her today was to figure out how to donate without raising suspicion. This was Claire's first visit to the orphanage with Charlie, making it her first encounter with Lisa. Claire was taken aback by Lisa's youthful beauty and couldn't help but notice how close Lisa and Charlie seemed to be. However, she quickly reassured herself, recognizing that Lisa was a younger sister figure who had grown up alongside Charlie. Their closeness was completely natural. Noticing the tears in Lisa's eyes, Charlie said gently, "Lisa, I didn't want you to see me at my lowest point. But things are different now. I'm doing much better, and I finally feel ready to come back and visit all of you." As he spoke, Charlie took Claire's hand and smiled. "Let me introduce you both. This is your sister-in-law. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful?" Claire felt a flutter of nerves when Charlie suddenly held her hand. Although they had been married for over 3 years, they hadn't shared many intimate moments. Yet she didn't pull away, she let him hold her hand. When Lisa saw Claire, her earlier sadness shifted to envy. Looking at Claire, Lisa couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority. While she appeared to be doing well, deep down she couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy when she compared herself to Claire. As an orphan without a father or mother, she felt completely alone in the world. With no one to support or guide her, her job at the orphanage was her only means of living, and even that came from charity. Her earnings were meager, leaving her in constant struggle. Despite her financial limitations, she shared a similar mindset to Charlie, often donating her entire salary back to the orphanage. As a result, by the end of each day, she was left with little to nothing of her own. In this regard, she felt there was no way to compare herself to a successful career woman like Claire. Feeling a pang of envy, she nervously approached Claire and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lisa Fey. This is our first meeting." Claire smiled and replied, "Hello, Lisa. I'm Claire Wilson." Lisa gazed at Claire, then exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I genuinely admire you." As she spoke, her eyes shifted to Charlie, and she continued, "I truly envy you for being with such a wonderful man like my brother Charlie." Charlie felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had expected Lisa to envy Claire for her beauty, physique, or charm, but instead, she voiced admiration for Claire's relationship with him. It was evident that Lisa had always looked up to him, even during their upbringing at the orphanage. Despite his struggles and lack of wealth, she still regarded him as a remarkable individual. Claire found herself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry at the heartfelt words. Lisa, however, remained earnest as she said, "Sister-in-law, Brother Charlie is truly the best man I've ever known. You must treat him well. He has always been responsible, caring for all his brothers and sisters since childhood." After he left the orphanage at 18, he worked relentlessly on a construction site, donating every penny he earned to the orphanage to improve our lives and provide us with an education. Among all the children who grew up there, Charlie is the only one who still gives back. "Sister-in-law, don't you think he's the best man in the world?" Claire was taken aback by Lisa's heartfelt words. While she was aware that Charlie had faced challenges before their marriage, she learned for the first time that he had been working at a construction site since he was 18. Moreover, she had no idea that he had been donating his hard-earned money to the orphanage. It all made sense now. No wonder he had been broke when they got married and had to ask her grandfather for money just to cut his hair before their wedding. Realizing the dedication he had put into raising funds for Mrs. Lewis's medical care, Claire felt a surge of admiration for her husband. She couldn't help but ask him, "Why didn't you ever tell me any of this?" Charlie shrugged, replying softly, "Why would I bring up my days of living in poverty?" After saying that, he seemed eager to change the subject and asked Lisa, "By the way, Lisa, where is Mrs. Lewis?" Lisa responded, "Mrs. Lewis is in a meeting with the dean about some work issues. She asked me to entertain you all until she arrives." Then, with a hopeful expression, Lisa asked, "Brother Charlie, would you like to come in and take a look around the orphanage? It's been a while since you were last here." Charlie had spent the last 10 years living in the orphanage, starting from the age of 8 and continuing until he turned 18. This place held a special place in his heart. In earlier years, he had hesitated to return, feeling somewhat ashamed of his circumstances. But now, with a bit of money in his pocket, he thought it was time to visit and see what the orphanage might need. He wanted to be in a position to help address their needs whenever the opportunity arose. With a slight nod, Charlie said, "Let's go inside and take a look around the orphanage." Lisa's face lit up with joy. She eagerly took hold of Charlie's arm and pulled him into the building. Charlie couldn't resist her enthusiasm and followed along, still holding his wife Claire's hand. Claire felt her heart race a bit, but she was happy to let Charlie guide her into the orphanage. The Orris Hill Welfare Institute, established in the last century, had a rich history. The buildings were modest, low brick structures that had stood for many decades. As Charlie looked around, he noticed that the place remained largely unchanged since his childhood. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Lisa, "Has the orphanage not undergone any expansions or renovations over the years?" Lisa replied, "We did have plans to expand, but funding has always been a challenge. We have more children now than before, and the dean, along with Mrs. Lewis, believes it's better to allocate funds to the kids rather than on upgrades. We try to save wherever we can. Looking around the yard, Charlie spotted familiar rusty slides, seesaws, and merry-go-rounds. This sight struck him with an uncomfortable feeling. These were the very toys he had played with as a child, now at least 20 years old, still being used by the younger kids who arrived at the orphanage after him. Charlie felt a twinge of guilt. Before Stephen found him, he had been consumed with concern for Mrs. Lewis's health, doing everything he could to help her. Since being found, he had focused on restoring his own dignity. Yet, during that time, he hadn't thought to donate to the orphanage to enhance the living conditions for his younger siblings. He found this completely inexcusable. With this in mind, Charlie resolved to donate tens of millions of dollars to the orphanage. His goal was to fund an expansion and renovation, ensuring that the children had access to the best toys, education, and learning resources. He even planned to provide computers and iPads for them. Meanwhile, Claire was unaware of Charlie's conflicted feelings or his self-reproach. She was intrigued by her surroundings. Although it was her first visit, she found the atmosphere warm and inviting. This warmth likely stemmed from the fact that her husband had grown up here. In truth, Claire had never viewed Charlie as merely her contracted husband. In her heart, he had always been her true and legal partner. Lisa guided Charlie to the dormitory section of the orphanage, where he immediately recognized the building he once called home. As he peered out the window, Charlie noticed a group of a dozen or more toddlers, all around 1 to 2 years old, happily playing under the watchful eye of one of the caretakers at the orphanage. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Lisa, why are there so many young children here now?" Lisa responded, "There are many irresponsible parents who abandon their children right at the entrance of the orphanage shortly after giving birth. Some of these little ones were left behind due to congenital disabilities or illnesses, while others, like me, were abandoned simply because they were girls." She let out a sigh, filled with empathy for those children. Continuing, she expressed her frustration. "Additionally, there are numerous children who were kidnapped by human traffickers but later rescued by the police. Some of them are so young that it's impossible for authorities to identify their parents. For now, they are placed in our care at the orphanage until their families can be found." Noticing that some of the children had physical disabilities, Charlie inquired, "Lisa, why are there so many disabled children here? Are their conditions congenital?" "No," Lisa replied with indignation. "These children were all healthy before. They were rescued from human traffickers who purposely harmed them, rendering them disabled, to force them to beg on the streets. These criminals destroyed their lives in an instant, turning innocent kids into their sources of income." Claire, who had been listening intently, exclaimed angrily, "Those people are monsters. How could anyone do this to healthy children?" Lisa nodded, adding, "There are truly heartless individuals out there who have no conscience. They are able-bodied yet pretend to be disabled to beg for money. Eventually, they discover it's easy to earn money this way, so they look for disabled individuals to increase their credibility. When they can't find enough, they resort to abducting children and inflicting harm on them to make it easier to beg." Claire trembled with rage and blurted out, "People like that deserve severe punishment." Charlie sighed, sharing his experience. "I've heard about such beggar syndicates during my time working at the construction site. They often consist of relatives or villagers who team up to beg in larger cities. Some of them are particularly ruthless and target minors." He continued, "Remember that Indian movie Slumdog Millionaire we watched about 2 years ago? It featured a beggar syndicate leader who blinded a talented young child so he could sing and beg. It may seem like such horrors are far away, but they happen much closer to home than we realize." Claire exclaimed, "I never imagined such evil existed around us. If I had known, I would have pursued a career in law enforcement to help bring them to justice." Lisa sighed in response, "The unfortunate truth is that the profit margins in these syndicates are incredibly high. Many are willing to risk everything for the chance to make that kind of money." Feeling the weight of the conversation, Lisa quickly suggested, "It's getting late. Let's head to the restaurant. Some of our friends might already be there." Charlie nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, let's go to the restaurant first." The three of them left the orphanage together. As they walked, Charlie suddenly asked Lisa, "By the way, is the orphanage facing any challenges lately? Lisa smiled and replied, we always face various challenges, but we manage to get by. The children's living conditions have improved compared to what we experienced growing up. The only downside is that the classrooms, dormitories, and cafeteria are quite old. The dean has been applying for funding in hopes of raising money for renovations, but the higher-ups have consistently told him that the finances are too tight, and no funds will be available for now. Charlie listened attentively, taking every word to heart. As the trio exited the orphanage and made their way to the restaurant, a cheerful voice called out, Charlie, Lisa. Turning around, they saw a group of familiar faces approaching them. These were friends from Charlie's days at the orphanage, though many of them he hadn't seen since leaving. The only one he had kept in touch with was his close friend, Caleb. Charlie had been quite reserved during his early years at the orphanage, a result of his parents' tragic death. His introverted nature often kept him silent for entire days, and he frequently found himself isolated from the other children. Fortunately, Caleb, who was a bit older, always stood up for Charlie and made an effort to include him in games and activities. Their bond grew stronger over the years, and despite being the same age, Caleb was just a few months older than Charlie. After leaving the orphanage, the two friends chose to work together at a construction site, enduring hardships and challenges side by side. This experience forged a brotherly connection between them. However, they had different approaches to their finances. While Charlie selflessly donated his earnings to the orphanage, Caleb saved his money for personal use. Once Caleb had amassed a decent sum, he left the construction site to pursue a small business in Lancaster. Charlie understood Caleb's perspective. As orphans, they faced unique challenges, and many, including themselves, sought to establish a stable foundation for their futures. Unlike others who had families to rely on, an orphan had to fend for themselves, often living in precarious situations. Charlie's decision to support the orphanage stemmed from his father's teachings and the gratitude he felt toward Mrs. Lewis, who had shown him kindness. He recognized that his survival into adulthood was largely due to her generosity. Additionally, Charlie's upbringing as the young master of the Wade family instilled in him values of compassion and ethics, setting him apart from the other children in the orphanage. At that moment, Caleb stepped forward with enthusiasm, saying, Charlie, my good brother. It's been so long since we last saw each other. Recalling their time at the construction site, where they shared a shed and worked side by side, Charlie felt a wave of excitement. Caleb, I think it's been at least 3 or 4 years. How has life been for you in Lancaster? Caleb chuckled and replied, I'm doing well. I have enough to eat and nice clothes to wear. Charlie inquired further, what about that girl you met at the construction site? Are you two married? Caleb's expression shifted slightly, a hint of sadness creeping in as he replied, well, we dated for 2 or 3 years, but we never married. I couldn't afford a dowry or a house, and her parents didn't approve of me. Eventually, she started to feel the same way and broke up with me. Worried, Charlie asked, when did this happen? Caleb managed a small smile as he responded, just last month. Charlie nodded, affirming, it's her loss for not choosing you. After he finished speaking, he turned to Caleb and asked, by the way, I just realized I haven't asked, aren't you supposed to be in Lancaster? How did you make it to Orris Hill so quickly? Caleb smiled and replied, it's quite a coincidence. My company arranged for me to come to Orris Hill for a business trip, and I just arrived earlier this afternoon. As soon as I stepped off the bus, I noticed all of you chatting in the group chat, which prompted me to come here right away. Charlie, intrigued, asked, didn't you start your own business? Why are you working for someone else now? With a bittersweet smile, Caleb replied, business hasn't been great. Honestly, who's thriving right now? The economic landscape over the past 2 years has been quite challenging, making it tough to run a business. After he spoke, Caleb looked at Claire and said with a smile, Charlie, is this my younger sister-in-law? Charlie nodded, saying, yes, this is my wife, Claire. Then he introduced Caleb to Claire, adding, Claire, this is Caleb, my best friend from the orphanage. Caleb smiled again and remarked, Charlie, you are truly lucky. Your sister-in-law is gorgeous. Claire smiled back and replied, thank you. Caleb then pretended to complain to Charlie, saying, "Charlie, you're such a bad friend. You haven't contacted any of us for years. When Mrs. Lewis was suffering from uremia, I heard she mentioned you often visited her in the hospital, but it felt like you were purposely avoiding all of us. Why would you do that?" Charlie chuckled and replied earnestly, "I had been going through a tough time these past few years, and I didn't want anyone to see me in such a vulnerable state." Charlie had his own pride. Ever since marrying Claire, he had faced ridicule from those around him, being labeled as a loser, a pathetic husband, and a worthless son-in-law. Although he generally brushed off their opinions, he didn't want his childhood friends, who had grown up alongside him, to witness his struggles. Caleb responded sincerely, "My dear brother, we've shared a lot over the years, living together in that old shack at the construction site, even splitting a steamed bun between us. Why would you feel embarrassed around me? Besides, I haven't had it easy either, but look at me, I still manage to find joy in each day." Charlie nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, Lisa looked at Caleb with a bright smile and said, "Brother Caleb, why aren't you saying hello to me?" Caleb gazed at Lisa for a long moment before a surprised expression crossed his face. "You? Are you Lisa?" he exclaimed. Like Charlie, Caleb had never returned to the orphanage after leaving at 18. Back then, Lisa was just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Now, she had blossomed into a stunning young woman, showing a striking transformation. Lisa smiled and replied, "Yes, it's me. Why are you so surprised?" Caleb laughed, saying, "A young woman truly grows into someone different. You were once so pale, thin, and short, looking like a tomboy. I never expected you to turn into such a beautiful young woman." Lisa blushed and said shyly, "Brother Caleb, please stop flattering me. How could I be considered pretty with my sister-in-law here?" As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Claire, displaying an envious expression. Caleb encouraged her, "Don't sell yourself short. You're a beautiful young woman in your own right." Feeling a bit embarrassed and at a loss for words, Lisa was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. After answering, her expression shifted to concern. "The owner of the restaurant just called to inform me that the power went out due to aging wiring. It can't be repaired today, so they won't be able to open until tomorrow." "Oh no!" Caleb exclaimed. "That means we need to find another place for dinner." Lisa, looking anxious, added, "It's already dinner time, and I'm worried that finding a table on such short notice will be challenging." Hearing this, Charlie was about to call Don Albert to check for any available rooms at Heaven Springs. At that moment, a black Mercedes-Benz suddenly pulled up beside the group. As the window of the Mercedes-Benz slid down, Charlie leaned in closer to get a better look at the man inside. It didn't take long for him to recognize Jeff Mowry, the one responsible for organizing today's meetup through their messenger group. Although they were merely acquaintances, Charlie had always found Jeff's demeanor somewhat off-putting. Dressed in a suit that clung tightly to his plump frame and polished leather shoes, Jeff halted his vehicle upon spotting the crowd. He poked his head out of the window, a smirk on his face, and said, "Oh, hey, sorry for making you guys wait." A hint of arrogance flickered in his eyes as he cleared his throat and added, "There was a traffic jam on my way here, which is why I'm late." Someone in the crowd gasped in astonishment, "Wow, Jeff, is this your car? When did you buy it?" Jeff let out a self-important laugh. "I just got it 2 days ago." Charlie squinted, realizing the truth. Jeff was eager to organize this gathering simply to flaunt his new car to his childhood friends. Another person chimed in, "Hey, Jeff, what model is this? It must have cost you a fortune." Jeff chuckled triumphantly, though his tone carried false modesty. "Nah, it's just a simple E300L. Overall, it set me back about $500,000. "Whoa!" The crowd gasped collectively, their expressions a mix of disbelief and envy. "Wow, Jeff, you're loaded. You've only been working a few years, and you can already afford such an extravagant car." "Yeah. We're still taking buses while you're cruising in a Merc. We're really struggling in comparison. It's pale in comparison." "Ah, same difference." The reality was that children raised in the orphanage had no one to rely on, a stark contrast to their peers. While others started from scratch, they began from a place of disadvantage. Most of the kids who left the orphanage around the same time were still fighting to meet their basic needs. Securing good jobs with decent benefits was a distant dream for them, leaving many trapped in poverty. Only Charlie and Jeff could afford a car, so Jeff's new Mercedes stirred up feelings of envy among the others. Jeff's smug smile remained unbroken. He waved dismissively and said, "Nah, it's nothing special for me, just a minor expense." But then he caught sight of Charlie in the crowd, and his expression changed. He hadn't anticipated that Charlie, his longtime rival, would arrive before him. In their orphanage days, Jeff had looked down on Charlie and often bullied him. However, due to Charlie's superior strength and skills, Jeff frequently found himself on the losing end of their encounters. Over the years, Charlie had become a haunting presence in Jeff's mind, one he couldn't shake. He had once believed that tough guys like Charlie wouldn't thrive in society. As he glanced at Charlie's clothes, he smirked, thinking he was right. Charlie still wore the same low-end brands as before. But when his eyes landed on the stunning Claire, they widened in shock. He had never encountered such beauty in his life. Is she another friend from the orphanage? Jeff murmured to himself, lost in thought. He sifted through his memories, searching for any recollection of the striking woman before him. With a pretentiously polite yet smug grin plastered on his face, he turned to Charlie and said, "Hey, you're Charlie, right? Long time no see." Charlie beamed and replied, "But Trumpet?" But Trumpet was the nickname Jeff earned during their time at the orphanage. He had been a chubby, gluttonous kid who had no qualms about farting wherever he went, whether in class, during playtime, at meals, or even while sleeping. His constant farting caused plenty of trouble for everyone around him, hence the nickname, But Trumpet. Jeff's face turned a shade of green at the mention of his old nickname, but before he could respond, a voice behind him barked, "Hey, Charlie, watch it. How dare you embarrass our manager Maury in front of everyone? Jeff is now an executive at a listed company. Show some respect." Charlie squinted at the speaker, recognizing him as Harry Chambers, one of Jeff's childhood lackeys. He was surprised Harry was still playing that same pathetic role after all these years. Frowning, Charlie replied flatly, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just so used to calling him But Trumpet since we were kids, it slipped out." Jeff shot a glance at Claire, feeling irritation spike as he noticed her struggling to suppress a laugh at the mention of his nickname. He huffed, "Hey, Charlie, looks like you're doing well. What car did you drive here?" Harry immediately interjected, "Oh, Jeff, that's too much. I heard he's just a live-in son-in-law who sponges off his wife. Asking about his car is just humiliating." "Oops, my bad." Jeff slapped his forehead. "I'm sorry, Charlie. I tend to be a bit blunt, I hope you can forgive me." Inside, he smirked, thinking, "Charlie Wade, let's see how you handle this." To his surprise, Charlie burst into laughter. "Ha, But Trumpet. I always thought your love for farting was because your intestines are so straight, but I didn't realize you're also straightforward like your farts. Is it your trachea that does the talking? Seems like it's as straight and smooth as your intestines." The crowd erupted in laughter at Charlie's witty comeback. Jeff's expression twisted into a grimace of disdain. He hadn't expected Charlie to take his comment and turn it into mockery. But his priority was to maintain a good impression on Claire despite Charlie's jab, so he turned to her with a charming smile. "By the way, I'm having trouble recognizing you. I guess it's been so long since I visited the orphanage. It's nice to meet you, may I ask your name?" Lisa chimed in, "Hey, Jeff, are you blind? Don't you know who she is? She's Charlie's wife." "What?" Jeff gaped in shock as if struck by lightning. He couldn't believe the stunning woman he was drawn to at first sight was actually the wife of Charlie, the loser. He turned stiffly to glare at Charlie, noting that his own Armani coat alone could probably buy 2 sets of Charlie's cheap outfits. Then he turned back to Claire, standing tall and graceful beside Charlie. Anger and irritation bubbled within him. Damn it! Claire was incredibly beautiful and captivating, her figure was exquisite and alluring, far superior to any woman he had ever encountered. Yet she was married to Charlie, the deadbeat loser. God damn it. Jeff's irritation grew as he spotted Charlie's stunning wife. With a sarcastic grin, he called out, "Hey, Charlie. It's been ages since we last met. Wow, you've really changed. You look so polished and shiny, like a typical toy boy and moocher." He examined Charlie from head to toe, shaking his head in mock disbelief. "If only I had known how easy it was to be a stay-at-home husband, I wouldn't have spent years grinding away. Look at me. After all that hard work and sacrificing my health in the process, I've only just been promoted to director. It's embarrassing to even compare myself to someone like you, the king of moochers." Jeff's cynical jabs at Charlie were meant to lift his own social standing while belittling Charlie at the same time. His gaze wandered to the young and attractive Lisa, who had captured his attention. Since Claire was out of reach, Lisa, with her smooth skin and flawless features, seemed like the next best thing. Reflecting on their time at the orphanage, Jeff couldn't believe he hadn't noticed how beautiful Lisa would become. If only he had known back then, he could have pursued her. Meanwhile, the friends behind Jeff exchanged knowing smirks as they listened to his taunts directed at Charlie. Although they didn't voice their opinions, their disdain was evident. In contrast, Charlie stood still, his expression calm, like a tranquil lake. Claire, however, was clearly irritated. "Excuse me, sir, but could you please watch your words? My husband hasn't done anything to provoke you, so why speak so rudely? And honestly, what difference does it make to you whether my husband is a moocher or not? Does he mooch off you?" Jeff's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a fierce response from Charlie's beautiful wife. Life felt so unfair. Here he was, a hard-working man, and yet he couldn't have a wife as perfect as hers. Was the saying true, marriage goes by contrast? His frustration mounted as he sneered, "Sweetheart, I'm not mocking your husband, I'm just stating the truth. A beauty like you marrying a deadbeat like him is like putting new wine in old bottles. You're just an outsider. Whatever happens between my husband and me is none of your concern. You have no right to judge us." Jeff stood there, stunned and bewildered. Not only was Claire beautiful, but she also clearly loved her husband deeply, which only fueled his jealousy. Lisa, equally annoyed, chimed in, "Hey, Jeff Mowry. What's your problem? Did Charlie ever bother you? Why be so rude to him? You haven't changed one bit, you're still just as terrible." Jeff felt a surge of anger at her words. Why was Lisa siding with Charlie? What was so great about this loser? Why were all the attractive women backing him? While it made sense for Claire to support Charlie as his wife, Lisa had no connection to him, so why was she acting this way? The more Jeff looked at Lisa, the more he realized what a gem she was. Tall and slender, with an impeccable physique in her early 20s, her pouty face was irresistibly cute and charming. He found himself wanting to pull her into his arms and kiss her. How wonderful it would be if he could win over this adorable girl. With a playful grin, Jeff remarked, "Oh, Lisa, don't misunderstand me. I'm just teasing Charlie. You know how we used to joke around back in the day, we're good friends." Lisa let out a snort and turned away, choosing to ignore him. Just then, a woman with gray hair and a warm expression stepped out from the entrance of the orphanage. She noticed the gathering and asked, "Why is everyone still here? I thought you all headed to the restaurant already." The crowd quickly turned around, surprised to see it was Mrs. Lewis speaking to them. With a gentle smile, Mrs. Lewis expressed her delight at seeing them. When her gaze landed on Charlie, her eyes sparkled with gratitude. Everyone looked at Mrs. Lewis with eager and hopeful expressions. Thanks to the abilities he gained from an apocalyptic book, Charlie could instantly tell that Mrs. Lewis had made a full recovery and was in excellent health. Relief washed over him, and he sighed. If he had acquired his abilities sooner, Mrs. Lewis could have avoided the kidney transplant surgery altogether. The rejuvenating pill would have sufficed to heal her and even make her a few years younger. Mrs. Lewis shared this sentiment. To her, each child in front of her felt like her own beloved child. She had devoted her life to caring for the orphanage. While she never expected the children to see her as a mother figure, she was truly touched and grateful to have them visit her. The group approached Mrs. Lewis, offering their greetings. Some were heartfelt, while others were merely polite. Regardless, Mrs. Lewis appreciated that the children still remembered her. Charlie stepped forward and said, "Mrs. Lewis, congratulations on your recovery and discharge." Claire chimed in with a sweet smile, "Mrs. Lewis, congratulations on your recovery." Mrs. Lewis beamed when she saw Charlie and Claire. "Charlie, Claire. It's been months. I've missed you both. How have you been?" Among the many children who came and went at the orphanage, she treated them all like her own. Yet, in truth, Charlie was the one boy she held a special affection for. During his time at the orphanage, Charlie was the most obedient, thoughtful, and caring child. While other kids occasionally returned to visit or support the orphanage, Charlie was the only one who consistently went above and beyond to help. When she fell ill, even her family was frustrated by the mounting medical bills, but Charlie was the only one who stepped up to sponsor her. If it hadn't been for him, she might not have survived. Thanks to Charlie's support, Mrs. Lewis received the best care at Fairview Hospital in Eastcliff, and she felt deeply indebted to his kindness and generosity. She also felt grateful towards Claire, as they had both played significant roles in raising funds for her medical expenses. Taking Claire's hand, Mrs. Lewis looked at her with the same affection she would show a daughter-in-law and said, "Claire, you've never looked more beautiful. Tell me, does Charlie give you a hard time? You two are a perfect match. Make sure to respect one another and get along well. Don't let anyone speak ill of you." Claire quickly reassured Mrs. Lewis, saying, "Don't worry, Mrs. Lewis. Charlie and I are doing great." Feeling a bit embarrassed, she added, "I'm truly sorry for not being able to visit you in Eastcliff. I wouldn't have even known you were back in Orris Hill if Charlie hadn't mentioned it. I really apologize." Mrs. Lewis responded warmly, "Oh no, dear, please don't apologize. You both have done so much for me. You took care of me during my time in the hospital when I was seriously ill. I might not have made it through without your help with the bills." As tears welled in her eyes, Mrs. Lewis continued, "I can't express how thankful I am, Claire. You had to manage not only my care but also the Wilson family affairs. It must have been incredibly challenging for you. I feel both grateful and guilty. I should be the one saying sorry." Claire squeezed Mrs. Lewis' hands tightly and replied, "Mrs. Lewis, don't forget that I'm Charlie's wife. You are his fairy godmother, which makes you my fairy godmother too." Mrs. Lewis was touched by Claire's words, shedding grateful tears as she realized that Claire seemed different from the last time they met. This wasn't Claire's first visit to the orphanage with Charlie, but in the past, there had always been an underlying sense of distance and coldness between them, suggesting that they lacked a genuine bond. However, this time, as she observed them holding hands, it was clear that their relationship had greatly improved. Previously, Mrs. Lewis had often heard troubling rumors about their relationship, which made her anxious, fearing that Charlie might be cast out of the Wilson family if they divorced. Now, seeing them together brought her a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the rest of the group looked on in astonishment, captivated by the unfolding conversation. Only now did they realize the extent of what Charlie and his wife had done for Mrs. Lewis during her illness. True to his humble nature, Charlie never sought recognition for his kindness toward Mrs. Lewis. He was motivated purely by a desire to repay her unconditional love and support, not to boast in front of others. On the other hand, Jeff was feeling quite downcast. He had organized this reunion, which was the reason everyone had gathered to visit Mrs. Lewis today. In his mind, as a successful man, he envisioned himself as the center of attention during the reunion, receiving accolades and perhaps even impressing Lisa. To his dismay, Charlie had unexpectedly stolen the spotlight, leaving Jeff feeling like an insignificant figure in the background. With a hint of resentment, Jeff shot a glare at Charlie. Mrs. Lewis turned to Claire and said, "Claire, you and Charlie aren't young anymore. It's time for you to think about having a child. Charlie is the only one married among the kids who left the orphanage at the same time, the rest are still single. Hurry up. I can't wait to cuddle my little god-grandchildren." Claire felt her cheeks flush with shyness. Though she and Charlie had been married for 3 years, no one had ever pressured them to start a family. Her family, with the exception of her grandfather, had looked down on Charlie and hoped for a future divorce. They had never wished for Claire to have a child with him. Yet, as Mrs. Lewis planted the idea in her mind, Claire felt a mixture of shyness and something deeper stirring within her. At nearly 26 years old, the prime age for motherhood, Claire found herself experiencing blossoming maternal instincts. Seeing others with children often filled her heart with a yearning, leaving her to wonder when she might have a baby of her own. However, her complicated family situation hindered her from fully considering this possibility. With a shy smile, she replied, "Mrs. Lewis, we haven't really thought much about children yet. I've just started my business, and it's an incredibly busy time right now." At that moment, Lisa focused intently on Claire, her eyes reflecting a mix of jealousy and sorrow. Since childhood, Lisa had harbored feelings for Charlie, dreaming of one day becoming his bride. Although that dream still lingered in her heart, reality seemed to suggest it would never come to fruition. This was the reason her envy toward Claire had intensified. To Lisa, Claire appeared to be the happiest woman alive, having married what she believed to be the best man in the world. Mrs. Lewis offered a gentle smile and remarked, "While building your career is essential, family holds equal importance. It's wise to have children while you're young, as it's beneficial for your health." Claire nodded in agreement, her cheeks flushing crimson like an apple. Lisa then spoke up apologetically, "Mrs. Lewis, I just received a call from the restaurant owner. They're experiencing electrical issues and have had to close for the day. It seems we'll need to find another place to eat." With a motherly warmth, Mrs. Lewis replied, "That's perfectly fine. The most important thing is that I'm delighted to see all of you today. It's been a while since I've seen some of you, and it brings me so much joy." Meanwhile, Jeff, who had been silent until then, perked up mischievously. He stepped forward and declared, "Mrs. Lewis, I'll handle the dinner arrangements for us tonight." He pulled out his phone, made a quick call, and announced to everyone, "I've booked a table at the 5-star Hyatt Hotel. Let's head over." A collective gasp of surprise filled the air. Someone hesitated and said, "The Hyatt is a 5-star establishment, isn't that a bit extravagant for dinner? It must cost at least $20,000 to $30,000 per meal." "Exactly. Even if we split the bill, it would still be $1,000 or $2,000 per person. That's way beyond what we can afford on our current salaries." Nods of agreement spread through the group as frowns and murmurs of concern followed. Only those from affluent backgrounds could comfortably dine at a 5-star hotel and enjoy its luxuries. The individuals present were all orphans with limited educational backgrounds, leading them to secure only low-paying jobs. Their earnings barely covered their daily expenses, leaving no room for additional luxuries. Consequently, the prospect of dining at a 5-star hotel filled them with anxiety, fearing it might exceed their monthly budgets and worsen their financial situations. With a chuckle, Jeff reassured them, "Relax, everyone. I'll cover half the meal, and you all can split the other half. It'll only be a few hundred each." How does that sound? Relief washed over the group instantly. Indeed, Jeff's offer meant they could dine out without feeling overly burdened financially. One person ventured, "Are you sure it's okay for you to pay half the bill? It doesn't seem fair to you." Jeff waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. We're here to celebrate Mrs. Lewis's recovery, it's a small thing." What they didn't realize was that meals and entertainment expenses could be reimbursed through Jeff's company. Jeff had a clever plan in mind. By appearing generous and covering half the bill while allowing others to pay the remainder, he intended to later submit the entire bill to his company for reimbursement. This way, not only would he recover the money he spent, but he would also pocket the share from the others. In this scenario, if the meal cost $30,000, he would pay $15,000 while the others contributed the remaining $15,000. He would then claim $30,000 from his company, enhancing his reputation for generosity while effectively profiting $15,000 at the same time. Why not, indeed? Mrs. Lewis quickly chimed in, "Jeff, I appreciate your kind gesture, but we really don't need to go to such an upscale restaurant to celebrate my recovery. It's just too pricey." She added, "Honestly, it's just a meal. I can whip something up for everyone, and we could just eat at the orphanage. This way, you can save your money for other things. Please don't spend it on me, it's simply not worth it. Having always been frugal, Mrs. Lewis had never dined at a luxurious venue before, and the thought of eating somewhere so expensive made her feel uneasy. However, Jeff smiled and replied, "Mrs. Lewis, please don't say that. You've raised us, and it's time for us to show our gratitude. Plus, I won't be covering the entire bill alone, I'll share it with the others." Noticing Mrs. Lewis's reluctance, he reassured her, "Don't worry, it won't break the bank. The Hyatt Hotel is a client of my company, and I can get some discounts, so it will only cost a few $100s for the meal." Everyone felt relieved upon hearing this. Indeed, a few $100s was manageable, allowing them to relax. Additionally, if they could enjoy a luxurious 5-star hotel experience for such a small amount of money, it seemed entirely worthwhile. Still somewhat hesitant, Mrs. Lewis glanced at the clock and noticed it was already 6 o'clock. Jeff urged, "Mrs. Lewis, we really should get going. Other places might be fully booked by now." Mrs. Lewis surveyed the group. It was rare for all of them to be together, and it would be disappointing if they missed out on the opportunity to dine as a group. Ultimately, she couldn't resist Jeff's infectious enthusiasm and agreed, "All right then, let's head to the Hyatt." Jeff beamed with triumph and said, "Great. Let's go now." One person inquired, "Hey, we have quite a few of us here, how are we getting there?" With a smile, Jeff replied, "My car can accommodate 4 more. Mrs. Lewis can ride with me, along with Lisa and 2 others." Then, he looked over at Charlie with a playful grin. "Charlie, would you and your wife like to join us in my car? She deserves a comfortable ride in either a Mercedes or a BMW, not on a bus." Charlie smiled softly and replied, "Thanks, but we drove here." "Oh, really?" Jeff exclaimed with mock surprise. "Aren't you a house husband? How did you manage to get a car? Is it an Alto or a Charade?" Charlie calmly pulled out his BMW car key and pressed the unlock button. The yellow lights on the BMW 760 parked nearby blinked twice. Everyone turned to where he pointed, staring in disbelief as they realized he had just unlocked a BMW. The young adults from the orphanage, who could only afford modest jobs, were already in awe of Jeff's Mercedes-Benz, considering it their ultimate aspiration. They never imagined Charlie would drive a BMW. Jeff felt a surge of indignation. He had expected to be the center of attention with his Mercedes, but now, seeing that BMW, he felt uneasy and out of place. He had thought he was the only one among his orphanage friends capable of owning such a prestigious car, but suddenly Charlie had appeared with his BMW. Jeff scrutinized Charlie's vehicle anxiously and finally relaxed with a coy grin when he noticed the 520 badge on the back of the car. The BMW 5 Series and the Mercedes-Benz E-Class are fairly comparable in many ways, but Jeff was keenly aware that Charlie's BMW 520 was the entry-level model in the 5 Series lineup, while his own E300L was closer to the top-tier offerings in the E-Class. Below the E300L, there were also the E260 and E200 models. This meant that Charlie's BMW 520 was on par with the E200, while Jeff's E300L outperformed Charlie's vehicle in terms of specifications and capabilities. With a sly grin, Jeff remarked, "Hey, Charlie, I don't mean to put you down, but you seem a bit vain. Experts say you should never settle for the lowest model in a series. What made you choose that so-called beggar version 520 instead of opting for a higher spec model in the 3 Series? Are you just trying to show off?" Intrigued, some asked, "Jeff, what do you mean by beggar version?" Jeff replied with a smirk, "The term beggar version refers to the lowest specification model in a series, the entry-level, the most basic option available." Everyone nodded in understanding. At that moment, a thought crossed Charlie's mind. He remembered Clinton Tucker, the guy who drove a BMW 540 to Douglas's newly opened restaurant, acting as if he were soaring through the skies. Clinton had taunted him, even challenging him to a race, intent on showcasing his 540's superiority over Charlie's 520. Suddenly, a clever idea struck Charlie. Clinton had provoked him into a race, but this time, he would turn the tables and provoke Jeff into wanting a race himself. Clearing his throat, Charlie began, "Jeff, have you ever heard the saying, Hamilton doesn't win all his titles because he has the best car, but because he is Hamilton? It implies that a skilled driver can outperform others in any car, whereas a mediocre driver won't fare well even in an F1 car. With an air of arrogance, Charlie continued, I don't mean to boast, but my driving skills are unmatched in this city. I've even been nicknamed the Schumacher of Orris Hill. Jeff scoffed, seriously? You? The Schumacher of Orris Hill? Do you even know what Schumacher looks like? Charlie responded with a mocking tone, oh, come on, just deal with it, buddy. Jeff rolled his eyes. Ha! You can talk all you want. But I can't believe you, Schumacher of Orris Hill, driving a BMW 520? You've got to be joking. One press of my accelerator, and all you'll see is my exhaust smoke. With a haughty expression, Jeff raised an eyebrow and asked, so, do you want to make a bet? What? Again? Charlie chuckled. Honestly, I just beat a BMW 540i not too long ago. The 540 is more powerful than your E300L, just so you know. Jeff spat dismissively and retorted, did you rehearse that line before you started bragging? Your so-called lousy car beat a 540. You expect me to buy that? If you can beat my E300L, I'll take your last name. Charlie inquired intentionally, what's the horsepower of your car? 258. Jeff declared proudly. Charlie nodded, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. But I'm not your competition, my car only has 184 horsepower. It doesn't compare to yours. Jeff smirked. What's this? Are you backing down? Weren't you just bragging about defeating a much stronger BMW 540 with 340 horsepower? Are you really afraid of my 258 horsepower Merc E300L? You're such a coward. Charlie feigned fear and timidity, saying, oh, I told you I can't match your skills, you win. You win by default. Aren't you thrilled? Not a chance. Jeff exclaimed loudly. When he noticed Charlie starting to back away, he quickly leaped toward him and declared, hey everyone, did you catch that? You said it yourself, Charlie, Hamilton can win because he is Hamilton, not merely due to having the best cars. So, how about we race and see if you truly deserve that Schumacher nickname? Charlie waved his hands, looking uncertain. Come on, Jeff, let's just drop it. We're not even in the same league, it wouldn't be fair. And he was right, it was far from fair. Pitting a BMW 520 against a Mercedes E300L was like sending a wolf after a husky. Jeff, convinced that Charlie was backing out of the race out of fear, couldn't resist teasing him again. Charlie, you were just bragging. Why the sudden change? Can't you stand up to your wife? In a feigned annoyed tone, Charlie responded, come on, Jeff, don't go there. We've been friends since childhood, why do you have to be so aggressive? Yes, your car is impressive, but do you think that guarantees a win? Jeff felt he had Charlie right where he wanted him, but unbeknownst to him, he was the one falling into Charlie's scheme. He quickly retorted, the outcome is determined by the race. But the real question is, do you have the guts to accept the challenge? If you back out, that just makes you a coward. Charlie, unable to contain his frustration, declared, fine. Let's race. I'm not scared of you. Jeff's face lit up with excitement. Fantastic. Let's race to the Hyatt. Whoever gets there first wins. Deal? Charlie nodded in agreement. Sure, but we can't race without a stake. How about we place a bet? Oh, please. Jeff replied confidently. I'll bet on whatever you want. Charlie thought for a moment before saying, Lisa mentioned that the orphanage is struggling financially. So, the loser should donate their car to the orphanage and let them decide what to do with it, no takebacks. What do you think? Caleb, tugging at Charlie's arm, exclaimed, dude, don't fall for this. He's trying to trick you. With a gentle smile, Charlie reassured him, relax, everything will be fine. But inside, he thought, brother, I'm the one orchestrating the tricks here, hoping he falls for my plan. Jeff chuckled to himself, already visualizing his victory. "Charlie, is that car actually registered under your name? I thought you were a stay-at-home husband, which means it's your wife's car, right? How can you wager your wife's car? What if you lose and she doesn't agree to donate it?" Claire, feeling irritated by Jeff's arrogance, interjected, "Even though I own the car, don't worry. I can assure you that if my husband loses, I'll donate the car to the orphanage. But you have to agree to do the same if you lose. We have plenty of witnesses here." Jeff felt a wave of relief wash over him as he heard Claire's words. He thought, "Really? You think my Merc 300L can't outrun your BMW 520? If you want to embarrass yourself, go ahead and get ready to say goodbye to your car." With an air of superiority, Jeff replied, "All right, gorgeous, I accept the terms. Everyone here is our witness, including Mrs. Lewis. The loser donates their car to the orphanage, this is our deal." Mrs. Lewis, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "You two, what's with all this betting and racing? You grew up together. Why can't you just sit down and have a nice chat? Why resort to childish fights? Listen, let's forget about the race and the bet, and just enjoy a peaceful dinner together, okay?" Jeff addressed Mrs. Lewis, saying, "Please don't get involved, Mrs. Lewis. This is a matter between Charlie and me. Regardless of today's outcome, the real winner will be the orphanage. My car can be resold for about $400,000, while Charlie's is valued a bit less, around $200,000 or $300,000. That money can be used to enhance the facilities and purchase supplies for the kids at the orphanage." With a warm smile, Charlie reassured her, "Mrs. Lewis, there's no need to worry about us. Jeff and I will take care of this ourselves." Deep down, Mrs. Lewis was concerned that Charlie might end up on the losing side. Yet, seeing the confident smile on Charlie's face made her think that things might not be as straightforward as she believed. During her treatment in Eastcliff, she had noticed some odd and intriguing occurrences. First, she observed that the hospital staff treated her with an unusual amount of respect and courtesy, almost as if she were a VIP. While receiving care, a well-known celebrity visited Fairview Hospital to see her attending doctor. To her surprise, the doctor's demeanor toward the celebrity was noticeably less warm than how he had treated her. Mrs. Lewis couldn't help but ponder why she was receiving such special treatment. After all, she was just an ordinary employee of an orphanage, visiting Eastcliff for the first time, without any connections or influential background. What was the reason behind this preferential treatment? The second puzzling moment happened while she was on the operating table, under anesthesia. Just before losing consciousness, she overheard a conversation between her doctor and an assistant. Amidst her haze, she caught the doctor mentioning that she was the young master's benefactor, which meant they had to be particularly careful during her procedure. She had no idea who this young master was. Perhaps she had misheard them in her dazed state. Yet, every time she thought about it, Charlie's face appeared in her mind. She couldn't quite explain why, but she felt there was more to Charlie than met the eye. After all, he had settled her medical bills, which amounted to millions. How had he managed that? Where had he found such a large sum of money in such a short time? Though she couldn't comprehend how or why it happened, it left her in awe. When she saw Charlie again today, it was evident that he had undergone significant changes. The most noticeable difference was his newfound confidence. This transformation made Mrs. Lewis feel genuinely happy. She had always wished for Charlie to gain self-assurance, and while he had struggled in the past, it seemed he had finally overcome that hurdle and grown into a more self-assured young man. With that thought, she nodded, deciding not to interfere in the bet between Charlie and Jeff. With a smug grin, Jeff proposed, "To make it fair, let's have 5 people in each of our cars, including Mrs. Lewis, to witness the bet in case someone fails to keep their promise." Charlie agreed, saying, "Sounds good. Mrs. Lewis, Lisa, and Caleb will ride in my car." "All right." Jeff laughed. "My friends will be in my car." The curious group cheered with excitement as they jumped into the car. However, with only 2 vehicles available, the rest had to take a taxi to the Hyatt Hotel. Charlie climbed into the BMW 760, with Claire in the front passenger seat, and Mrs. Lewis, Lisa, and Caleb settled in the back. After starting the engine, Charlie announced, "All right, everyone, hold on tight. Once I hit the straight road ahead, I'll be able to win this race with just a tap on the accelerator." Turning to Mrs. Lewis, he added, "Mrs. Lewis, please grab onto the handrails. When I accelerate, I plan to win a Mercedes-Benz for the orphanage. You could sell it for $300,000 and use that money to buy toys and books for the kids." Mrs. Lewis smiled gently and nodded. "On behalf of our children, thank you." Meanwhile, 5 of Jeff's lackeys were packed into his car. Jeff pulled up next to Charlie's BMW, rolled down his window, and smirked, "Hey there, buddy. Whenever you're ready, I'll give you a 3-second head start." Charlie replied modestly, "Oh, come on, we're friends. No need for a head start, let's go together." Huh. The 5 in the Mercedes-Benz erupted in laughter. Jeff remarked, "Charlie, you sure know how to entertain. So, on my mark, okay?" Charlie nodded. "All right, I'm ready." Jeff chuckled and shouted, "On my mark, 1, 2, 3, go." With that, Jeff slammed on the accelerator and took off. Charlie, waiting a second longer, then pressed his accelerator, and his BMW 760 shot forward like an arrow from a bow. In just a moment, he overtook Jeff and left him far behind. The road was perfectly straight, and as Charlie pushed the speed a little more, Jeff's car disappeared from view. It wasn't until someone in Jeff's car exclaimed, "Hey, Jeff, Charlie just passed you," that Jeff realized what had happened. "What? Where?" Jeff's heart raced. He looked up in disbelief. No way, how could he be so fast? A guy in the back seat sighed, "Wow, Charlie wasn't kidding, he really is impressive." "Impressive my foot!" Jeff exclaimed, cold sweat forming on his forehead. "This isn't about skill, he just has an incredible car. That jerk set me up." The backseat passenger asked, "What do you mean?" Jeff's face turned a mix of red and green with frustration. "I've pushed my accelerator to the max, and he's still leaving me in the dust. His car's horsepower must be way higher than mine, at least 400 horsepower." He muttered anxiously, "This is bad. I walked right into Charlie's trap." The front passenger chimed in, "So, Jeff, are you sure you can't win?" "How could I possibly win?" Jeff was on the verge of tears. "His car is on a whole different level. I can't even get close to him, even if I try my hardest. Look! You can't even see him anymore. The Hyatt is just 2 or 3 kilometers away, how am I supposed to catch up? I'm doomed." "What?" a backseat passenger exclaimed. "If you lose, you have to donate your car to the orphanage." "Donate my car? No way!" Jeff shouted. "Do you have any idea how hard I worked to buy this car? Over my dead body. But you just made a bet with Charlie in front of everyone. It'll look terrible if you back out now." Jeff was well aware of the predicament he was in. If he truly went back on his word, he would be a laughingstock for all time. Yet, the thought of donating his brand new car to the orphanage was something he couldn't bear. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated just driving away, skipping the dinner, and cutting ties with his orphanage friends for good. But then, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting a change of plans. He quickly shifted into the right lane and began tailgating the vehicle ahead. Jeff had devised a clever scheme. He was going to stage a car accident. With that, the race would be cancelled due to unforeseen circumstances, allowing him to avoid losing. His eyes scanned the road, looking for the perfect scapegoat. At that moment, the guy in the front passenger seat shouted in alarm, "Jeff! Jeff! You're going to hit that car! You're going to crash!" Jeff smirked to himself, thinking, "Yeah, that's exactly what I want." However, as he inched closer, he realized he was about to collide with a sleek black Porsche Cayenne. He hit the brakes without hesitation. A Porsche Cayenne was worth around $1 million, but he had only secured $500,000 in insurance for his own vehicle. Clearly, that wouldn't cover the damages if he crashed into the Porsche. As luck would have it, a Volkswagen Passat was in the right lane. He swiftly steered toward the Passat. With a loud crash, the Passat skidded several meters before coming to a halt, while Jeff's Mercedes was left utterly mangled. Fortunately, the airbag deployed, ensuring that no one was hurt. After the collision, Jeff parked his car and stepped out. He immediately took out his phone, switched to video mode on WeChat, and began recording. Aiming his camera at the wrecked front of his car and the damaged Passat, he said, "Guys, please inform Charlie that I had an accident and crashed into a Passat. I'm afraid we'll have to forfeit today's race. Tell him we can race again once my car is repaired." After sending the video to his Orphanage friends group chat, he couldn't help but grin with satisfaction, thinking, "Wow, I'm so clever. I managed to come up with this solution so quickly. I'm really impressed with myself." Otherwise, if he had driven all the way to Hyatt, he would have lost the chance to connect with his Orphanage friends, even if he avoided donating the car. Initially, he thought losing these friends wouldn't matter since he had no real attachment to them or to Mrs. Lewis. However, seeing Lisa today changed his perspective entirely. He felt as if he had rediscovered a purpose in life. He was determined to pursue Lisa at all costs, but losing the race and breaking his promise today wouldn't help his cause. Just as he reveled in his perceived brilliance, a man approached him, shouting, "Hey, are you fing blind? Who told you my car is a Passat? It's an imported W12 Volkswagen Fyetin. This car set me back $2 million. Did a donkey kick you in the head or something, you fucking idiot? What the hell?" Jeff gasped in shock. "Fyetin? Isn't that a Passat?" The man exploded with rage, grabbing Jeff by the collar and dragging him to the rear of his vehicle, screaming, "Look, you F***king idiot. Spell it. P-H-T-O-N, Fyetin." Jeff felt all the blood drain from his face as his heart raced. Could this really be the most underrated Volkswagen Fyetin? Why on earth did it look so much like a Passat? While Porsche is renowned as a luxury car brand, even a standard Cayenne carries a price tag of just over $1 million. On the other hand, Volkswagen, often seen as a more accessible brand, produced the Fyetin, a model that is exceedingly rare and expensive. The top-tier Fyetin was valued at over $2 million, placing it on par with high-end models like the Audi A8, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, and BMW 7 Series. Previously, Jeff was so captivated by the logo of the Porsche Cayenne that he instinctively aimed to collide with a less expensive vehicle. When he spotted the Fyetin, the familiar Volkswagen logo led him to mistakenly perceive it as just another cheap Passat, prompting him to crash into it without hesitation. Little did he know, he had just hit the underappreciated Fyetin. Upon realizing the car's staggering price, $2 million, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair, wishing he could simply vanish at that moment. The ratio of parts cost to the total price of a vehicle is crucial, as it reflects the overall maintenance expenses during typical use. Essentially, if you were to dismantle a car, the individual parts could easily amount to 2 or 3 times the value of the entire vehicle, or even more. Following the accident, the Fyetin suffered significant damage to its 2 taillights, trunk, and anti-collision beams. Being an imported model, the costs for replacing its parts and accessories could reach hundreds of thousands of dollars. Moreover, his Mercedes-Benz was also severely impacted. Mercedes-Benz models are notorious for having a high parts-to-whole price ratio. For instance, if you were to break down a $500,000 E-Class based on the parts listed by a workshop, the total could exceed $1 million. Just the 2 automatic headlights alone would set you back over $60,000. Additionally, the front engine cover, water tank, radiator, and anti-collision beams were all damaged, plus the 2 airbags had deployed. He estimated that the repair costs would amount to around $200,000. If he had collided with a Passat, the combined damage to both vehicles would likely not exceed $500,000, which would have been fully covered by his insurance, leaving him with nothing to worry about. But now, he had slammed into a Fyetin like an oblivious fool. He feared the damage to both cars might approach $1 million. With his insurance only covering up to $500,000, he was left to figure out the remaining balance himself. Jeff felt as if his world had collapsed around him. He looked helplessly at the owner of the Fyetin and, with a grimace of pain, said, "Why would you drive this car on the street? Are you trying to trick people?" Did you just call me a scammer? The owner, furious, slapped Jeff's face and shouted, "You crashed my car, and you have the audacity to accuse me of scamming? You better believe I can have someone come here and take care of you with one phone call." Shocked, Jeff covered his face and stumbled back, exclaiming, How could you slap me?" "I can't slap you," the man retorted angrily. "Do you even know who I am?" "I have no idea," Jeff replied, shaking his head nervously. The man seized Jeff by the collar, pulled him close, and snarled, "Look closely. My name is Caesar Hilton. Does that ring a bell?" Upon hearing the name, Jeff's face drained of color. He certainly recognized Caesar Hilton. Don Albert had 4 trusted aides known as the 4 Great Guardians, who ranked just below him and served as his most formidable assistants. The 4 Great Guardians were prominent figures in Oris Hill, with Caesar standing out as the most renowned among them. In the underworld, he was known by the fearsome title of Chief Caesar. Jeff found himself unexpectedly facing Caesar's Fyetin while trying to dodge a Porsche Cayenne. In hindsight, he regretted his choices immensely. Had he known it would lead to this moment, he would have preferred to crash into the Porsche instead. No! If he had anticipated such a disastrous outcome, he would have never agreed to race against Charlie. It was all a trap. Indeed, Charlie was the mastermind behind this predicament. That scoundrel had deceived him. Jeff suspected that Charlie's BMW 520 must have been modified, as it performed surprisingly well. If it weren't for Charlie's scheming, he would never have made such a reckless decision. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jeff felt a surge of hatred towards Charlie. Caesar, noticing Jeff's pale and trembling demeanor, let out a snort and commanded, "Hey, show me your driver's license and ID." Jeff nodded vigorously, hurriedly moving to his car to retrieve the necessary documents, which he then handed to Caesar with utmost respect. Caesar took a quick glance at the cards before pocketing them. Turning back to Jeff, he said coldly, "So, Jeff Maury, is it? After all my years in the underworld, I really don't want to deal with such messy situations. I've had this car for less than a month, and now it's a wreck. No matter how you fix it, it's no longer the pristine vehicle I owned." With a frustrated huff, Caesar continued, "Here's a straightforward solution for you. From now on, this car belongs to you." Jeff blinked in bewilderment. What did he mean? Why was he offering him the Fyetin? The situation made no sense. Caesar narrowed his eyes and explained, "My solution is simple. You get me a new car with the same specifications, and I'll drop this case. Consider yourself lucky that I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, for what you just did, you might be saying goodbye to your legs." Feeling a wave of despair wash over him, Jeff collapsed to the ground. A new car like that could easily cost over $2 million. Where was he supposed to come up with that kind of money? Moreover, what was the point of taking the Fyetin? The repairs alone would run into the hundreds of thousands, not to mention the loss of resale value afterward. He was facing a financial disaster just to clean up this mess. And this was excluding the damages to his own car. His auto insurance would only cover up to $500,000, but the total estimated losses were likely to surpass $1 million. On the brink of a breakdown, Jeff remembered that he had bought his Mercedes on a loan, with monthly payments of $10,000 over 3 years. He had depleted his savings for the down payment, and with a monthly salary of just $20,000, how could he possibly manage such a massive expense? Overwhelmed by his circumstances, Jeff began to sob, pleading, "Brother Caesar, I take full responsibility for this situation. But I truly lack the funds to compensate you for such an expensive car." "I don't care." Caesar snapped angrily. "You crashed into my car, and you must provide adequate compensation. You claim you have no money. Find a way. I'll give you 1 week, at most. If I don't see my new Fyetin within that time frame, I'll have someone take care of you." With a fierce glare, Caesar added, "I have business to attend to. This car is now yours. You have 1 week to resolve this issue. If you can't, I'll deal with you. And if you dare to run, I'll kill you." Jeff trembled with fright and despair, his thoughts swirling chaotically. He felt completely lost, unsure of what to do next. Caesar, on the other hand, dismissed Jeff's panic with a shrug. He returned to his Fyetin to gather his belongings, then casually tossed the car key to Jeff. "I have a spare key for this car," he said. "I'll hand it over once you get me the new car. Don't worry, despite my reputation as a mobster, I don't resort to blackmail. I only take what belongs to me, nothing more. In our world, we have a code, honesty. But if you fail to meet my demand, I will track you down." With that, he raised his hand to hail a cab, hopped in, and vanished as quickly as a gust of wind. Jeff's friends stood by, watching in a mix of awe and disbelief. Caesar's commanding presence was unmistakable. He was clearly the boss of the underworld. His decisive actions left a strong impression, especially when he had so casually abandoned his $2 million car. He was undeniably impressive. In stark contrast, Jeff was crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. How on earth could he afford a new Fyetin? Even if he sold both of his cars, it wouldn't come close to covering the cost. Yet, Caesar was a powerful and dangerous figure. If Jeff didn't resolve this issue within a week, he feared that Caesar might send someone after him. Feeling utterly helpless, Jeff stared at the two wrecked cars, wishing he could simply disappear in a crash. His friends gathered around him, concern etched on their faces. "Jeff, what should we do now?" they asked. In torment, Jeff pulled at his hair and cried out, "How should I know? Oh my God, how did this happen? Why did I have to crash into a Fyetin? I can't fathom why anyone would spend $2 million on a car that looks just like a cheap Passat." Overcome with emotion, he buried his face in his arms and wept. Meanwhile, the group chat was flooded with messages. After Jeff posted the video, many friends expressed their concern. "How are you? Is everything alright? How's everyone? Are you hurt?" Having grown up together in the orphanage, everyone was genuinely worried upon hearing about Jeff's accident, despite their usual banter. However, Charlie suspected that Jeff was merely using this incident as a ploy to back out of their bet. Accelerating in his BMW 760, he easily overtook Jeff's Mercedes and sped away at high speed. It was clear to everyone that Jeff stood no chance in the race. Deep down, Jeff must have known this as well. Charlie was convinced that Jeff didn't actually want to donate his car to the orphanage. Instead, he had concocted the idea of a car crash to escape the race. According to the rules, regardless of what happened during the race, Jeff would lose as long as he crossed the finish line after Charlie. He had made a promise to fulfill if he lost. However, since Jeff had staged a crash to evade the humiliation of losing, Charlie decided to let the matter go. Pushing the issue further would make him seem cruel to their friends after such a distressing event. Inside the BMW, Mrs. Lewis anxiously urged, "Call Jeff and check if he's okay. I hope no one is hurt." Lisa rolled her eyes in disdain. "Mrs. Lewis, I think Jeff crashed on purpose. He must have known he couldn't win the race and didn't want to donate his car to the orphanage, which is why he came up with this ridiculous excuse." Mrs. Lewis scolded gently, "Lisa, you shouldn't jump to conclusions about others. What if you're misunderstanding him? Remember, traffic accidents are serious, and everyone's safety is what truly matters." "All right," Lisa replied with an indifferent nod. She reached out to one of the friends seated in Jeff's car. "Hey, Jeff mentioned you had an accident, right? How are you all doing? Is everyone okay? Mrs. Lewis is really worried." The man cleared his throat awkwardly, stammering, Jeff ran into a Faye." Before he could finish, Jeff grabbed the phone from the man's hand and quickly said, "Lisa, I'm fine. We crashed into a Passat. I'm talking to the driver now to sort things out. Don't worry, we'll wrap this up soon and I'll be there." Lisa responded flatly, "Okay, we'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. We've been here for quite a while." Jeff quickly added, "I'm really sorry for the hold-up. Please tell Charlie I apologize for not finishing the race. We'll race again in a few days." Lisa mumbled a reluctant, "Okay," before ending the call. The man who had received Lisa's call asked, "Jeff, are you still planning to go to the reunion after everything that happened?" "Of course," Jeff exclaimed. I organized a dinner for Mrs. Lewis tonight, I can't miss it. However, inside Jeff's mind, he was crafting a scheme to raise more cash to cover the $1 million deficit. He figured he could make at least half of the price difference from this meal. By ordering extra dishes or choosing the pricier menu options, he could inflate the bill to 40 or 50 grand, potentially pocketing 20 grand from it. He could figure out the rest later. Turning to his friends, he warned, "Hey, don't breathe a word about what just happened, got it?" "Okay," they nodded eagerly. With a somber expression, Jeff said, "My car's airbags deployed, so I can't drive it now. Let's push it to the side of the road, then we'll head to the Hyatt in the Fyetin. It was only rear-ended, so the engine should be fine." "All right." Jeff drove the Fyetin to the hotel, his friends utterly captivated by the car's luxurious interior, exploring it as if they were children in a candy store. One of them exclaimed, "Wow, the Fyetin definitely lives up to its reputation, underrated and opulent. This car is amazing and so comfortable, I feel like a millionaire." Jeff frowned, feeling a wave of dismay wash over him. A few minutes later, the glum Jeff finally reached the Hyatt Hotel in Caesar's Fyetin. He didn't dare drive the car to the entrance. Instead, he parked it in a quiet spot in the lot and walked over with his friends. At that moment, Charlie and the others were waiting at the entrance. As they approached Jeff, everyone started asking about the accident. Despite his frustration, Jeff waved his hands dismissively, pretending to be unconcerned, and said, "Everything's fine, it was just a minor crash. The insurance will cover it." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Charlie looked at Jeff with amusement, a sly smile on his face, and asked, "Jeff, don't you find it a bit coincidental that the accident happened just 2 to 3 kilometers away? We could have decided the winner very soon. What are the odds of such perfect timing?" Jeff shot Charlie an indignant glare and declared, "Do you really think I'm scared of you? If it weren't for that accident, I would have won." Lisa, with an annoyed pout, interjected, "Oh, please, keep up with your bluster. Just moments ago, Charlie simply pressed the accelerator, and you vanished from sight. Honestly, I believe you would have lost regardless of the accident." "What? Are you serious?" Jeff huffed, grasping for an excuse. "Charlie only managed to overtake me because I forgot to switch my car into sports mode." Quickly shifting the topic, he added, "Anyway, you all wouldn't get it, this talk about cars is pointless. Let's go inside. I have a reservation." Charlie shrugged casually and followed the crowd into the Hyatt Hotel. The Hyatt Hotel offered a blend of dining, entertainment, and leisure experiences. However, its remote location meant it didn't quite measure up to the popularity and scale of Shangri-La and Glorious Club. As Jeff led the group into the hotel, a waiter approached with a polite greeting. "Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation?" Despite feeling bitter, Jeff composed himself, striving to appear cool and collected. "I'm Maori. I reserved table number 03 in the hall," he replied confidently. Turning to his friends, he continued, "Sorry, everyone, but it was a bit late when we decided to eat here, and today, only the hall has available tables." The group waved off his apology, more than happy just to experience dining at a 5-star hotel, even if it was in the hall. The waiter checked the reservation list and offered a diplomatic smile. "All right, Mr. Maori, your table is ready. Please follow me." As they walked to the restaurant, Jeff couldn't resist teasing. "Hey, Charlie, I bet you've never been to a place this fancy. You're lucky to be here because of me. You'll probably never get another chance to enjoy this, loser. Consider yourself fortunate." Charlie stifled a laugh at Jeff's sarcastic remarks. His family owned Shangri-La, the most elite hotel in Oris Hill. He could easily buy the entire Hyatt Hotel with just a fraction of his wealth. Ignoring Jeff entirely seemed like the best option. Seeing Charlie's calm demeanor only frustrated Jeff further. Charlie had never taken him seriously since childhood, not even now. Here he was, a mere live-in house husband, and yet he had the audacity to dismiss Jeff like this. Today, Jeff was determined to humiliate him. An idea sparked in Jeff's mind: he could embarrass Charlie while simultaneously boosting his buddy's admiration for him. He would later propose a Ponzi scheme to them, hoping to tap into their savings to help solve Caesar's issue. The more he contemplated this scheme, the better it seemed. Feeling relieved after crafting such a plan, he walked ahead with pride and gestured for Mrs. Lewis to take the main seat when they reached their table. Once Mrs. Lewis was seated, Jeff took the spot to her left, with Harry and the other sycophants following suit, eager to sit next to him. At Mrs. Lewis's invitation, Charlie and Claire settled into their seats to her right, followed by the others who joined them one by one. Once everyone was seated, Mrs. Lewis looked around the table and smiled warmly. "Kids, I'm so grateful that after all these years, you still remember me and come to visit." The group quickly chimed in, "Mrs. Lewis, we wouldn't miss it. It's the least we could do." Curious about their lives, Mrs. Lewis asked, "How have you all been over the years?" With smiles, they responded, "Thanks for asking. We're doing quite well." Years after leaving the orphanage, each of them had forged their own paths. While they had once harbored dreams and ambitions, time and reality had nudged them towards a more ordinary existence. As they shared stories about their lives, their casual demeanor masked a deeper silence among the listeners. It was clear that not everyone was thriving. Lacking family support, they had to navigate a challenging world on their own. While they had achieved some measure of success, the idea of aspiring for something greater seemed distant. Someone inquired, "Jeff, I heard you're the director of a publicly listed company now. Is that true?" Jeff's face lit up with pride. "Yes. I've held that position for 6 months." Gasps of surprise filled the room. "Wow, a director. You must be making a hefty salary. No wonder you can afford a Merc." In a somewhat boastful tone, Jeff replied, "Well, it's decent. My salary is only a few $100,000, just enough to get by." He feigned a sigh and added, "You might think it sounds impressive, but it barely covers my essentials. I really rely on my commission and bonuses." Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I've got a big project I'm overseeing, and if it goes well, I could earn a bonus of $1 million. The group stared in disbelief. $1 million? That's incredible. Where do you work?" With a smug grin, Jeff revealed, "I'm with the renowned White Group. They have diverse business sectors. For instance, Spikeworth Core is one of their subsidiaries. Some projects generate profits in the tens of millions, and my bonus is considered modest." Charlie's brow furrowed. The White Group, wasn't that associated with Zeke White's family? Was Jeff really an employee of the White family? This was getting intriguing. Noticing Charlie's silence, Jeff mockingly asked, "So, Charlie, what are you up to these days? Don't tell me you've been living off your wife since you married into her family." His followers snickered at the jab. Even Charlie, known for his patience, felt irritation bubbling up due to Jeff's relentless taunting. He shot back, "Actually, yes. I'm busy doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning every day. It's a full schedule, and I haven't had time to look for a job." Though Charlie was speaking the truth, Jeff found it laughable. He burst into laughter and scoffed, "Oh, come on, Charlie. Stop acting like being a house husband is a dream come true. We all know it's probably rough for you." With a smirk, he added, "Since we're childhood friends, I have a proposition for you. I'm on the lookout for an assistant. Why not come work with Harry and help me out?" Harry had been one of Jeff's loyal followers for years, always at his side. Charlie asked with interest, "Oh, does Harry work at the same company as you?" "Yes," Jeff replied, beaming. "He's one of my assistants." Turning to Charlie, Jeff continued, "Come help me out. I don't expect you to have any previous experience. I just need you to run some errands for me, make coffee, tidy my office, and so on. You have a knack for serving people. I'll pay you $3,000 a month. What do you think? Make coffee? Clean his office? $3,000 a month?" Charlie smiled and said, "Wow, that's quite an offer, but I really don't think I deserve it. I'll have to decline." Jeff nodded with a sense of pride and declared, "I don't mean to boast, but believe me, you'd have a great income working for me. Just look at Harry, he'd be in dire straits without my help." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Harry's face, but he remained silent, not wanting to contradict Jeff. With a smug expression, Jeff asked, "So, what do you think? It's a fantastic opportunity, right? Just let me know, and I can get you started as soon as tomorrow." Despite Jeff's generous offer, Charlie shook his head and replied, "I appreciate it, but I'm quite comfortable living as a moocher these days, so I'll pass." Jeff's face flushed with frustration at Charlie's rejection. He fought to contain his anger and said, "Charlie, don't take my kindness for granted. I'm trying to offer you a job. What's with that attitude?" Mrs. Lewis quickly interjected, "Boys, that's enough. Let's not turn this into an argument. This is supposed to be a joyful reunion. If you keep bickering, we might as well cancel dinner. I don't want this to end with you two as enemies." Jeff, feeling wronged, whined, "Mrs. Lewis, I'm only looking out for Charlie's best interests. I don't just offer this to anyone. If he could be a bit more humble and accept the opportunity, I could help him become wealthy and successful." He then turned to the others, speaking earnestly, "You all know we grew up together, so I'll be honest. I'm now a director at an investment company owned by the White Group. You've all heard of investments, right? They can yield significant returns in no time. Sometimes, if you invest $100,000, it can turn into hundreds of thousands overnight and even reach 200,000 within a month. Those of us in the field have access to insider tips, but I usually keep them to myself. I genuinely feel that Charlie deserves better than being a house husband, which is why I'm giving him this chance." Someone quickly asked, "Jeff, are you really working as an investor now? Can you share some of those insider tips with us?" Jeff nodded, a secretive grin spreading across his face as he saw his friends intrigued. "To be honest, I do have a wealth of insider tips. I've made quite a bit of money from them, which is how I can afford my Mercedes." He added, "Oh, and I actually own more than one car. This particular model is quite rare and underrated. You probably haven't even heard of it." Curious, someone pressed, "What car is it? Do tell." Jeff laughed and replied, "It's a Volkswagen. The Volkswagen Fyetin." He pulled out Caesar's car key from his pocket, slammed it down on the table, and smirked. "See? There's the Volkswagen logo and the name Fyetin on the key. Many who aren't car enthusiasts would mistake it for a cheap model or even a Passat. That's precisely why I bought it." Despite his boastful demeanor, he felt a sharp pang of pain in his chest as he spoke. Jeff was vividly recalling his own personal experience. He had mistakenly identified the car as a Passat just because it sported the Volkswagen logo, completely overlooking the fact that it was a Fyetin, and ended up crashing into it. Now, he was in quite a predicament. He found himself burdened with millions of dollars in debt that he had no idea how to manage. If his conning scheme didn't work out, he would be in serious trouble. "What the heck? It's actually a Fyetin." A guy spotted the key to the Fyetin and exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the W12 inscription. "Wow, this is Volkswagen's most luxurious model. The top-spec version goes for over $2 million. It's known as the most underrated super-luxury car. Jeff, you really got your hands on the legendary Fyetin. You're amazing, man." Meanwhile, the guys who had arrived in Jeff's car and witnessed the whole incident exchanged awkward glances. They hadn't anticipated Jeff would take a page from Caesar's story and start boasting. However, they had no intention of calling out Jeff's tall tales, as they were all his loyal followers. Jeff smiled casually and replied, "You know, people in our industry usually prefer to stay under the radar because this business can be incredibly lucrative, and that tends to draw unwanted attention. When others learn that you have insider knowledge and a way to profit, they want to connect with you for a chance to share in the rewards." The man inquired again, "By the way, Jeff, which model of the Fyetin do you have?" Jeff raised his eyebrows with an air of arrogance and replied, "W12, the model with a 12-cylinder engine." "Wow," the man exclaimed, clearly astonished. "Jeff, that's the top-spec model, worth at least $2 million, right?" Jeff waved dismissively. "Oh, it's not that much." He then spoke in a somewhat enigmatic tone, "You see, I prefer to maintain a low profile, which is why I never disclose my actual earnings. In investments, we typically concentrate on one or two stocks. If they perform well, each can yield hundreds of thousands or even more in returns. A guy chimed in eagerly, "Jeff, we've known each other for years, and you have such an incredible knack for making money. Can you please lend me a hand? I'm getting married soon, but my mother-in-law is asking for a $300,000 betrothal gift. Where am I supposed to find that much money? After years of living frugally, I've only managed to save a few $100,000. At this rate, my wedding is going to be delayed indefinitely." Charlie recognized the man as William Becker, who was also an orphan. Jeff's heart raced with mischief upon hearing that William had saved up $100,000. Suppressing a grin, he responded, "Investing is all about leveraging your capital. The more you invest, the more you can generate. $100,000 is really a small starting point." William pleaded, "Jeff, this is all I have. I can't come up with a single penny more." He began to sob. "Honestly, as a deadbeat orphan without family, money, skills, or even a proper education, I'm practically illiterate. I can only do manual labor to survive. I can't even get married as I wish. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy and help me." Jeff responded, sounding somewhat pained and uncomfortable, "Well, brother, I must be honest. It may sound harsh, but you really need a substantial amount of capital to invest. Anything under $1 million is considered too little. I can't bring you on board without that much." He held up his hands apologetically. "I'm really sorry, brother, but I can't assist you." Jeff's refusal of William's request stemmed from his desire to play hard to get, putting on an act to maintain an air of mystery. In reality, Jeff held the position of investment director for a fraudulent fund, much like those notorious P2P schemes. His role was to deceive those who lacked financial knowledge, enticing them to invest their hard-earned money into his so-called fund. Truth be told, these funds were unlikely to yield any returns. Anyone who invested in them was essentially signing off on losing all their money, with no hope of recovering even a single cent. Take Charlie's mother-in-law, Elaine, for instance. She had previously fallen victim to a similar fake investment scheme, losing her money after it was deposited into the company's account. Recovery was impossible once the funds were gone. However, Jeff's agenda was not about getting them to invest in his own fund. Instead, he aimed to deceive them into handing over their money under the guise of helping them invest. His plan was to use their funds to bail himself out first. On hearing this, William was overwhelmed with anxiety, nearly bursting into tears. He felt a deep sense of desperation. He really wanted to make more money. Initially, he had believed that Jeff could assist him in this endeavor, but he was disheartened when Jeff claimed he lacked sufficient capital. In a moment of vulnerability, William pleaded, "Brother Jeff, please help me out. I don't know what else to do. My life has been such a failure. You can't just stand by and watch my girlfriend leave me." Seeing that William was ready to bite, Jeff continued his charade. "It's not that I don't want to help, but your capital is just too small for me to work with." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Jeff's mind. "By the way, I do have a way to assist you," he said. William eagerly inquired, "What's the solution, Brother Jeff? Please share." Jeff quickly replied, "I know some friends who provide online loans. If you have your ID, they can give you a small loan. You might not be able to borrow much individually, but if you approach several platforms, you could gather about $400,000 to $500,000. When you combine that with your savings, you could have at least $600,000. If you invest that in the fund, you'll definitely double your money in under a week." Excited, William exclaimed, "Brother Jeff, I'll follow your advice. Can you please connect me with those online lenders?" With a smile, Jeff assured him, "I'll introduce you to some lending platforms shortly." William expressed his gratitude, "Brother Jeff, I can't thank you enough. You truly are my benefactor and a parental figure in my life." As an orphan who had never attended school, William felt lucky to have found a girlfriend and was even considering marriage. However, his future mother-in-law was against it, leaving him in a state of desperation. With no other options, he felt he had to place all his trust in Jeff. Jeff had recognized William's vulnerable mindset from the beginning, which is why he was prepared to extract a significant amount of money from him. His plan was to trick William into borrowing several $100,000 and then convince him to hand over the entire amount, including his savings. This scheme would help him cover the $600,000 shortfall he faced. If Jeff could deceive just two people like William that day, his financial troubles would be resolved. As for William, Jeff was indifferent to the possibility of him facing severe repercussions from online loan sharks in the future. That was not his concern. After all, who could blame someone for being so gullible? He believed William didn't deserve sympathy. At that moment, a few friends from the orphanage overheard Jeff's claims about doubling $600,000 in just a week, and they couldn't help but be intrigued. Someone asked, "Brother Jeff, can I join in on this investment too?" Jeff replied with sincerity, "As long as you can gather enough funds, I can help you invest. If you don't have enough money, consider doing what William is doing, borrowing from online loan platforms first. You can pay back the loan after making a significant profit. It's simply borrowing money to create a larger gain." "Brother Jeff, count me in." "Count me in," the man exclaimed impulsively. Mrs. Lewis had remained silent until that moment, but her concern prompted her to speak up. "Jeff, I've seen many reports about online loan platforms with exorbitant interest rates on television lately. Those rates are genuinely alarming. I think it's best to avoid online loans unless it's an absolute last resort," she cautioned. Jeff was taken aback by Mrs. Lewis's attempt to derail his plans. He responded, "Mrs. Lewis, I understand your concerns about the high interest rates of some online loan platforms. However, the ones operated by my friends are legitimate and trustworthy. Their rates are actually quite reasonable, almost negligible, in fact." After a brief pause, Jeff continued, "Normally, I wouldn't even consider this sort of thing. I don't gain anything from it. But since we've all grown up together in the orphanage, I can't just watch them suffer in poverty. I'm only trying to lend a helping hand." William quickly interjected, "Brother Jeff, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just recommend those online loan platforms to me. I'll take out the loans and gather the money for you right away." Charlie, who had been quiet until now, turned to Jeff with curiosity. "Jeff, you mentioned you work for a company linked to the White family, but as far as I know, they aren't involved in funding businesses." Jeff's expression shifted slightly as he responded, "Charlie, I'm not looking down on you, but the White family is powerful and has many business endeavors. You might not be aware of everything." Charlie smiled, unfazed, and asked, "What's the name of your company?" "It's called Axle Insurance," Jeff replied, pulling out his business card, which prominently displayed his position, investment director. Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that the name Axle Insurance sounded familiar. After a moment of thought, he recalled, wasn't this the same company that had attempted to scam his mother-in-law previously? The owner was Axel Jordan, and the notorious Don Albert backed the company. Axel was known for his fraudulent practices, cheating investors out of their money. Investors who suffered heavy losses found it futile to confront him, as Don Albert's influence shielded Axel from repercussions. To his surprise, Jeff was working for Axel's company. Charlie remembered that when he had previously gone to collect debts for his mother-in-law, Jeff hadn't been around. If Jeff had encountered him then, he would likely be more humble today. Contemplating this, Charlie looked at Jeff and asked, "Isn't Axel Jordan the boss of your company? He's not part of the White family. Are you just making things up?" Jeff hadn't anticipated that Charlie would be aware of his company or even the name of his boss. Panic set in. If Charlie knew of his company, he probably also knew its unsavory reputation. This put Jeff in a tight spot, as it would reveal that he had been misleading William all along. As Jeff grappled with how to defend himself, William shot a glare at Charlie, rebuking him, "Charlie, what's your point? Brother Jeff is trying to help us learn how to make some money. Why are you challenging him? Are you upset that he's not including you in his investment?" Surprised, Charlie regarded William with disdain. This misguided individual lacked the education and judgment to see right from wrong. Charlie was merely trying to offer a warning, yet William was blind to it. In light of this, Charlie decided to let him proceed as he wished. Sorry, maybe I misremembered, he said to Jeff, dismissing the conversation. Charlie had never been known for his kindness. He would only step in to help someone if he felt a sense of pity. However, his assistance came with a stipulation: the other person needed to recognize the difference between right and wrong. If they couldn't discern what was good for themselves, Charlie didn't see why he should be subjected to their dismissive attitude, no matter how noble his intentions were. Some individuals were so obstinate that perhaps the best lesson for them was to learn through their own hardships. Ultimately, they made their own choices and would have to take responsibility for the consequences that followed. With that in mind, Charlie swiftly redirected the conversation. He said, "If we're going to discuss making money, it's better to handle that in private. Right now, we're here to treat Mrs. Lewis to dinner. We haven't even ordered yet after sitting here for so long." Jeff immediately grinned and chimed in, "Absolutely. Let's hand the menu to Mrs. Lewis so she can choose some dishes she enjoys." Mrs. Lewis quickly waved her hands, saying, "Oh no, that's not necessary. I've never dined in such a fine place before, so I wouldn't know what to order. You young folks should pick the dishes." Taking the menu with a smile, Jeff replied, "Then I'll take care of the ordering." He promptly called over the waiter, exclaiming, "Come on over. I'd like to place our order." The waiter arrived, and Jeff wasted no time in placing his orders, strategically opting for all the priciest selections. The first dish he chose was premium abalone for everyone, which cost a staggering $1,888 per person. William, upon catching sight of the menu, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Brother Jeff. This dish is way too expensive. Just this one dish alone will cost over $20,000. We can't afford this." Jeff assured everyone that he would cover half the bill for the dinner. The remaining half would then be split among the rest, meaning everyone would still need to contribute, albeit a little less than if they were paying the full amount. However, even with Jeff's offer, the total cost was still overwhelming. The burden of the remaining half would still weigh heavily on everyone. Jeff looked at William with disdain, saying, "No wonder your future mother-in-law demands a hefty dowry. Just look at your reaction. You're already flinching at the thought of a meal, and we're just having dinner. Imagine if you were dining with her tonight. What would people think if you were too scared to even order?" Feeling embarrassed and disheartened, William replied, "Brother Jeff, I don't have as much money as you. To save on expenses, I'm living on about $100 a week. I only drink cold water and eat steamed buns in the dormitory. I can't even splurge on an electric kettle." Jeff retorted coldly, "No wonder you're still struggling financially. How do you expect to make a living with that mindset? Who could possibly be poorer than you?" After a brief pause, he continued, "What is money, anyway? You need to spend it for it to have any value. If it just sits in your wallet or is a figure in your bank account, what good is it? Besides, I've already offered to help you make some money. If you can't even manage to pay for this meal, then I'm sorry, but I can't consider you a friend." At this, William fell silent. He had come to see Jeff as a benefactor and didn't want to risk displeasing him. Otherwise, he feared he might lose all hope for his future. The others also sensed that Jeff was being overly extravagant with his ordering. However, after witnessing him chastise William, they felt too embarrassed to voice their concerns. After all, Jeff was covering half of the dinner cost, and they would be splitting the rest among themselves. Admitting they couldn't afford it would be a blow to their pride. At that moment, Jeff instructed the waiter, "Let's have a lobster weighing around 5 catties." The waiter nodded and replied, "Sir, our premium lobsters are priced at $688 per catty. Is that acceptable?" Jeff waved his hand enthusiastically before exclaiming, "Absolutely. Why not? Just bring us the dish." After finishing his sentence, Jeff added, "Oh, and please bring us 2 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne." The waiter responded, "Sir, each bottle of Ace of Spades champagne costs $18,888. Additionally, once opened, the bottle is non-refundable. Is that acceptable?" Without hesitation, Jeff replied, "Yes. Please serve it as soon as you can." Upon hearing that Jeff had just ordered 2 bottles of champagne priced at $18,888 each, everyone at the table shifted uncomfortably. Doing a quick calculation, they realized that the meal had already exceeded $60,000. Even if they split the dinner bill, each person would still be responsible for $30,000. If they divided the total bill equally, each individual would still face a hefty charge of $2,000. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Caleb spoke up, "Jeff, we really don't need to go all out like this. We're here to welcome Mrs. Lewis back home after her recovery. Besides, she won't be drinking any champagne, so why order 2 bottles?" Jeff replied dismissively, "Caleb, this is why I look down on you for being poor. Why are you so worried over a meal?" Without waiting for Caleb's response, Jeff instructed the waiter, "Bring us a large plate of grouper and 1 serving of abalone and shark fin for everyone." Jeff was eager to order as much as possible, believing it would help him earn more money that evening. Meanwhile, everyone else felt a growing sense of concern. Even if they shared the bill, they would still be stuck with a significant expense for dinner. However, no one felt comfortable voicing their concerns. They were too embarrassed to suggest they no longer wanted to continue with the dinner, especially with Mrs. Lewis present. Mrs. Lewis, feeling the tension, spoke up anxiously, "Jeff, we really don't need to be so extravagant. You're ordering too many expensive dishes. I'm serious, just looking at the prices is making my heart race. Can we please opt for simpler, more affordable home-cooked meals instead?" Jeff, however, was not about to let go of any chance to profit. He had no intention of settling for a simple meal that would only cost a few $1,000s, he aimed to make a larger profit. So, he quickly replied, "Mrs. Lewis, just relax and enjoy this meal. We're treating you tonight. You raised us, and we can't forget your kindness. It doesn't matter to us if we spend a little more to honor you. I'd gladly pay $30, $40, or even $50,000 for this dinner." After making his statement, Jeff deliberately scanned the table, observing everyone's reactions. In reality, he was trying to position himself as the moral compass of the group, suggesting that since Mrs. Lewis had been so generous to them all, it was only right to treat her to an exceptional dinner. As expected, once he made this claim, no one dared to voice any objections or dissatisfaction. Everyone could only silently reconcile in their minds that since they were treating Mrs. Lewis, it was acceptable to splurge a bit. At that moment, Charlie began to sense something was off. Based on how Jeff had recklessly crashed his car to avoid honoring a bet, it was clear he wasn't genuinely generous, he was more of a schemer. If Jeff wasn't generous, then why was he suddenly splurging on expensive dishes? Could there be a hidden advantage for him in ordering the pricier items? Yet, since Jeff had stated he would only pay half the bill, it was unlikely he was simply trying to entice others to dine at an upscale restaurant. This left only one possibility: Jeff might be planning to claim reimbursement for the meal. It appeared that Jeff was trying to take advantage of everyone. If that was the case, Charlie decided to turn the tables on him. With this in mind, Charlie suggested, "How about this? I'll cover half the dinner bill with Jeff. We can split the total evenly. Even if the meal costs $200,000, it'll be just the 2 of us sharing the expense." As soon as Jeff caught wind of Charlie's words, a smile spread across his face, and he retorted sarcastically, "Oh, Charlie, you really excel at bragging." Charlie managed a faint smile before responding, "What is there to brag about? If you don't believe me, let's both chip in $100,000 up front and treat ourselves to a $200,000 dinner tonight. How does that sound?" Jeff's eyes widened with excitement at Charlie's suggestion. "Is this for real?" he exclaimed. Charlie whipped out his cell phone, opened his mobile banking app, and instructed the waiter, "Please come over and scan the QR code for the payment." Seeing this, Jeff could hardly contain his excitement. He had initially planned to splurge on dinner to later claim a larger reimbursement from his boss. However, his friends from the orphanage were being particularly rowdy while he was trying to order, which was quite annoying. Now, with Charlie willing to split the bill and contribute a whopping $100,000, it felt like free money to him. Though he would also be putting in $100,000, he stood to claim a reimbursement of $200,000. After the meal, he could go back to his boss and spin a tale about entertaining a major client, suggesting that he might negotiate a $10 million deal. His boss would undoubtedly approve such a reimbursement. Jeff had it all figured out. His primary goal was survival. First, he needed to manipulate two of his friends who were seeking his help to make more money. After that, he would head back to the office and secure the $200,000 reimbursement. This would help him deal with the looming issue involving Caesar Hilton. As for any potential fallout with his boss later, he decided to postpone worrying about that. After all, Caesar posed the most immediate threat to him. At that moment, Jeff eagerly pulled out his phone and said to Charlie, "All right then. Since you're so agreeable, I'll also pay $100,000 up front." Mrs. Lewis wanted to advise against their decision, but Charlie waved her off, signaling her not to worry. To Charlie, it didn't matter whether the meal cost $100,000 or $200,000. This amount was inconsequential to him. He simply didn't want Jeff to succeed in his scheme. Just then, the waiter arrived with the POS machine. They both used their phones to scan the QR code, each transferring $100,000 from their banking apps. Once they confirmed that the $200,000 payment was complete, Jeff grinned and declared, "In that case, let's go all out tonight. Waiter, please bring us the finest wine, the most exquisite dishes, and all the seafood you have. We're going to make the most of this $200,000 dinner." The waiter, taken aback by the extravagance, beamed and replied, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. I'll bring the wine right away." The thought of indulging in a $200,000 meal thrilled many of their friends at the table. William, who had been feeling quite down earlier, now wore a wide smile. He had worried about the financial burden of the meal, but now he was set to enjoy a feast that had already been paid for in advance. He wouldn't have to spend a dime. William was so ecstatic, he felt a wave of nausea coming on, as if he might need to empty his stomach just to make room for more delicious food. Many of his less fortunate friends shared a similar mindset. Spending their own money was more uncomfortable than facing a beating. But if someone else was footing the bill, they felt happier than ever. In simpler terms, they were just freeloaders. Shortly after, the waiter brought out lobsters, abalones, and an array of other seafood. They even served a whole roasted suckling pig, which not only smelled divine but was also crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. William eagerly dug into the lavish spread, consuming as much gourmet food and champagne as he could manage. He had never experienced the taste or aroma of champagne priced at nearly $20,000 a bottle. Seizing this rare opportunity, he decided to indulge as much as possible. At that moment, Jeff's assistant, Harry, was savoring the roast suckling pig when he remarked in a flat tone, "Why do I feel like I've become Daryl Wayne's close buddy from The Richest Man in Zion? This scene feels just like the one in the movie where they're feasting in a restaurant." As soon as he spoke, everyone nodded in agreement, chuckling as they chimed in, "Absolutely. It's strikingly similar to that scene." Harry smiled and added, "This is all thanks to Brother Jeff." "Thank you, Brother Jeff." Lisa interjected, somewhat indignantly, "Why is it only Jeff who gets the thanks? Brother Charlie is also covering half the bill for tonight's dinner." Harry shrugged dismissively, "I'm enjoying the half that Brother Jeff paid for, while you're feasting on the half that Charlie has sponsored. So go ahead and thank him all you want, it doesn't concern me." At this point, William, who had already made quite a mess with greasy hands, finally caught onto the conversation. Still chewing on his meat, he asked, "By the way, what are you all talking about? What is The Richest Man in Star City? I don't get it." Caleb frowned and replied, "The movie The Richest Man in Star City. Tom Cruise starred in it, and it was a huge box office success not long ago. Didn't you catch it in theaters?" "A theater?" William scoffed. "I don't waste my money on those movies. Why should I pay to watch them? Those people must be crazy about cash. They should just show us the films for free. I always go online looking for shared resources so I can watch movies without spending a dime. When I get home tonight, I'm going to search for links to watch that movie." "That's ridiculous," Caleb retorted coldly. "William, don't you think you're taking advantage of others? People invest hundreds of millions into making these films. Plus, directors, crew, and actors work incredibly hard for a long time to produce them. If they gave their movies away for free just because of people like you, wouldn't that lead to losses for the film industry? When William heard Caleb's reprimand, he responded with disdain, "You don't need to lecture me. I enjoy taking advantage whenever I can, and I don't believe in spending money unnecessarily. What's wrong with that? I'm even going to go online and criticize them for their poor filming, awful acting, and slow production. What can you do about it? You're just being nosy." Caleb shot back angrily, "You still have the nerve to criticize others after taking advantage of them? That's just shameless. Don't you fear any consequences for saying that?" William curled his lip and said, "Consequences? What consequences? I'm an orphan, so what do I have to fear? Am I worried about my parents suffering because of me?" Caleb was left speechless, unable to respond. It was clear that arguing with someone so shameless was futile. Charlie sighed as he observed the exchange. While some individuals come from humble beginnings and work hard to improve their lives, others end up as sad figures at the bottom of society. William's situation wasn't entirely without reason. He showed no respect for anyone, including himself, focusing solely on how to exploit others. People like him often face difficulties in life. After enjoying this lavish meal, William would surely try to ingratiate himself with Jeff, who would likely take full advantage of him in return. By then, William would probably have no tears left to shed. However, Charlie didn't want to help him. The issue was that William didn't recognize what was good or bad for him, nor did he understand his own strengths and weaknesses. Charlie was genuinely curious to see how things would unfold for William in the end. As everyone savored their extravagant meal, which cost a staggering $200,000, Charlie approached the front desk. He addressed the waiter, saying, "Hello, I'm a guest from table 03 in the lobby. Could I please get a receipt for my table?" The waiter, with a hint of respect in his voice, responded hastily, "Hello, sir. Are you referring to the table that just spent $200,000 tonight?" "Yes," Charlie affirmed with a nod. The waiter continued, "Would you like the receipt issued under a personal name or a company name?" Charlie answered, "Under a personal name, please." "Of course, sir. May I have your name?" the waiter inquired. Charlie nodded slightly and replied, "Charlie Wade." Without delay, the waiter typed Charlie's name into the computer and began printing the receipt. With the sound of the printer whirring, a receipt emerged, detailing Charlie's name alongside the impressive amount of $200,000. Once Charlie received the receipt, he carefully reviewed it for accuracy. After confirming everything was correct, he thanked the waiter and made his way back to his table. As he walked, Charlie couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking, "Jeff, you probably never expected me to take the initiative, did you?" Upon returning to the dinner table, he resumed enjoying his meal with the others. At that moment, Claire leaned in and asked quietly, "Charlie, tell me honestly, are you planning something?" Charlie responded playfully, "No, I'm just a good person. How could I be up to anything shady?" Claire lowered her voice and said, "I have a feeling you have some tricks in store to deal with Jeff." Charlie nodded and smiled, "You're absolutely right, my dear wife." Claire smiled back and said, "People like him are really annoying. I'm behind you all the way." Charlie grinned and remarked, "You truly are a wonderful wife." Claire blushed, feeling a mix of shyness and affection. After a few rounds of drinks, Jeff stood up unsteadily and announced, "I'm heading to the restroom. Keep drinking, everyone. We must finish all the matai and that $20,000 champagne." Seeing this, William quickly rose and said, "Brother Jeff, let me help you to the restroom." With that, he stood up and brazenly supported Jeff. Jeff waved him off, smiling, "I'm not that drunk, I didn't drink that much." William replied, "Then I'll accompany you." As they walked to the restroom, William grinned and said, "Brother Jeff, I've already downloaded all those online loan platforms you mentioned. The restaurant's Wi-Fi has no password, and the internet speed is fantastic, way better than at my company's dorm." Jeff shot William a contemptuous glance, realizing that William was even more shameless than he was when it came to exploiting opportunities. It was precisely this trait that allowed Jeff to take advantage of him. Jeff instructed William, make sure to register on those platforms and fill in your personal information. Then, apply for a loan and withdraw as much as you can. Transfer that money to my bank account, and I'll help you invest it. I'll return your principal and profits within a week. William nodded eagerly, praising, Brother Jeff, you're amazing. I'm lucky to have a friend like you. With your help, I might finally get married. Jeff replied, just make sure you get the money quickly. I'm starting a new fund soon. If you miss this opportunity, don't blame me later for the lost chance to earn more. William quickly responded, Brother Jeff, I just checked the online platform. They asked me to upload a photo of the front and back of my ID card, but I left it in my dorm. No worries, though. The first thing I'll do when I get back is upload that information so I can secure the loan right away. Sounds good, Jeff replied, nodding as he took care of his business. He continued, you need to act fast. Don't let this opportunity slip by. In fact, I can share another way for you to make even more money. William felt a rush of excitement at Jeff's words and, in his eagerness, accidentally peed on his own hand. He brushed it off, quickly wiping his hand on his trousers before turning to Jeff and asking, Brother Jeff, what's this method you're talking about? Please share your wisdom. Jeff explained, it's quite simple. If you can raise $600,000 for me, I can help you earn an extra $600,000 each week. If you manage to pull together $1 million, then I can help you make another $1 million. When you ask for that $1 million loan, just promise to pay back $200,000 in interest. That way, you'll net a profit of $800,000. Doesn't that sound great? And forget about the $300,000 dowry, by then, you'll have more than enough for a down payment on a 3-bedroom apartment. William was thrilled by the prospect. However, he was stumped on where to find such a large sum. After all, being an orphan with no family meant no one would lend him such a hefty amount without a reason. Noticing the concern on William's face, Jeff offered a suggestion. You could tell your girlfriend about this opportunity. Explain to her that you have insider information and that investing $1 million will guarantee $200,000 in interest in just a week. She could share this with her mother, your future mother-in-law. If she shows interest, not only would she likely lend you the $1 million, but she'd also be delighted at the prospect of earning $200,000 in interest. She'd think her future son-in-law is quite impressive. With this, you could not only pocket $800,000 but also win over your future mother-in-law. It's a win-win. William's excitement grew. His future mother-in-law had always looked down on him, and now he had a chance to prove himself. Don't worry, Brother Jeff. I'll call my girlfriend as soon as I get home tonight, he declared eagerly. Jeff nodded and began putting on his pants without even washing his hands. I'll head to the front desk for a moment. You can go back first, he said. William, also skipping the hand-washing, rushed to Jeff, asking, Brother Jeff, why are you going to the front desk? Didn't we pay the bill in advance? Jeff replied impatiently, I have something to take care of. Just go back and leave me be. Sure thing, Brother Jeff. I'll head back to our table. By the way, that bottle of champagne was fantastic. I didn't get to enjoy it enough. Hee, William said. As Jeff walked away, he couldn't help but think how pathetic some people could be. William was a classic example of someone who always tried to take advantage of any situation. Yet, Jeff found it easy to manipulate someone like him. Once outside the restroom, Jeff hummed a little tune while making his way to the front desk. At the front desk, he pulled out his business card and handed it to the waiter. With an air of arrogance, he announced, Table 03 in the lobby, the one that spent $200,000 today. Please give me the receipt based on the information on this card. The waiter responded quickly, I'm sorry, sir, but the receipt for that table has already been issued to another gentleman. What? Jeff exclaimed, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Who took the receipt? The waiter replied, it was given to a gentleman named Charlie Wade. I believe he's part of your group. Damn it. Jeff felt his blood boil at this revelation. If Charlie had taken the receipt, that meant no reimbursement for him. Instead of profiting from this meal, he was now facing a loss of $100,000. As he grappled with his frustration, Jeff gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's that damn Charlie again." The only way for Jeff to secure his reimbursement was through the receipt. This made Jeff extremely frustrated upon learning that Charlie had already taken the receipt. He had been eagerly anticipating this receipt to file his reimbursement with the company. If Charlie refused to return it, Jeff wouldn't just miss out on claiming the meal, he would also suffer a loss of $100,000. Wouldn't this just exacerbate an already difficult situation? With these thoughts in mind, Jeff stormed back to the table, his anger boiling over. He confronted Charlie, demanding, "Charlie, did you sneak off to the front desk to get a receipt for yourself? Hand it over to me right now." Charlie responded nonchalantly, "This meal was a joint expense for both of us. What's wrong with me obtaining a receipt from the front desk? I paid $100,000 for this meal, remember?" "You," Jeff stammered, left speechless. After a moment of silence, he retorted angrily, "You don't even have a job or a company of your own. What do you need a receipt for?" With a smile, Charlie replied, "Are you not aware that many restaurants these days intentionally avoid giving out receipts? If they don't issue receipts, the tax authorities can't track their earnings. Consequently, they end up evading taxes and not contributing to the country." As he explained, Charlie surveyed the table and addressed everyone, "As responsible citizens, it's our obligation to pay taxes as required by law. We must also ensure that restaurants fulfill their tax responsibilities. Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Lisa chimed in, "Some restaurants can be quite sneaky. If you don't ask for a receipt, they might skip paying taxes altogether. Therefore, we need to make sure these establishments give receipts so they can fulfill their tax obligations to the state treasury." Caleb agreed, stating, "The food industry is exceptionally lucrative. They can't possibly justify evading taxes while raking in such substantial profits." From the side, William chuckled and added, "You can always chat with the restaurant manager. If they refuse to provide a receipt, ask for a discount or a complimentary drink instead. If a restaurant won't give me a receipt, I usually request a Coke in return. I refuse to let them take advantage of me." Charlie snickered and remarked, "William, you're quite clever. I'd love to learn more from you." Thinking he was being praised, William smirked and said, "This is just the wisdom of life." However, Jeff shot a cold glare at Charlie and said, "Stop with the pointless chatter. It doesn't matter to you anyway. Hand over the receipt." "Why should I?" Charlie retorted coldly. "Why is the receipt useless in my hands but valuable in yours? We're all enjoying this dinner together. Don't tell me you want the receipt just to claim reimbursement from your company." Jeff was taken aback by Charlie's accurate assessment of his intentions. Flustered, he stammered, "What nonsense are you saying? I share your mindset. I wanted the restaurant to issue a receipt so they can properly pay their taxes." Charlie nodded and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Jeff, I didn't expect you to be such a responsible citizen. Well done, well done. Here's a thumbs up for you." As he spoke, Charlie pulled the receipt from his pocket and said, "This receipt is in my name, meaning it can't be used for any reimbursement. But the restaurant is still obligated to pay taxes for the $200,000 we spent on this meal. So you needn't worry, Jeff, they will pay their fair share." Jeff, feeling anxious, blurted out, "Who gave you the right to issue the receipt under your name?" Since the receipt was already in someone else's name, even if Jeff somehow got it, he wouldn't be able to use it for reimbursement. The thought made him feel as if he might explode from frustration. Charlie smiled and said, "You didn't stop me from issuing the receipt. Besides, I mentioned earlier that we're splitting the bill, so either of us could have requested it from the front desk. It's just a matter of who did it first." With a triumphant smile, Charlie added, "Let's not argue over a trivial matter like who asked for the receipt first. We're treating everyone to dinner tonight, and it's not like we'll be seeking reimbursement from our companies afterward. So here's what I'll do, I'll tear this receipt in front of everyone, so neither of us will have it. How does that sound?" Before Jeff could even respond, Charlie tore the receipt in half. Watching Charlie rip the receipt apart felt like a dagger to Jeff's heart. It was over. Completely over. The $100,000 he had spent on this meal was lost. He had set a goal to earn $100,000, but tonight, he ended up losing that very amount instead. What a significant loss it was, all due to this extravagant meal. Jeff felt a deep despair within him. He had been doing quite well for himself, having purchased a brand new Mercedes-Benz, and he was trying to maintain an image of respectability. However, after his encounter with Charlie today, he never anticipated the financial blow that would follow. In his anger, he fantasized about stabbing Charlie, believing that doing so might ease his overwhelming hatred. Charlie, on the other hand, was intent on further provoking him. With a smirk, he poured a glass of champagne and extended it toward Jeff, saying, "Come, brother Jeff, let's toast." Jeff shot back, "I have no desire to drink with you." Charlie chuckled before replying, "Don't be so upset. Remember, you paid for this champagne yourself. Wouldn't it be a shame to let it go to waste?" Jeff's anger surged at this remark. Charlie was right, this champagne was indeed purchased with his own money. He had just shelled out a staggering $100,000 for this meal. In all his years, he had never spent so much on a single dining experience. This was the beginning of his financial downfall. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jeff fought back tears and reluctantly lifted the wine glass, downing the champagne in a mix of fury and despair. He figured he might as well drink more of it since he had already paid. Otherwise, he would just be letting others benefit from his misfortune. But a far bigger concern loomed over him: how could he make money again? If William took his advice and secured a loan from various online platforms, he could easily borrow $400,000 to $500,000. Adding his savings to that amount would enable him to raise $600,000 without any trouble. As for whether he could deceive William's future mother-in-law, Jeff had no clue. He could only hope that William would fall for his scheme. After forcing Jeff to cover the meal, Charlie had no interest in his problems anymore. Spending $100,000 on a meal would surely keep Jeff feeling the sting for quite some time, making him less likely to flaunt his wealth in front of others. Reflecting on the earlier scene at the orphanage, Charlie turned to Mrs. Lewis and asked, "Mrs. Lewis, how are things going at the orphanage?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lewis's expression soured. She sighed and replied, "The situation isn't looking great. Our orphanage is seeing an increasing number of children, which has put a strain on our finances." She continued, "Recently, the police in Oris Hill managed to uncover several child trafficking cases and rescued many abducted children. Unfortunately, many of them are now under our care because their biological parents haven't been found. While it's our duty to help these children, the costs for their care, particularly formula, are incredibly high. Our staff has pooled together a few $1,000s to cover these expenses while we apply for funding." Charlie felt a wave of concern wash over him as he remembered the children he had seen earlier that afternoon. These children had suffered far more than typical orphans, having been kidnapped and sold by human traffickers. This realization motivated Charlie to donate money to the orphanage to assist with their needs. With determination, Charlie spoke up, "Mrs. Lewis, we must prioritize the children at the orphanage. I would like to personally donate $1 million to support their care." Everyone fell silent, astonished by his announcement. $1 million? Such a sum was unimaginable for the staff at the orphanage. Then Charlie turned to Jeff, who was still in shock, and said, "Jeff, considering your current success with your Mercedes-Benz and Fyetin, don't forget your roots. You grew up in the orphanage. Isn't it time you contributed something back?" Upon hearing that Charlie planned to donate $1 million to the orphanage, Jeff was instantly skeptical. With a mocking grin, he retorted, "Charlie, you really excel at bragging. Are you honestly claiming you can donate $1 million? It seems like you're just trying to save face while hiding your own troubles. Can you even scrape together that kind of money?" Charlie responded casually, "If I said it, I'll follow through. I won't be like you and stage a car accident just to back out of my promise." Jeff realized Charlie was intentionally mocking him. The memory of the earlier car crash made him seethe with anger toward Charlie. Thinking back, Jeff regretted his earlier decision to retract his own promise. He now believed it would have been wiser to donate his car. After all, the losses he faced were substantial. Yet, Jeff still doubted Charlie's ability to make such a hefty donation. With a sneer, he said, "Don't think I'm unaware of your situation. You're just a live-in son-in-law, reliant on your wife. There's no way you could come up with that kind of money. Are you planning to rob a bank?" At that moment, Harry joined in to support Jeff. "Charlie, you should stop pretending to be someone you're not. What do you hope to gain by being so fake? It's better to act according to your means. Don't risk everything just to impress us, only to end up blaming us later." Charlie smirked nonchalantly and replied, "You don't need to worry about whether I'm robbing a bank or not. Regardless, I'll be able to donate $1 million to the orphanage. But tell me, if I can manage that, how much do you think you could donate?" Jeff laughed and declared, "If you can donate 1 million, then I can donate 10 million. Anyone can boast, right?" At that moment, most of the people at the table burst into laughter. They all believed Charlie was merely trying to save face. They might have accepted it if Charlie had claimed he would donate $80,000 or $100,000. After all, his wife drove a BMW, indicating they weren't lacking in funds. However, the idea of Charlie donating $1 million seemed far-fetched. He wouldn't even be able to raise that amount by selling his wife's BMW. Among those present, only Mrs. Lewis, Lisa, and Claire, Charlie's wife, truly believed in him. Mrs. Lewis and Lisa knew Charlie's character well enough to trust that he would never make a promise he couldn't keep. As for Claire, she simply accepted Charlie's abilities. After all, Charlie could easily earn $1 or $2 million just by advising someone on their feng shui. Thus, she believed it would be a piece of cake for him to donate $1 million to the orphanage. In a low voice, Claire asked Charlie, "Are you secretly looking at other people's feng shui without telling me?" Charlie nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, it's Aunt Matilda's son, Paul. Didn't he move his law firm to Orris Hill? He asked me to check his feng shui." Claire seemed embarrassed as she responded, "Are you really taking advantage of our close acquaintances? Doesn't that seem a bit inappropriate? How can you say I'm taking advantage of him?" Charlie replied earnestly. "We both agreed to it." Feeling helpless, Claire asked, "So how much did you charge him?" Charlie smiled and replied, $1 million. Claire rubbed her temples and said, "You're so ruthless, charging that much from our own acquaintance." Unbeknownst to Claire, Paul had actually committed to paying Charlie a total of $10 million. He was doing so in 2 installments. The first check was for $1 million, with another check for $9 million to follow. Charlie had originally planned that he wouldn't mind donating the entire $10 million to the orphanage. Nonetheless, the reality was that he couldn't just pull out $10 million on a whim. It would be incredibly challenging for him to justify such an action, especially with so many eyes on him. Furthermore, Charlie knew that explaining his actions to Claire wouldn't be easy either. $10 million was an astronomical sum. Thus, he believed that a donation of $1 million was a much more manageable figure. With a faint smile, Charlie turned to Jeff and asked, "If I can genuinely afford to donate $1 million to the orphanage, will you really donate $10 million?" "Absolutely," Jeff replied without hesitation. He then added with an air of arrogance, "If someone as pathetic as you can manage to donate $1 million, then I wouldn't have any trouble donating $100 million to the orphanage." Charlie nodded and said, "Hold on. I'd like to record this agreement as proof." With that, he addressed the crowd, "Everyone, please take out your cell phones and record this as evidence of our agreement." Excited by the unfolding drama, the onlookers quickly retrieved their phones and activated the video recording feature. Charlie spoke calmly, "I, Charlie Wade, hereby voluntarily donate $1 million to the Orris Hill Welfare Institute. In return, as long as I make this $1 million donation, this man beside me, Jeff Mowry, will donate $10 million to the orphanage. Everyone here today is a witness to this agreement. If either of us fails to uphold our word, we will be condemned by the people of this nation." Jeff snickered and retorted, "Fine, but you need to show the $1 million first. Once you can prove you have it, I'll definitely donate $10 million to the orphanage right away." Not even the most extreme measures would convince Jeff that Charlie could come up with $1 million. He believed that the $100,000 Charlie had used to pay for dinner was likely all he had saved over several years. At that moment, Charlie pulled out his old wallet and examined the 2 checks Paul had given him. Being meticulous, he checked to confirm that he was indeed holding the check for $1 million before retrieving it from his wallet. Once he had the check in hand, Charlie handed it directly to Mrs. Lewis, saying, "Mrs. Lewis, here is a cash check for $1 million. You can take it to the bank whenever you like to cash it. Please accept it." Jeff smirked, curling his lips as he scoffed, "You're just waving around a piece of torn paper and claiming it's a cash check for $1 million? Are you serious?" Charlie replied with a smile, "You don't believe me? Why not take a look at the cash check yourself?" Jeff sneered, "Of course I don't believe you. I used to play Monopoly when I was a kid. I know that each bill in Monopoly is worth millions too. Should I just use Monopoly money to donate to the orphanage? Besides, I'm not a banker, how would I even verify a check's authenticity?" Charlie shook his head, smiling helplessly. "Since you insist on doubting until the bitter end, I will grant your wish." With that, Charlie took out his phone and dialed Paul. When Paul answered, he greeted respectfully, "Master Wade." Charlie smiled and said, "Paul, I'm sorry to bother you, but I need your help with something." Paul quickly replied, "Master Wade, just let me know what you need." Charlie continued, "I seem to have misplaced the $1 million cash check you gave me. I might not be able to cash it, so could you transfer the $1 million directly to me? I'll return the cash check to you once I find it." Paul responded with a smile, "Of course. Just give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it to you right away. You don't have to worry about returning the check once you find it." Charlie said, "You can use the bank account number for donations to the Oris Hill Welfare Institute and transfer the $1 million directly to that account." Paul asked in surprise, "Master Wade, are you really going to donate the money to the orphanage?" "Yes," Charlie replied casually. "I grew up in that orphanage." Paul immediately said, "I understand. Don't worry, Master Wade. I'll transfer the money to the orphanage right now. In fact, I'll send $2 million. The extra million is just a small gesture from me." Charlie was taken aback when he learned that Paul was eager to contribute another $1 million to the orphanage after hearing about Charlie's own donation. He wanted to tell Paul that such a large donation wasn't necessary. Unfortunately, Paul had already ended the call. Realizing the phone call was disconnected, Charlie felt resigned as he put his cell phone away. Despite this, he couldn't help but admire the integrity of this young man, Paul. If given the chance, he would love to mentor him in the future. After hanging up, Charlie turned to Mrs. Lewis and said, "Mrs. Lewis, my friend will be transferring the funds to the orphanage's bank account shortly. Please notify the Accounts and Finance Department to keep an eye on the transfer. However, the amount will not be $1 million. Before Charlie could finish, Jeff burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Charlie, are you confessing? Are you about to tell us your friend is only donating $10,000? You're really making a fool of yourself. Don't forget, everyone is recording this right now." Charlie smirked and replied, "Can you hold your horses? Why don't you let me finish before jumping in?" Jeff waved his hand dramatically and said loudly, "Go ahead, speak up. I'm all ears. Make sure everyone hears you clearly." Ignoring him, Charlie continued, looking seriously at Mrs. Lewis. "Mrs. Lewis, the amount will not be $1 million but rather $2 million. This is because my friend has decided to donate an additional $1 million after learning about my donation." Everyone gasped in surprise. What kind of friend must this be? He heard that Charlie was donating $1 million and chose to donate another million as well. This person must be out of his mind. Or perhaps he was simply so wealthy that he didn't know what to do with his money. Or maybe Charlie was just boasting. Jeff chuckled, "Charlie, I'm beginning to admire your ability to exaggerate. You can keep such a serious face while saying all this. You're truly someone who can achieve great things." Charlie laughed and responded, "Don't be too quick to jump to conclusions. How will you explain yourself when the money actually arrives at the orphanage's bank account? Jeff shot back coldly, "Forget it. Your arrogance won't last long. What will you do when you can't deliver the money later?" Just then, Mrs. Lewis received a phone call. Noticing it was from the person in charge of the accounts and finance department, she quickly said, "It's a call from our orphanage's accounts and finance department. Could it be that we've already received Charlie's donation?" "Pfft." Jeff scoffed. "His donation is probably in the account now, but I bet it's only about $10,000 to $20,000 at most, nothing more." Mrs. Lewis answered the phone and put it on speaker, asking, "Hello, Miss Cherry, is everything okay? Why are you calling me so late?" From the other end, Miss Cherry's voice was filled with excitement. "Mrs. Lewis, I just received a text saying that someone has donated $2 million to the orphanage's bank account." Mrs. Lewis exclaimed, "The money came in so quickly." Miss Cherry eagerly asked, "Mrs. Lewis, do you know anything about this $2 million donation? Who is so generous?" With excitement, Mrs. Lewis replied, "It's Charlie. Charlie from our orphanage. Do you remember him?" "Charlie?" Miss Cherry exclaimed. "Are you saying this money is really from Charlie? Oh my goodness. He's such a promising young man now." Mrs. Lewis continued, "Charlie learned about the new children coming to the orphanage and our financial struggles, so he decided to donate $1 million. And his friend decided to match that donation with another $1 million because he supports Charlie." Miss Cherry responded enthusiastically, "Finally, we can breathe. We can buy some delicious food for the kids and get new clothes for them as winter approaches. Plus, we can replace all the old toys and equipment in the playground. Everything has been used for so many years." At that moment, everyone present stood in stunned silence at the incredible news. Jeff was utterly taken aback. What was going on? Had the $2 million actually come through? Wasn't Charlie just a pathetic live-in son-in-law, relying on his wife for support? How did he manage to come into such a fortune? The others began to realize that they had seriously misjudged Charlie. They never expected him to be so competent, especially given his status as a live-in son-in-law. Not only did Charlie donate $1 million as promised, but when his friend, who had no prior connection to the orphanage, heard about the donation, he willingly contributed another $1 million. What kind of friend was this? How could he be so impressive? At that moment, Charlie stood up, casting a glance at Jeff, whose expression was a mix of shock and embarrassment. He then asked, "Jeff, everyone here might still be recording this. Since my $1 million has already arrived, where's your $10 million? When will you be donating to the orphanage?" Jeff felt completely defeated. There was no way he could donate $10 million today. He might not even be able to scrape together $100,000. Moreover, he was dealing with a significant financial shortfall that needed urgent attention. If he didn't address it, he might find himself in serious trouble. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Jeff recognized that he was already losing. There was no way to salvage his reputation, even if he continued to act like he was still in control. With no other options, he turned to Charlie and said, "Charlie, if you're so wealthy, why don't you let me manage your finances? I can help you double your investment in just a week." Charlie smiled knowingly and replied, "What's this? Are you backing out of your $10 million donation?" Jeff replied sheepishly, "Are you serious? Even if I were doing well, I couldn't possibly come up with that much. I was blind to your talents before. Please forgive me and don't hold this against me." The others scoffed and chimed in, "Jeff, that's just too much. Charlie has already donated $1 million, and his friend has matched it. Don't you think you should honor your promise? Even if you can't manage $10 million, you should at least donate $1 million. That would be fair." Jeff's face twisted in discomfort. Despite his embarrassment, he realized he couldn't keep pretending. After all, people were still recording on their phones. If he continued with his act, he would truly embarrass himself when those videos surfaced. With no other choice, he slapped himself a few times and admitted, "I admit it. I was wrong. I was pretending to be someone I'm not, trying to impress everyone without having the means to back it up. I'm sorry." Jeff's mood was bleak as he spoke. He felt certain that William and a couple of his orphanage friends, who had been considering discussing financial opportunities with him, could see right through his facade. Now that he had been exposed, they likely would not want to invest in him. If that were the case, he had no idea how he would afford a Fyetin for Caesar. Lost in thought, Jeff realized he could no longer bear to stay in the room. He quickly stood up, saying, "Sorry, everyone. I have to leave. I have something urgent to attend to." Without waiting for a response, Jeff hurried out of the restaurant. The others felt a wave of disdain as they watched him flee. He had been so arrogant earlier, and now he was escaping like a coward. Plus, he hadn't donated a single penny to the orphanage. It was truly infuriating. Caleb, observing Jeff's retreat, sighed and remarked, "Charlie, you shouldn't have let him get away. You should have stopped him and forced him to donate." Charlie smiled nonchalantly and replied, "If I had done that, wouldn't I have looked like the villain? It's fine. He'll face his own consequences." William, anxious about the implications for his own romantic prospects, quickly stood up and dashed after Jeff. As soon as he left, Harry, who had previously been Jeff's lackey, sneered, "Now I see Jeff for who he really is. He's so pretentious. He was begging like a dog after he hit someone else's Fyetin, and then had the nerve to claim it was his. What a joke. I need to make sure I distance myself from that fool." Everyone gasped and quickly asked, "He hit someone else's Fyetin? What happened?" As Harry noticed the crowd's keen interest in Jeff's incident with the Fyetin, he began to share a detailed account of the car crash. The revelation left everyone speechless, their shock palpable. It was hard for them to believe that Jeff could be so brazen. He had clearly collided with another vehicle, yet here he was, holding the key to someone else's car and proudly proclaiming ownership of a Fyetin. This incident completely overturned their perceptions of Jeff. Meanwhile, William, who had dashed out to pursue Jeff, missed out on the unfolding drama. He sprinted after Jeff, who was making his way to the parking lot after leaving the restaurant. Unbeknownst to Jeff, William was hot on his trail. Frustrated, Jeff angrily opened the door to Caesar's Fyetin and climbed inside. Just then, a figure appeared outside the car window, startling him. Upon closer inspection, Jeff realized it was William, who wore a broad, ingratiating smile. Rolling down the window, Jeff regarded William coolly and asked, "What do you want?" William, still smiling, replied, "Brother Jeff, when you arrived earlier, you were driving a Mercedes-Benz. How did it turn into a Volkswagen? Is this the Fyetin? The interior is truly luxurious." Jeff responded, "Didn't I tell you? I had an accident on the way here and can't drive the Mercedes-Benz anymore. I had my driver bring the Fyetin instead." William beamed and gave a thumbs up, filled with admiration. "Brother Jeff, you're incredible. We at the orphanage are honestly embarrassed to be in your presence." He continued, "Brother Jeff, you're a remarkable person, capable of great things. You're so adaptable, unlike Charlie, the fool who lost $1 million over a gamble. He must be losing his mind." At that moment, Jeff felt as if he were in a surreal dream. He had expected to be ridiculed by his friends after losing the bet with Charlie, yet here was William, following him and showering him with praise. It seemed William was determined to rely on him to improve his own financial situation. With a sigh of relief, Jeff felt a flicker of hope. Everything now hinged on William. "Do you still want my help with investing your money?" Jeff inquired. William nodded eagerly. "Absolutely, Brother Jeff. My future, even my chances of marriage, depend on you." Jeff replied calmly, "Then hop in the car." William, surprised, asked, "Where are we going? Didn't you mention forgetting your ID? I'll drive you back to your dorm so you can sort out your loans. We'll work on your investment tomorrow morning," Jeff explained. Overjoyed, William exclaimed, "Brother Jeff, you're truly amazing." With that, he dashed to the passenger side, opened the door, and climbed in. Jeff started the car and drove toward William's dorm, following his directions. William worked at a printing factory in the suburbs, where he faced tough conditions. He toiled 6 days a week for a monthly salary of just over $3,000. Despite this meager income, William managed to save over $100,000, highlighting his troubling financial situation. Upon arriving at William's dorm, he invited Jeff to sit on the only chair available. William then quickly retrieved his ID and began applying for loans on online platforms, entering his personal information with urgency. William soon discovered that the interest rates from various online loan platforms were alarmingly high. Some rates were downright outrageous. For instance, if he borrowed $70,000, he'd be required to repay a staggering $130,000 just a week later. The interest rate was nearly double. Concerned, William turned to Jeff, his face etched with worry, and said, "Brother Jeff, these interest rates are outrageous. They're almost equal to what I could earn by investing with you. If I borrow from them to manage my finances, wouldn't I just be helping these online platforms profit?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, Jeff smiled and reassured him, "Don't fret. The loan platforms I recommended are run by my friends. While the interest rates seem high, I can have them waive the interest entirely with just a phone call." He continued, "The displayed interest rates are just for appearances, the actual workings behind the scenes are far more intricate. If you don't fully grasp it, just follow my lead." For much of his life, William had struggled financially, never truly seizing opportunities to make significant money. Now, he viewed Jeff as his savior. He was determined to trust Jeff completely. Under Jeff's guidance, William took out nearly $500,000 in loans from multiple online platforms. He didn't even bother calculating the total interest he would owe. Why? Because Jeff assured him he wouldn't have to pay any interest on these loans. After that, William pooled the loan amounts and his savings, totaling $620,000, and transferred it all to Jeff. This was a man who would typically go to great lengths to avoid being exploited, yet he found himself ensnared in a trap due to his eagerness to seize every opportunity. Jeff was thrilled to receive the $620,000 from William. However, it wasn't enough to resolve his own issues. He had already lost $100,000 on a meal that day, leaving him short by approximately $500,000 to $600,000. Quickly, he instructed William, "You need to call your girlfriend right away. Tell her you found a financial opportunity to earn a 20% profit in just 1 week. See if her mother would be interested in investing some money with you." William nodded eagerly and dialed his girlfriend's number. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed, "Juanita, what are you up to?" On the other end, Juanita made a peculiar sound before replying, I'm at home." Why? What's going on?" Hearing her odd noises surprised William. He instinctively asked, "Juanita, what's that sound?" She responded, "Oh, my back is aching. I'm trying to relieve it by twisting on the bed." As she spoke, a soft sound of discomfort escaped her lips. William immediately expressed concern, "Juanita, are you all right? If your back hurts, twisting it might make it worse. You should be careful." In the background, a persistent creaking noise suggested the mattress was being pressed down repeatedly. Jeff was taken aback. He could instantly tell something was off with Juanita's tone. There was a strong likelihood that she was with another man at that very moment. Yet, it was bewildering that William seemed completely oblivious to the situation, even while being deceived. Was he truly that unaware? Despite his greedy nature and tendency to chase every small gain, he couldn't possibly be lacking in common sense, could he? At that moment, Juanita unexpectedly let out a peculiar scream on the other end of the line. Jeff felt a rush of blood drain from his face. This sound struck a familiar chord within him. Wasn't it the kind of sound a woman makes when she's at the peak of her pleasure, experiencing an orgasm? William, feeling a wave of concern, urged, "Juanita, you really should stop twisting your body if it's causing you so much discomfort. Please, take a break from your practice. I'd be really worried if your injury worsens." Juanita groaned in frustration, then quickly replied, "William, is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up now. I can't stop practicing, I'm in the most critical phase. If I pause now, all my efforts will be for nothing." With a hint of pride, William said, "Juanita, I have some great news. A good friend of mine is helping me out financially." He can introduce me to a wealth management fund that promises a 20% return in just 1 week. Do you think your mother would be interested in investing? Juanita exclaimed. William, are you out of your mind? Look at the current economic climate. The average annual return is less than 3%, and you expect me to believe a friend can guarantee a 20% profit in just 1 week? That's absurd. William, feeling increasingly anxious, insisted, Juanita, my friend is truly impressive. He drives a Fyetin. Do you know that the Fyetin is Volkswagen's top-tier luxury car, worth over $2 million? Plus, he just spent $100,000 on our meal today. Juanita scoffed. Do you really expect me to believe that someone like you knows a wealthy person who would drop $100,000 on dinner? You think I'm gullible? Juanita, I swear I'm telling the truth. I'll soon be able to pay your mother the dowry. I'm on the verge of making a lot of money, and then you won't have to sell those cigarettes or e-cigarettes to your friends anymore. I promise I'll treat you well and ensure you have a good life, William said earnestly. Her voice rising in anger, Juanita shot back, what? Do you think you're looking down on me? What's wrong with selling cigarettes and e-cigarettes? I can easily make $5,000 a month, and when I have a generous customer, I can even earn over $10,000. You barely make $3,000 a month, and yet you're talking about supporting me? William, feeling overwhelmed, replied, Juanita, I'm not belittling you. I just think selling smuggled goods isn't a sustainable solution. What will happen if you get arrested one day? Juanita retorted angrily, stop cursing me. Just leave. With that, she hung up the phone abruptly. William glanced at Jeff, embarrassment etched on his face, and said, I'm sorry, my girlfriend seems skeptical. She probably doesn't believe you, but that's only because she hasn't met you. If we set up a meeting tomorrow, she would surely be convinced after speaking with you. Jeff waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for that. If she doesn't believe me, then there's nothing more to discuss. It just shows she isn't meant for this opportunity. We shouldn't push it. Deep down, Jeff knew it wouldn't be easy to convince Juanita just by overhearing William's phone conversation with her. She was the type who could easily entertain another man while on a call with her boyfriend and wasn't shy about scolding him. How many people have such bold and fearless behavior? This clearly indicated her capabilities. Her words alone would score a perfect 10. If he were to meet her and she learned that William had given him $620,000, she would surely do everything in her power to retrieve that money. Clearing his throat, Jeff looked at William with a tentative expression and asked, so, William, how long have you been with your girlfriend? William quickly answered, we've known each other for 3 years, and we've been dating for 2 of those years. Jeff followed up with another question, so, how did you two first meet? With a grin, William recounted, at that time, I was trying to get into a certain company, and I needed someone to help me with a task to secure my position. However, that person insisted that I bring him 2 packs of Treasurer Gold premium cigarettes. I soon discovered that Treasurer Gold cigarettes are quite pricey. Just 1 pack costs several $100s, and 2 would set me back over $1,000. So, I took to the internet searching for a better deal. To my surprise, I found someone selling them for less. It was Juanita. She had her Treasurer Gold premium cigarettes priced at only $200 each. After hearing William's story, Jeff felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He then asked, William, can I ask you something? Where are Treasurer Gold cigarettes made? William instinctively replied, China. Jeff nodded thoughtfully and continued, then why are you able to buy smuggled Treasurer Gold cigarettes when they're originally made in China? William scrunched his face in confusion and remarked, hey, brother Jeff, that's an interesting point. I really don't know why. Maybe Juanita has her own methods for getting those cigarettes. Jeff sighed and pressed on, let me ask you again. After you bought those 2 smuggled packs from your girlfriend, did that person ever help you out? No, a hint of distress crossed William's face as he replied, I didn't hear anything from that guy after I handed over the cigarettes. I tried calling him later, but he had already blocked me. I can still remember it vividly. Every 1st and 15th of the month, I spend $2 on hell money to burn by the roadside, cursing that jerk who cheated me out of those 2 packs. You really are something. Jeff rubbed his temples in frustration. He finally understood why William could be such a misguided individual. At that moment, he asked, William, you mentioned you've been with your girlfriend for 2 years now. Have you two been intimate yet? William's face turned pink as he shyly responded, I wanted to, but it hasn't happened yet. Juanita said she wants to save her virginity for her wedding day. I completely respect her choice. Jeff scratched his head in disbelief and asked, but didn't you hear the sound she was making when you called her earlier? What kind of situation would lead a woman to make those noises? It wasn't just moaning, the mattress was squeaking too. Think about it, you've seen movies with similar scenes, right? Usually, there's just one man and one woman involved. Jeff had hoped that his hints were clear enough for William to grasp. However, he was taken aback when William responded earnestly, she was home alone, so she was probably just practicing her dance moves. If she's twisting her waist on her bed, the mattress would naturally squeak. William added with a touch of disappointment, it's a shame my dorm is so far from her place. Otherwise, I would have bought her some medicinal plasters. Jeff scoffed, medicinal plasters? Why not get her some boxes of Plan B instead? You might want to prevent any accidents. What's Plan B? William asked hastily. Is it for back treatment? How much does it cost? Never mind, Jeff waved dismissively. You should just stay home for now. I've got to go. I'll help you invest your money in a trust fund. If everything goes smoothly, you'll get your money back in a week. After leaving William's dormitory, Jeff couldn't shake off a twinge of guilt toward him. Though people like William could be incredibly unpleasant, there was still a sense of pity mixed in. William was an orphan who had lost both parents. Despite years of hard work, he had achieved very little in life. To make matters worse, he ended up with a girlfriend who turned out to be nothing more than a cunning, manipulative woman. How would William react if he discovered that while she was scolding and cursing him over the phone, she was actually being intimate with another man? To add to his troubles, William had just handed over all his assets to Jeff. He had even taken out a loan of more than $500,000 from ruthless loan sharks. In just a week, William would have to repay at least $1 million. Within a month, that debt could balloon into several million. When that time came, he would undoubtedly find himself trapped with no way to escape, right? Yet Jeff himself was facing his own problems and couldn't even guarantee his own safety at the moment. There were no viable solutions left. If it came down to survival, he found himself hoping that the other person would be the one to perish. Moreover, he hadn't even managed to get himself out of danger yet. To get ashore safely, he would still need to gather several $100,000 more. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jeff's sympathy for William gradually faded. He realized that he couldn't afford to concern himself with William anymore, his own survival had to come first. Meanwhile, at the dining table in the Hyatt Hotel, Jeff had become the target of everyone's disdain. Even those who were once his loyal followers started turning their backs on him one by one. As they looked down on Jeff, their admiration for Charlie only grew stronger. After all, Charlie could casually donate $1 million to an orphanage. Clearly, he had far more wealth than they had ever imagined. They realized how seriously they had underestimated Charlie. While they continued flattering him with endless toasts, some even shamelessly tried to grovel their way into Charlie's good graces. Charlie wasn't arrogant, but neither was he overly humble. His calm, composed demeanor carried an air of mystery that captivated everyone around him. Once everyone had finished their toasts, Caleb raised his glass and said sincerely, Charlie, thank you for everything you've done for this orphanage. I dedicate this toast to you. Charlie met his gaze and nodded slightly. Caleb was the first, besides Lisa and Mrs. Lewis, to sincerely toast Charlie for the orphanage. Others toasted him not out of gratitude but because they had learned he was wealthy. The difference in their intentions was stark. Those who toasted for the orphanage truly cared, while the rest were simply trying to curry favor with someone they now perceived as rich. To everyone present, a person who could casually donate $1 million to an orphanage was no ordinary individual. Such generosity was beyond their comprehension. Charlie and Caleb clinked glasses and drank. Caleb said earnestly, "Charlie, I'm so happy to see how far you've come. Even back then, I could tell you were different. I always believed you were destined for greatness, but I never imagined you'd achieve so much." Charlie smiled mildly. "Back when we worked on that construction site, we were just happy to have enough to eat. On payday, we'd splurge a bit, order a few extra dishes and grab some beers. Sitting in that shed drinking felt incredibly satisfying." After a pause, he added, "Because of those days, I don't place much value on material things anymore. Whether it's good food or a nicer house, it doesn't change much for me." Caleb nodded. "I get what you mean. We were both earning the same wages. I saved every penny, hoping to turn my life around someday. But you donated your earnings to the orphanage. Back then, I felt I could never measure up to you." With a sigh, he chuckled bitterly. "Reality is clear, I'm not much at all." Charlie replied seriously, "Brother, never underestimate your worth. As long as you live with a clean conscience, toward the world and toward yourself, you can find happiness even without a lot of money." He continued, "Just look around. Many wealthy people made their fortunes through shady or immoral methods. Very few can claim to have a clear conscience." Claire listened quietly, a new wave of admiration washing over her. From the moment Charlie donated to the orphanage, she had felt impressed, and now his words touched her even more deeply. After drinking quite a bit of wine, Caleb, feeling emotional, held Charlie's hand. With tears streaming down his face, he confessed, "Charlie, I've drifted through life for more than 20 years. I finally understand what it means to live. Looking back, I regret leaving. I thought moving to Lancaster would bring me success and wealth. All these years, I never once thought about giving back to the orphanage that raised me. I feel so guilty." Charlie smiled gently. "Caleb, you must take care of yourself first. If you can't support yourself, I wouldn't want you to donate a single penny. We've both struggled, with no family except ourselves. So you must treat yourself well and improve your own situation first." Caleb cried, "You tell me that, but what about you? I remember when Mrs. Lewis fell ill, you scraped together every cent you had to help her. Why didn't you think of your own well-being first?" Charlie scratched his head awkwardly. "Our situations are different. I'm married now, and you're not." Then, holding Claire's hand, he added, "Everyone in Oris Hill knows me as the famous live-in son-in-law. My wife provides everything for me. I don't spend a single cent on food or shelter because of her. So having a lot of money wouldn't make much difference for me." When Charlie held her hand, Claire felt restless yet warm inside. His words touched her deeply, and she began to view him differently. At that moment, Claire realized she was beginning to understand Charlie more, even though in some ways, he felt like a stranger. Previously, she had seen him as aimless and lacking ambition, someone who quietly accepted mistreatment. Now, however, she saw him as far more profound and enigmatic than she had ever imagined. When Caleb noticed his brother Charlie holding hands with Claire, he felt a wave of happiness for them both. In his excitement, he quickly poured Charlie another glass of wine and exclaimed, "Cheers to you, dear brother Charlie. May your relationship flourish and deepen. I even hope you two have a child soon." Claire's cheeks flushed red at Caleb's unexpected comment about having a child, leaving her completely flustered. With a grin, Charlie responded, "Thank you, brother. I'll definitely put in the effort." Feeling even more embarrassed, Claire held Charlie's hand with one hand while discreetly pinching the inside of his thigh under the table. Charlie winced but kept quiet. Wanting to divert attention, he raised his glass and said to Caleb, "Come on, let's drink to that." After taking a drink, Charlie suddenly remembered that Caleb currently worked in Lancaster. "By the way, Caleb, which company are you with in Lancaster? What industry is it, and what's your role?" Caleb replied, "I work for a company that specializes in lighting equipment and devices. I'm a sales executive, and the company is under Lane Group." "Lane Group?" Charlie frowned. "Isn't Travis Lane the head of Lane Group, the wealthiest man in Lancaster?" Caleb nodded with a smile. "You know Travis Lane too?" Charlie grinned. "I don't just know him, I've actually met him. Seriously? Caleb exclaimed, shocked. Chairman Elaine is known for being secretive and hard to meet. Only people at the main headquarters ever see him, those of us in the smaller companies never get that chance. In Lancaster, Travis was practically a king, he owned countless companies across multiple industries. The lighting company Caleb worked for was just one small branch in Travis's massive empire. Even the head of that branch had only met Travis a handful of times. So Caleb was completely stunned by Charlie's claim that he had met Travis in person. "Charlie, how did you meet Chairman Elaine?" he asked. Charlie smiled. "I attended a gathering hosted by a friend, and Travis happened to be there." The first time Charlie encountered Travis was at an event Jasmine hosted, where Charlie was invited to evaluate a piece of jade. Travis had also been interested in the jade and had brought along a so-called expert, whom Charlie exposed as a fraud. Later, during the conflict involving Jack Yellman, Travis had also been present. Even though they weren't close, Travis respected Charlie deeply, recognizing him as a major figure in the field of metaphysics. Since Caleb worked for a company under Travis, Charlie felt he could help his childhood friend. "Let me call Travis and see if he can arrange a better position for you," Charlie offered. "What? You actually know Chairman Elaine personally?" Caleb asked in disbelief. Caleb had assumed Charlie only met Travis once by coincidence and didn't actually know him. He never looked down on Charlie, he simply believed Travis was far too powerful and unreachable. The others at the table were equally shocked. Everyone there knew Travis Elaine, the richest man in Lancaster. He might not have been as influential as the Moore family, but he was still extraordinarily wealthy, with a net worth in the tens of billions. None of them ever imagined Charlie would have a connection to someone like that. If this conversation had taken place 30 minutes earlier, they would have dismissed Charlie's words as bragging. But now, because it was Charlie saying it, they instinctively believed him. With a calm smile, Charlie said to Caleb, "I'm not close friends with Chairman Elaine, but we're acquainted. I'm sure he'll honor that connection." Charlie then pulled out his phone, searched for Travis's number, and made the call. The line connected quickly. Travis sounded pleasantly surprised. "Master Wade, what a surprise. To what do I owe this honor today?" Charlie replied with a light smile, "Chairman Elaine, it's been a while." Travis quickly responded, "I haven't had a chance to return to Oris Hill lately. If I had, I would have definitely visited you, Master Wade." Charlie smiled slightly again. "There's no need for such formality, Chairman Elaine. I'm calling because I need your help with something." The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Everyone leaned in, eager to witness what felt like a once-in-a-lifetime moment. None of them had ever spoken to someone as wealthy as Travis Elaine, much less a billionaire. Travis replied immediately, "Master Wade, just tell me what you need. I'll do everything I can." Charlie explained, "I have a childhood friend who I just found out works at a company under Elaine Group. I'd like to ask if you could arrange a better position for him." Travis was stunned. He never imagined Charlie's friend would be working for one of his companies. "Master Wade, what's your friend's name? Which company is he with? Give me the details and I'll arrange a transfer immediately." "I can move him to the group headquarters," he said enthusiastically. Charlie said, "His name is Caleb Morales. He's with the lighting equipment division under Elaine Group." Travis replied instantly, "Master Wade, give me a moment. I'll call now and sort this out." After the call ended, Travis immediately contacted his secretary to verify Caleb Morales's employment. When the secretary confirmed that someone named Caleb Morales indeed worked at the lighting company, Travis was thrilled. He had always wanted a chance to build a closer relationship with Charlie but never found the right opportunity. After all, Charlie was extraordinary, even the powerful Jack Yellman couldn't stand against him. And the prestigious Moore family treated him with immense respect. Opportunities to get close to someone like Charlie were rare. He never expected his chance would arrive so unexpectedly, through Charlie's own friend working in his company. It felt like fate. Travis quickly called Charlie back. "Master Wade, I want to promote your friend to headquarters as my assistant. I can give him a salary of $1 million. Actually, make it $2 million. How does that sound? Charlie understood that $2 million a year was nothing for someone like Travis. But for Caleb, it was an amount he could never earn in a decade or two. Charlie nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Chairman Lane. Please send him the notice right away so he can celebrate the good news. Travis replied eagerly, Master Wade, consider it done. I'll have my personnel manager send the employment notice immediately. After ending his call with Travis, Charlie turned to Caleb, who was standing nearby, and said, I've already spoken with Chairman Lane on your behalf. He mentioned that he'll be transferring you to the company headquarters to work as his assistant. Caleb and their group of friends were left speechless. Everyone in the room was familiar with Travis's name. He was an incredibly wealthy individual, boasting a net worth exceeding $10 billion. Landing a position as the assistant to someone like Travis was no ordinary feat. Such opportunities were typically reserved for exceptional candidates, often requiring a PhD from a prestigious university or extensive work experience in prominent companies. Everyone understood Caleb's background well. Both Caleb and Charlie were high school graduates. They had come from an orphanage that only supported them until they turned 18, at which point they had to step into the workforce immediately after graduating high school. Charlie had a slight advantage. Lord Wilson had sponsored him for a year at Oris University to help him build a connection with Claire during their early relationship. In contrast, Caleb had been working since he was 18, spending several years laboring on construction sites before moving to Lancaster for work. In essence, Caleb's circumstances were not much different from those of the older laborers or migrant workers on construction sites. The only distinction was his age. So, it was nothing short of miraculous for someone like Caleb to suddenly be offered a role as an assistant to the affluent Chairman Lane. Even Caleb himself found it hard to comprehend. He felt unworthy and incapable of serving as the chairman's assistant. To him, it would have been a significant achievement just to become a team leader at his current job. At that moment, Caleb's phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, he answered, asking, "Hello, who is this?" The voice on the other end responded, "Hello, is this Mr. Caleb Morales? I'm the personnel director of the Lane Group. I'm calling to inform you that you've been officially transferred to the company's headquarters to serve as the chairman's assistant. Chairman Lane has given you 1 week to prepare for your new role. After that, you can report to headquarters to start your work." Caleb was left in shock, stuttering, Are you joking? Are you really offering me the position of Chairman Lane's assistant? I haven't even attended college." The personnel director chuckled and replied, "Chairman Lane specifically insisted that you be appointed as his assistant, regardless of your academic background. The only requirement is that you can drive. And if you can't, the company will arrange for you to receive training." Caleb quickly assured her, "I have a driver's license. I've had it for over 3 years, and I even worked as a cab driver in Lancaster for a while." The director laughed and said, "Great. You can start by driving Chairman Lane. If he has any additional tasks for you, he'll let you know what to do." Then she added, "By the way, your annual salary will be $2 million. That's your base salary, not including year-end bonuses or commissions." How much?" Caleb gasped, unable to believe his ears. Surely, he must have misheard. How could he possibly earn $2 million a year? At his current job, earning even $100,000 annually would have been impressive. The idea of making $2 million was beyond his wildest dreams. Noticing Caleb's stunned silence, the director reiterated earnestly, "Mr. Morales, your basic salary for this position is indeed $2 million a year." Caleb was taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't $2 million a year a bit excessive?" The revelation left everyone in utter disbelief. An annual salary of $2 million? How is that not akin to robbing a bank? Moreover, was Charlie genuinely capable of making this happen? Could he really transform Caleb's annual earnings into $2 million with just a single phone call? On the other end of the line, the caller smiled before stating, "This decision comes from Chairman Lane. If he has set this salary, he must have valid reasons for it. I trust that Chairman Lane believes this amount is not excessive for you." After her explanation, she added, "Mr. Morales, I'll meet you next week. Here's my cell phone number. Please call me when you come to start your job, and I will personally come to welcome you." With that, she ended the call. Caleb stared blankly at his phone, feeling as if his mind had just been jolted awake. Harry, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, immediately exclaimed, "Caleb, is your company really offering you a $2 million annual salary?" Snapping back to reality, Caleb nodded slowly, saying, "The person who called me is the personnel director, and she was the one who informed me about my salary." Harry's jealousy intensified. He never realized how powerful Charlie truly was. If he had known this, he would have never aligned himself with Jeff. Instead, he would have eagerly supported Charlie. Caleb, overwhelmed with emotion, looked at Charlie and said, "Charlie, you've done so much for me. How can I possibly deserve to be Chairman Lane's assistant?" With a calm smile, Charlie patted Caleb on the shoulder and replied earnestly, "You absolutely deserve this position that Chairman Lane has arranged for you because you are my good brother." Feeling deeply moved, Caleb still struggled with self-doubt. "Charlie, I know you see me as your brother, but honestly, I'm aware of my own limitations. How can I be worthy of a $2 million salary?" Charlie smiled and said, "It's not for you to decide your worth. Since you're my brother, you are more than deserving of a basic salary of $2 million. Then, Charlie became serious and added, "So, make sure to diligently follow and support Travis from now on. You need to show those who have underestimated you that you're no longer the same person you once were." At these words, Caleb burst into tears. Since leaving the orphanage, Caleb had always been looked down upon due to his youth and lack of parents. He faced constant bullying from other workers while laboring on construction sites. Even after working in Lancaster for years, he was still treated with disdain. His own girlfriend had left him, unable to bear the stigma. Charlie's encouragement reignited a spark of self-worth within him. Clenching his fists in determination, he expressed with heartfelt gratitude, "Brother, thank you so much. From now on, my life is dedicated to you." Charlie chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "What would I do with your life? Just make sure to live it well and take care of yourself. I'll be at ease as long as you succeed." Charlie then added, "By the way, I have one request for you." Caleb eagerly replied, "Just tell me. Whatever it is, I'll make sure to fulfill it." Charlie stated seriously, "Once you become Travis's assistant, you must not agree to reconcile with your ex-girlfriend, even if she and her mother plead with you to take her back. You must not get back together with her, no matter how you feel. From now on, a snobbish woman like that isn't worthy of my brother." In that instant, Caleb noticed something significant in Charlie's expression. It was clear that Charlie had experienced a monumental shift in his life. No longer was he the downtrodden individual who skipped school, lacked parental support, and was scorned by those around him. Now, he was Charlie's brother and the assistant to the chairman of the Lane Group. Additionally, he was earning an impressive annual salary of $2 million. If his former girlfriend were to learn about his remarkable job and status, her pretentious mother might even kneel before him, begging for a reconciliation with her daughter. Yet, Charlie was correct. From this point forward, that family no longer deserved someone of his caliber. This wasn't due to Caleb's inflated ego, rather, he understood that his newfound fortune was entirely thanks to his brother, Charlie. He wanted to express his gratitude but also wished to avoid putting Charlie in an uncomfortable position. At that moment, everyone gathered at the table gazed at Charlie as if he were a deity. With a single phone call, he had donated $1 million to an orphanage. In addition, his friend had matched that donation, contributing another $1 million, all because of Charlie. Furthermore, he had managed to contact Travis Lane, the wealthiest man in Lancaster. With that very call, he secured Caleb a new job with a staggering annual salary of $2 million. The influence and power Charlie wielded surpassed the wildest imaginations of those present. However, Claire was unfazed by it all. She was well aware that Charlie specialized in Feng shui for affluent clients, which explained his connection to Travis. The other attendees, unaware of this background, were already shifting in their seats, lifting their wine glasses as they looked toward Charlie. They were eager to toast him, hoping to forge a closer relationship and perhaps benefit from Charlie's connections for better job opportunities. Just as everyone raised their glasses in anticipation, Claire's phone rang. It was Elaine, Charlie's mother-in-law. The moment Claire answered, Elaine's distressed voice filled the line, "My dear daughter, you need to come home right away. Your father is threatening to divorce me. I can't bear this. If you don't return now, you'll only be left waiting for your mother's dead body." Claire felt a wave of panic wash over her. She hadn't expected such a crisis to erupt at home right after her mother had just returned. Quickly, she turned to Charlie, who was seated beside her, and said, "It seems my parents are having a serious argument at home. We should head back immediately." Charlie nodded in response. He then raised his wine glass and addressed the group, "Mrs. Lewis and dear friends, I'm truly sorry, but an urgent matter has come up at home. Claire and I must leave now. We'll catch up with you all another time." Mrs. Lewis responded quickly, "Please, both of you, go and handle your urgent family matters. Don't let us keep you." However, those who were hoping to gain something from Charlie felt disheartened. Some lamented, "Brother Charlie, I didn't even get a chance to drink with you, why don't you have a couple more glasses before you leave?" Charlie replied calmly, "I won't be drinking anymore. Perhaps next time. I really must go deal with some family issues." After finishing his statement, Charlie raised his glass and said earnestly, "I'll finish this glass before I leave." With that, he downed the contents of his glass, took Claire's hand, and exited the restaurant. Since Charlie had been drinking during dinner, Claire was the designated driver for the evening. On their way home, Claire expressed her concerns, "I think my dad is still infatuated with Aunt Matilda, and that's why he wants to divorce my mom. I'm really worried. Can you help me find a way to change his mind?" Charlie responded, "How can we interfere in such a situation? If Dad truly no longer loves Mom, forcing them to stay together would only lead to more pain for everyone." With a sigh, Claire asked, "So you're saying that separation might be better, as short-term pain is preferable to long-term suffering?" Charlie smiled before saying, "By now, don't you understand what kind of person Mom is? Even if she's in real pain right now, she'll manage to turn it into something temporary. Conversely, she has a way of transforming a short-term hurt into a long-term struggle. If Dad is considering a divorce, I doubt it will be as simple as he thinks." Claire was momentarily taken aback, but then a light bulb went off in her mind. Given her mother's temperament and character, it would be quite a challenge for her father to get what he wanted, even if he truly desired a divorce. With this realization, Claire understood that her mother was merely putting on a show when she claimed she didn't want to continue living. Feeling much lighter, she settled back into her thoughts. As they pulled the BMW into the driveway of the villa, the unmistakable sound of Elaine's loud cursing filled the air. "Jacob Wilson, you heartless jerk. Do you have no conscience? I've already endured so much because of you, and now you want a divorce?" Charlie and Claire stepped out of the car. Upon entering the house, they found Elaine standing in the living room, hurling insults at Jacob. With her two front teeth still missing, Elaine's words came out a bit garbled. When she got worked up, not only did she speak with a mix of air, but saliva also flew as she yelled. Jacob kept a distance of more than 5 meters from her, responding angrily, "Stop dragging up all this nonsense. There's no love left between us. The only option now is divorce." Elaine shot back, "You wish. I won't divorce you even if it kills me." Jacob retorted, "Fine. You can wait. I'm going to court tomorrow to file for divorce." Elaine screamed, "You think you can just bluff me? Do you believe the court is your personal playground? Let me tell you something. I've done my homework to prevent you from pulling this stunt. As long as I refuse to divorce, the court won't grant it for no good reason." Jacob responded, "We have zero feelings left for each other. The court will surely approve a divorce when they see this marriage is devoid of affection." Elaine, feeling victorious, replied, "So what if there's no affection? The law states we need to be separated for at least 2 years before a divorce can be granted." Jacob, taken aback, fumed, "Then I'll separate from you starting now. In 2 years, even if you refuse to divorce me, the court will still grant it." Elaine smirked, "Oh, you want to separate? Here's the deal. if we're living under the same roof but in separate rooms, that doesn't count as separation. If you really want out, move out of this villa at Thompson first. Go back to our old house. Fine, I'll do it. Jacob gritted his teeth. As long as I can be rid of a cunning woman like you, I'd even endure sleeping in a hole under a bridge for 2 years. Elaine waved him off. Go on. Get lost. She added as a parting threat, the moment you leave this villa, I'm chopping up the Lexington sofa set your father left behind and burning it. You, Jacob trembled with rage. What's the difference between you and a wild animal? Elaine hummed nonchalantly, why do you care? Aren't you moving out? Hurry up and go. Jacob stood there, dumbfounded. He truly wanted to separate from Elaine, yet he felt a strong reluctance to leave the villa at Thompson first. Living in such a spacious villa with an elevator was a dream. After getting accustomed to this lifestyle, their old house felt like a cramped little shack. But after spending a few days in this villa, Jacob was hesitant to leave. Watching the escalating argument between her parents, Claire, feeling helpless, exclaimed, Dad. Mom. We haven't even had a chance to enjoy our time here together, and you're already fighting again. Elaine replied, I want to enjoy life here, but your father seems determined to ruin it. Jacob shot back, I can't enjoy life with you. We can't stay together any longer. Charlie understood deep down that his father was eager to spend time with Matilda. Yet he was overly optimistic. Did he not realize how difficult and unreasonable Elaine could be? When Elaine noticed Jacob's firm resolve, she retorted angrily, So, you think you can just stop living with me? Fine. We can live apart for 2 years, and then we'll head to court to finalize the divorce. After her outburst, Elaine snickered and added, But Jacob, I need you to understand something up front, I am not a forgiving person. If I find out that you're living a happier, more comfortable life after our divorce, I will definitely feel uneasy. You know better than anyone what I'm capable of when I'm uncomfortable. I will make sure you feel even more discomfort than I do. That's the only way I can find some peace in my heart, she warned. In other words, if you think you can go out and find some other woman to enjoy life with, think again. I will ruin your happiness. I'll be right there, bothering you every single day, following you around like a shadow, even if it means haunting you. You won't be able to escape me. Jacob felt a chill run down his spine at her words. According to Elaine, even if he endured her for another 2 years and finally managed to divorce her, she would still never let him go. If Elaine discovered that he was with Matilda by then, wouldn't she lose her mind? Elaine was already a constant source of annoyance, and she had no idea that Matilda was back in town. If she found out about Matilda, or realized he was involved with her, who knew what she would be capable of? Not only would Elaine refuse to let Jacob go, but she would also target Matilda, whom she had viewed as her sworn enemy for years. Given Elaine's fierce personality, that #1 vixen in Oris Hill, how could Matilda possibly stand a chance against her? When that day came, Elaine would surely lash out at Matilda as soon as she was done with Jacob. It would undoubtedly turn into a chaotic situation. As these thoughts raced through Jacob's mind, anxiety overwhelmed him to the point of tears. He desperately questioned himself, will I, Jacob, never be able to be with Matilda in this lifetime? Will I never find my own happiness? Am I destined to live with this horrible woman forever? These thoughts made Jacob feel as if he were at the end of his rope. With a triumphant smirk, Elaine said, Listen closely, Jacob. You will never be free of me for your entire life unless I die first. And even if I go before you, I'll make sure to take you along with me. You won't get to live in peace without me. Jacob trembled with rage, unable to contain himself any longer. He shouted, Elaine, you despicable woman. How could someone as shameless as you even exist? What's your issue? Elaine raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with me? I'm the one married to you, remember? We even have children together. Do you think I'm someone you can just toss aside whenever you feel like it? Jacob's anger boiled over, and he began to cry. The biggest regret of my life is marrying you. If I had known you were this cunning, I would never have brought you into my family, even if you held a knife to my throat." Elaine smirked and replied, "So, your regret has nothing to do with whether I'm cunning or not. You're simply upset because of Matilda, right? You wish you had tried harder to win her back. You're the one who can't appreciate what you have and insists on having wandering eyes. Now, since our daughter is here, why don't you take a good look in the mirror and ask yourself if you're truly this shameless?" Jacob felt as if he were suffocating. Elaine had a knack for pinpointing the most painful truths and launching vicious verbal attacks, regardless of the situation. At that moment, Jacob realized he was no match for this shrew. As he reflected on the bleakness of his life and the apparent absence of any bright days ahead, he collapsed to the floor, sobbing like a child. However, Jacob's tears were different from Elaine's tantrums. His cries were so heart-wrenching that anyone who heard them would feel compelled to weep alongside him. It was clear that Jacob was in a state of utter desperation. Seeing this, Elaine felt a surge of victory. With a sneer, she taunted, "Jacob Wilson, you pathetic old man. Why are you being so pitiful right now? Are you trying to win our daughter's sympathy? Should I remind her of all your past affairs?" Before Jacob could respond, Elaine continued in a mocking tone, "You used to be quite the celebrity back in school, didn't you? Everyone knew about your relationship with Matilda. Yet even with a girlfriend, you still acted like a womanizer. You took advantage of me and tarnished my innocence. I've suffered and wasted half my life because of you. And now you think of divorcing me? There may be many scoundrels in the world, but none can compare to you." Jacob felt as if his heart had been struck by a freight train. In that moment, he recognized that he would never be able to triumph over this woman in his lifetime. As long as she was around, true happiness would remain out of his reach. Thus, Jacob transitioned from soft sobs to desperate cries. Claire watched the scene unfold, feeling a deep sense of sadness. She realized that she had never wished for her parents to divorce until now. But if they stayed together, it would only lead to endless fights like the one unfolding before her. This cycle of conflict ensured that neither of them would find happiness. If this was to be their future, it appeared truly bleak. Just then, Claire received a text from Lorraine. "Claire, I returned to the villa at Thompson First earlier. Before entering, I overheard Uncle and Aunt having a heated argument. Should we go home to check it out?" Claire replied quickly, "I'm already home." Lorraine responded, "That's good. I think it's better for me to stay at the hotel for a few days. It would be too awkward otherwise." Claire felt a wave of regret wash over her. She had originally wanted to invite her best friend to stay at her house so Lorraine wouldn't have to be alone in a hotel. However, she never anticipated that her father would host his first love in their home right after they moved in. And after entertaining his first love, her mother disappeared only to return and start arguing again. If Claire were in Lorraine's position, she would also want to escape as far away as possible. With a heavy heart, Claire sent another message. "I'm sorry, Lorraine. You can come back when things have settled down here." Lorraine replied quickly, "Don't worry about me. You should focus on your family situation." In the past, Lorraine had often felt envious of Claire for finding a good man like Charlie. However, at this moment, that envy diminished significantly. Lorraine realized that Claire's family was far too dysfunctional. If she had to live in such a chaotic environment, she would have fallen apart long ago. Meanwhile, Jacob had retreated to his room, still weeping. Seeing him escape, Elaine lost interest in the argument and declared triumphantly, "Oh, I'm going to enjoy a long soak in my big bathtub now. Finally, I'll be sleeping at the villa at Thompson First tonight. Ha ha ha." Once Claire observed that her parents had retreated to their respective rooms, she turned to Charlie, exasperated. "I'm really exhausted. My head is pounding. I'm going to take a bath, otherwise, I might just collapse." Thinking about his prospects of being upgraded to the bed tonight, Charlie quickly followed Claire with a smile on his face.